What if we start the stream a little early? Is that okay? Just 7 minutes early than I scheduled. I don't think anyone's gonna sue me for that. All right, this is Kudos live at 5. Live at 5. So we've got I'm just settling in here. This is a new kind of thing, and I'm just double checking everything. So we're gonna go make a little comment. Oh, hello, we got a comment. Gradient, what's up, Gradient? Hello. So I've got my second, or I guess my original account, Kudos 2. It's called 2 because it is my second channel. Now we're up to Kudos 3. We are Kudos Live. And I'm going to do all my live streams from this channel from now on. I'll also probably do all the post-mortem specials and probably like any kind of like maybe I'll usually keep it related to animation. But for right now, it's all knowledge fight animation. And that's what we're up to today. That's our project for tonight. Last stream was really good. It was really productive. It was a long stream. And this was what came of it in the end. The blue avatar head that turns into a beautiful woman. And when you say beautiful woman, what's the first name that pops into your brain? That's right, Lana Del Rey. And so here is hologram Lana Del Rey giving these people the instructions on how to destroy or depopulate the Earth. Yeah. That's not all we did last stream. We also... Is that all we did? Oh, I did some text. Oh yeah, I started working on a wide shot because I decided I wanted a view of the whole room. There's still some puzzles to fix, some problems to solve, some things to figure out. And I've written those down in my big messy document. But and one thing I'm thinking right now is this line. It goes forth. Gives AI the final order, and it goes forth. And that happens in time before we get Lana Del Rey. So basically there's two versions of the hologram. There's Bluehead and there's Lana. Because when Alex first describes this hologram, he says that it just is like a humanoid avatar head. And he gives it a voice like this. And he says a bunch of word soup. So I took that word soup and I drew it as squiggles. Squiggle text. Because I just really want to call attention to how goofy it is. It's basically Alex just trying to think of like big smart words or like officially like scary kind of government-y operation words. You'll see what I mean. Here is the command that recommended progress action to expand the overall directives. Oh, and then they stand up and say, or they don't stand up, they sit there and they go, yes, launch operation. And then the humans give the AI the final order, and it goes forth. Quote unquote, it goes forth. These are quotes, folks. These are exact quotes. And that explosion was a firework. Don't worry, it was not a bomb. You will hear lots of fireworks going off tonight. All right. We're going to listen to episode 716 of the podcast. This features Dave, Anthony, and Gareth Reynolds from The Dollop. So this is a Jordan-free episode. A rare Jordan-free episode. There's a few of those in the early times as well. So we'll see. I don't know. How could we have a knowledge fight without a Jordan? But we're going to give it a listen. I have heard this one before. It's probably been a couple of years since I've heard it. It came out in 2022. So what's going to happen first? So one thing I need to do is I need to animate all these guys going, yes, launch operation. Or I think I'll make them all say yes, and then I'll make one person say launch operation. So basically, all of these guys in the background, you can see their faces. They'll go blah. They'll move their mouths and they'll wiggle around. And all these guys in the foreground, you can't see their mouths, so I'll just make them kind of wiggle back and forth when they say yes. And then maybe he will like look off. Maybe he will look like off to this way, or maybe I'll have this guy look off this way, and then we'll cut to the robot at the controls, launch operation. Human gives the AI the final orders, and it goes forth. So at that point, this is where the puzzle is. This is where I haven't solved it yet. This is where I am especially open to suggestions. I'm very suggestible tonight. So if you're here listening and you want to chat and put a comment and make a suggestion, please do so. Feel free. No bad ideas, you know. It's kind of like brainstorming. So one idea I have is he could just like simply float away. Like he'll just like, well, like I'm out of here. Another idea is he could roll away, and which should be slightly complicated because I have to. He's like oval shaped, but something like this, and then roll out the cave. That would be pretty funny. He could also swoop and like sprout a body. Right? And then just suddenly be able to walk and make him walk out. So it's not like I don't have any ideas. I do, but I'm not actually sure about the timing as well. So we're going to probably listen to the audio, and we might make some edits and tighten it up to just make it flow better. We might even add pauses to leave a little more space for visualizing the animation. All of those are possibilities of how the original podcast audio might be changed and altered. And that all has to kind of be done with the animation in mind, and or you have to animate with the audio in mind. So I kind of go back and forth and do both. All right. Well, let me do... I guess I'm gonna do a little drawing. I'm gonna work on the making all these guys say yes, and giving the order to the AI. How about that? Okay, that's a good plan. So we'll do that, and then when I finish that, we can mentally regroup and figure out what's the next step. We don't have to solve any puzzles right now. We don't have to. Yeah, we don't have to worry about that for probably like the next, I don't know, hour. We'll say it shouldn't take me that long, but I want to give myself a little leeway. This is my first live stream on this channel, and it's a little more cozy than before. Not really, actually. Three viewers already. That's cool. I mean, that's about what I expect on with the other live streams on my other channel, and that has 1,000 subscribers. I'm not bragging here, but I got 1,000 subscribers, okay? And I was a little worried that the vast majority of them did not want to watch live streams. So if you want to watch live streams, you can seek it out. You can find me, and we can just have these cozy little chill. I don't want to have moderators because there's a million people. Not that that was a problem before, but I don't want it to happen. So this is going to be nice. 3, 4, 5, whatever. Even just one other person, it's enough to make me feel like, okay, I've got eyes on me. And it sort of helps me concentrate, or it helps me work, and it helps that I can sort of talk aloud. Because, I don't know, I talk to my cats, but they don't care about this kind of stuff. They don't care. Okay, so I'm looking for the boardroom. We're just going to go with this original pick, and I'm going to turn on the podcast. Here we go.
Hey everybody, this is Dan. Hello. I just wanted to drop in and give a little bit of a note before this episode begins. And the reason for that is because I kind of screwed up a little bit on the recording of this episode. So some of the levels are a little bit iffy. I've been using a technology that shan't be named lest I be shading some business. But for remote recording, and it seemed like everything was totally fine as we were recording, and our guests actually very generously offered to record on their end, and because I had so much confidence in this tech, I thought, like, there's no need to, this has worked just fine in the past.
Dear God, that was horrendously bad audio. I'm glad I listened to it on the other stream.
And unfortunately,
why does it sound like that? Hold on. Desktop audio. Dear God, that was horrendously bad audio. I'm glad I listened to it on the other stream. All right, let me try this way. Yeah, it sounded like it was coming through the radio.
it's a little bit distorted.
And ironically, Dan is talking about how the quality of the podcast is really bad, but it's not that bad.
still sound. It's fine. It's just a little bit. It could be a little
Okay,
cleaner.
I'm testing
Anyway,
it again.
this
I
is a
can't hear it.
rambling, long-winded way for me to just give you a heads up about that, and to take responsibility for the sound. I messed up a little bit. Anyway, we'll be back on Wednesday with a normal episode with Jordan back. But for now, please enjoy this this special app.
Knowledge fight. Dan and Jordan, I am sweating. KnowledgeFight.com. It's time to pray.
I have great respect for Knowledge Fight.
Knowledge fight. I'm sick of them posing as if they're the good guys.
Okay, I think that's better. Yeah. All right. So now we're gonna get into it. If something, I appreciate it if you're listening and something weird happens with this sound. I definitely appreciate those kind of comments, because I also want this to be watchable. if you're watching this as recorded, already happening.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to A Knowledge Fight. We are here. We've just had a week of a break. And if truth be told, I was under the impression that Jordan would be getting back over the weekend and that we could get back to work and do our job as normal. But this is not the case. Jordan will not be back until Tuesday. And so in order to get an episode out, I had to dig deep and find someone who capable of filling the shoes of Jordan. And it turns out I found two people. Very excited to welcome to the podcast hosts of The Dollop, Gareth Reynolds and Dave Anthony. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Suck it, Jordan.
Aha!
Yeah, Jordan's out. This is a permanent thing, I think.
We're going to go trios?
I like
Yeah,
it.
Jordan.
There's a great,
Jordan's
I mean,
just gone.
if we, like the way that we got it set up was pretty smooth and easy. Like, so I feel like we're like, there's a synergy.
Yeah, definitely. So
Yeah.
guys, I know that over the course of the time doing your podcast, you've touched on some of the, I don't know, maybe some things that are connected to my world, you know, like the Jade Helm episode
Jade
that you
Helm
guys
for
did.
sure.
Cliven Bundy, perhaps.
Yep.
Our God.
We've done 2 on the Bundys or 3? 2 on the Bundys,
Two.
right?
Too, yeah.
I was wondering though, how much connection do you have to Alex Jones himself? What's your
Zero.
Via the show, zero. Offline, tons.
Yeah.
We're very close to Alex. He's a pal. Dave and Alex are really good. A lot of people say that they get Dave and Alex confused.
I think that your
That's right.
personalities would mesh amazingly. I
Yeah.
think the two of you would just get along.
I would call it vibe. We vibe, and we have a lot of the same sort of philosophies and just outlooks on
Sure.
life.
And protein
Yeah.
powers.
Climate change
Yeah,
isn't
protein
real.
powders.
That's
Yeah,
one
that's
of his
right.
big things.
That's
You
a
guys
big
get
one.
along
Yep, that's
on that?
me.
Mm-hmm.
Lizard people.
Do you guys
No, but I don't
do you
think
have
we've
any
really
history?
we've not really gotten into Alex ever. If anything, it would be
Not
maybe
on the
just
show.
maybe just minorly on the show. Yeah, a little
I've
bit.
always
but no.
avoided him completely. The only thing I really know about him is listening to your podcast.
Yeah.
I'll pop in every once in a while to see what's going on with Alex Jones, but for the most part, I don't really pay attention to him.
And it seems like he's had a quiet couple weeks.
Yeah, it's been real tame. He has, I think, abandoned Trump again, and so that's a good sign for the investigation in the FBI raid.
You know, I know
on
someone
Mar-a-Lago.
who
Yeah.
I know someone who punched him and knocked him out, knocked
Alex?
him down. Charlie, yeah, 20 some odd years ago in Texas.
Is this Space Hitler?
No, this is a guy named Charlie.
I'm just loving the conversation we're having from the sidelines right now.
It might also be Space Hitler.
Is it Space Hitler? No, Charlie.
I'm not sure. Because there was a
Charlie's
guy who would
associated
troll
with
him.
No, Charlie is a guy who is associated with the festival in Austin, South by Southwest.
Oh,
And,
wow. He punched him, huh?
He fucking knocked him down.
Nice.
They were working at radio stations, I believe, and they got into it one night, and Charlie decked him, and Charlie to this day still gets free beers in Austin for having done that.
You get local hero status when you. That's pretty awesome. I guess. I mean, look, I'm not thrilled with violence at any point, but if it's violence 20 years ago and it's funny, I guess
I would.
guess it's cool.
I would like to say that I am thrilled with violence. Just to.
I'm
put
just
that
happy
out
to know there's a space Hitler.
Yeah, I think that might be the same guy because there was a dude who would like troll him on his public access show, and they ended up getting into a fight in a parking lot, and
I think that Space Hitler was there, and that was the same night, and two guys hit.
Can I
think
just
Space
say
Hitler was also involved. A different guy, though. Yeah.
how much that sounds like it would be something on InfoWars, what just was said? I think Space Hitler was there, but there were two guys in the parking lot that night. Infowars.com.
Space Hitler was on the grassy knoll.
Space Hitler was on the grassy knoll.
Was
He
the
ate
radio
Kennedy's
that-
brains.
So you guys didn't even.
Space Hitler is fucking weird. Is that like actually a radio like shock jock called Space Hitler?
Like even before like present days, you didn't have any kind of like impression of Alex Jones as a figure, like
Oh yeah.
he was somebody who existed
Oh,
long
yeah,
before
yeah.
Trump.
No, we've just never talked about him on the show, really. But yeah, obviously, I mean, it's hard to even remember when you first heard about him. But yeah, I mean, I obviously been following his lunacy for, the better part of a decade, really.
Yeah, but I purposely got on my way not to watch anything. I just don't watch anything with him, like when I see clips of him online. But I've heard about him for a long time now, and I've definitely read a couple articles about him. And then your podcast. I listened to both the documentary episodes, which were long but crazy.
Yeah, that got me subtweeted by the director.
Oh, really?
Congratulations.
What?
I don't like.
It's a her, right? Isn't that?
Yeah.
Yeah, she did a terrible job. She did a terrible job.
So look, there's a lot going on with Alex in the present day, like you mentioned.
It's interesting that the director if the director of that movie, I think the one they're talking about is not the anti Alex Jones one, but that like pro Alex Jones documentary, Alex's War or something like that. And Dan ripped it to shreds in 2 long episodes, which it sounds like the director it got back to the director, like she listened to it. Interesting.
Slow week. He's going through a lot of things. He's having some tantrums, but I felt like getting into all that might be too much. Might be throwing you guys into the deep end, and I didn't want to put you through that.
Oh, that's very sweet.
And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to do something a little bit special for you. And you know, a lot of times listeners will get in touch with us and ask us to do an episode about their birthday. Like what happened on my birthday on InfoWars. And so what I figured I would do is I would take us back to April 25th, 2014, the day you guys put out your first episode of The Dollop.
Wow.
Oh.
And see what Alex Jones was doing.
This is around, I mean, Jade Helm was starting to kick up.
I think that heat was a little bit more in the 15 though, right? Wasn't it?
Was it? Okay.
I believe
the Bundy, I mean, our first episode's the Bundy, so it was right in the Bundy rage.
Yeah.
Oh, Bundy's will come up.
Yeah, he was
Thank
there.
God.
Yeah, he was into that.
See, yeah, there's a lot of news going on at that point in 2014. There's plenty going on. And I think we'll be disappointed to learn about what most of this episode ends up being about. But let us dive in here at the beginning. This is how Alex is starting off the show.
Ukrainian helicopter hit by grenade taking off. Ukraine helicopter has been crippled in a grenade attack in Kiev. Warns Moscow is engineering a third world war. That's the London Telegraph headline. Did you hear that? Third world war. That is the Ukraine foreign minister that's saying that, by the way, and also their vice El Presidente. Ukraine foreign minister ready to fight Russia is the headline from the Associated Press.
So yeah, we go back into the past and we see something pretty reminiscent of recent news.
Wow.
Yeah.
Sounds so rational.
He does,
So-
that's one of the problems with him is that sometimes he sounds like that, and then other times he's just screaming about shit.
Yeah.
That you're like, wait.
Well, here's the problem. That's just him reading headlines. There's
Right,
no
yeah,
like
right.
interpretation. It's pretty easy
Right.
to sound fairly rational when you're just like cold reading. Here is a thing that happened.
Yeah.
But then you get into the analysis of it, and it might be a little bit sillier here, and that is him blaming essentially the West is what caused the 2014 outbreak of hostilities between Ukraine and Russia.
The West went in 3 months ago when Ukraine voted to not join with the EU and to be sucked dry by that spider, and instead tried to stay somewhat neutral. I don't want Ukraine sucked dry by the Russian spider or the globalist spider. But the globalist spider is about, let's not exaggerate, about 10 times bigger, fatter, older, more evil, and more anti-human. I mean, the Russian spider is just happy to be in power and control of its own population, is trying to breed a larger Ruski population because it realizes that its own system is collapsing. The globalist spider is a transhumanist, power-tripping spider that believes it's God and is attacking anything decent.
I see you're trying to make sense of this, Dave. You're tracking the thought.
I'm trying to track the thought, and it's very hard to track, but I will say I do like the idea of calling the EU a spider.
It's got a web. It's gonna suck you dry.
I like the sucking dry spider. It's almost like, I mean, you know how it is, like when you do a podcast, you'll say some stuff and you'll be like, that didn't make sense, and you kind of let it die. But he's quadrupling down on the spider talk to the point where, because he's so insane, towards the end, you're like, I think he might actually think this is spiders that are doing this.
Yeah, he just watched Wild Wild West the night before, and he was on some cough syrup.
He's like, Kevin Kline is behind the spiders.
Kevin Kline was just elected to the UN Council. So yeah, you have this worldview and this presentation that is fairly consistent throughout time. That is, anything that involves Russia ends up being everybody else's fault.
Right.
And that's not to say that he is obviously is not on the Russian payroll or anything like that, but he is deeply into making excuses for everything that involves Russia.
He's also saying Russia is collapsing at the same time.
True, but it's in a sympathetic way, I think. It's
Okay, so they're the big victim, sort of?
Yeah, they're the victim spider.
Yeah, they're the victim spider.
Yeah.
Come on, it's a classic victim spider situation.
Come on. How many, you know what I mean? You got to help the victim spider.
Yeah, it's so with the taking of Crimea and that kind of actions that were happening, this their collapsing is kind of an excuse for why they would take these oil-rich areas and these resources. It's like, they're collapsing. They need to do this. They need to breed more Russians.
Yeah, Russian spiders. Yeah.
Breed more Russians. Literally, no one's ever said that. They need to breed more Russians.
They're doing that at my Humane Society.
So you guys may not be the best prognosticators on this front, but do you think that Alex thinks the outbreak between Ukraine and Russia is real?
This 2014 fight or the one today?
In 2014.
2014. No. Oh God, no. He said it involved down, right? Then there's no way it's real.
Yeah, it's false flag.
If anything's shot down out of the sky, then to Alex, it's not real. It can't be
false
real.
Flag spider. False flag spider.
It's too similar to Black Hawk Down. It's all fake.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, here we go. Let's see.
But we've always known that a large global war is what's supposed to bring in the final world government. That's what the globalists have said themselves. And now it looks like they're trying to do it. They may have some backroom deal with Putin, and this may be staged. My gut tells me it's not.
Well, there we are. But maybe
The backroom deal being between Ukraine and Russia, or between
it's the spiders.
the EU?
Yeah.
Which spiders, though? There's 3 spiders involved.
I don't think Ukraine's a spider.
Ukraine's not a spider.
No.
Ukraine's a fly.
Yeah, Ukraine's a fly.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So
And
is he
so-
saying Russia and the EU are working together
He's
to
saying,
false?
yeah, he's saying the possibilities are that it's a real violent outbreak, or there's a backroom deal between the EU and Putin to split Ukraine in half.
It's just great
Oh.
because it's like the way that he's able to, like, you know, bring that up and be like, I mean, my gut is that's not what's going on. It's like, dude, it's not. You're not rational. If you're like, look, that might be what's going on. I'm open to that possibility, obviously.
Yeah, it's like, it would be like someone being like, yeah, you know, there's a lot of signs that alien invasion is right around the corner. My gut says it's not.
My gut says it's not, but
I can
obviously
bring it
it's
up.
very
It's right.
possible. It's highly possible.
It seems like you only are talking about that distinct possibility that you don't think is correct.
You know what's
That's
going to be
suspicious.
great? What's going to be great one day is when he's just doing his show and he's going to collapse on the InfoWars desk and his belly's just going to open up and you're going to find out that he was just a master egg for spiders and they're all going to crawl out of him.
Oh, yeah.
It was
Yeah,
never a
yeah.
metaphor.
Yeah. It
Never.
was just the whole time. He was living like Vincent D'Onofrio in Men in Black his whole life.
So you might think, based on what we've heard so far, that this was going to be an episode that was largely about Russia and Ukraine.
Sure.
And you
Yeah,
could be
yeah.
forgiven for thinking that.
Thank you.
It is not. Things take a turn. Alex is discussing how one of his reporters, David Knight, he has been taking some time off. And because of that, he's ended up listening to some talk radio. And this is some real chaos.
But he's been off the last few days moving. And I guess out of one apartment into a house while they still try to buy a house. And so he's been listening to talk radio. He was listening to our local affiliate, 590 AM last night, because his brother-in-law out of North Carolina called him and said, you better go listen to Glen Beck. Well, it re-airs here locally. And so he tuned in last night while packing the U-Haul. And he said, you know, we got to go into Glen Beck's archive and find it. But he said, this is really bad. We have to do something about this. And I said, what did he say? He said, well, I'll just come in and tell you. But he told me over the phone right before broadcast. He's driving up here right now to be on in the next segment or at the bottom of the hour.
This is an emergency. Glen Beck is talking some shit. So here we go.
So he's calling in the guy who's taking time off to move into a house because he's buying a different house.
Yeah.
He's having that guy come to the studio on his days off because Glen Beck said some shit.
Yep, you've nailed it.
A lot of people are thinking there's not even a second house. A lot of people are thinking that the second house is just kind of a false house.
Uh-huh. It's actually a spider's nest.
It's a spider's nest, exactly. Yeah. I mean, the amount of detail, like, you could just be like, coming up next, we're going to talk about Glen Beck. But instead he's like, so he's moving from one house, he's listening to 590, but he's leaving his apartment. He's loading up the U-Haul.
He's on the way.
Yeah,
He's on the way.
That's part of his magic is that he throws in details about stuff that doesn't need details, and it makes him
Yeah.
sound like he knows more than he really
Right.
does.
Yeah. No.
But in this case, it actually convinces me a little bit that he's telling the truth about this guy moving and being inconvenienced.
Yeah. Yeah, for
It
sure.
seems real.
that's the accidental truth. You're like, I am starting to think this guy might be moving. That's all I'm buying.
And it sounds like Alex is a shitty boss.
Yeah, totally. It's not, to be like, I mean, I'm not sure what's going on. He's taken 3 days to move. It's just kind of fucking ridiculous.
And also, the guy apparently doesn't listen. The only excuse he has to listen to radio is that he's moving. Other than that, he's
Well,
not supposed to listen to radio.
You know what it is. You want to motivate yourself when you're moving, so you throw on a little AM talk radio to just kind of get the gears in motion.
This story actually shifts a little bit as the episode goes on. Later, we find out that David Knight's brother lives in another city, and he saw Glen Beck, and told David Knight to listen to it. But there are some wrinkles here. We're not entirely sure what's true.
Yep.
But yeah, I think one thing that sucks is that he's coming in because of Glen Beck talking shit, not because Russia and Ukraine are ramping up hostilities. You know, this is the kind of news organization that's like, Glen Beck, you gotta come in.
Yeah. World War III might be happening, but Glen Beck has a F 590 AM show. We got to get into this.
But see, the problem is basically that Glen Beck is just jealous of Alex, which I think we all could see coming.
Yeah. I mean, he went offline. He went off air and went online and moved his whole operation there, and he's never going to be as successful as Alex at it.
Well, that's true. But the Blaze has so many cool people working there. So many greats. Like, I guess Steven Crowder is there, right?
God.
Is that where Crowder is?
I think he might be.
Oh my God, so it's fucking two failed comedians?
Well, I mean, that's most of the right wing, right?
Yeah,
I mean, like, McGinnis.
But let's be honest, Crowder is pretty funny. I like his early stuff.
So anyway, Alex believes that Glen Beck is jealous of him.
I know what this is. He knows we're getting on affiliates all over the country. The show's exploding right now. Most of the stations we're on carry Glen Beck. And he knows, because I've talked to some program directors, that there's little comments and things going on from the people in his office, not even a syndicator, Premier, about me and how I'm a bad show to have. And this has been going on behind the scenes. And then a lot of times I'm on live and Glen Beck's on at night. He doesn't like that. He's an egomaniac.
Yeah.
My show ends up getting picked up on Sunday live. While we do that show, people get a taste of it. Then they put us on at night, and then invariably we end up going on live. And I mean, they literally replace Rush Limbaugh with us in areas of the country and get better ratings. And I never had this slot to go up against Rush Limbaugh. I didn't want this slot.
Wow. He's beating Rush Limbaugh.
Well, yeah. Rush taking a little shrapnel.
It's maybe mildly delusional, but cool.
I mean, as someone's handing him like notes, letting him know like Putin is thinking of dropping a nuke. Hold on a second. So Rush is actually also intimidated by us over here in InfoWars.
And we have a strategy where I'm like a drug dealer, and I put my show on your Sunday night so you get a taste.
Yeah. For people who are moving, if you want to move and listen to a show, put us on.
We are the info dealers.
Yeah.
I love that he's bragging about a Sunday night slot. It's like the worst
it's so
slot.
inside baseball. It's just,
it really
just
is.
like if you're watching, you're just like, all right, I'm sorry, are we fighting InfoWars or is this like a clip? When do we go back to fighting InfoWars?
I think that this is something that's kind of maybe underknown publicly, is how much of his show ends up being kind of like this, where it's
I had no idea.
Why does anyone listen? Who cares?
Well, that was one of the things. That was one of the things about the trial that was so exceptional, was to actually have someone there be like, "What are you talking about?" Like so often to be able to do that, like to pull that move, because it's like. Yeah, we just need yes or no.
Yeah, in his depositions, the best moments are the like, Mr. Jones, do you know what question you're answering? And almost invariably the answer is no. He has no idea where the sentence started.
So this goes back to when Space Nazi and Charlie
here we
both
go
had at him that night. That they were in a radio show and he was a failed radio guy. The radio guy still gnaws at him. It's still a deep-seated thing. He wants to be king of fucking radio. That's what he's talking about. Like, he's bragging, saying he's better than these people.
Radio spider.
It just doesn't fucking matter. It just doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah. There's a bit of projection, possibly.
Yeah, I think I'm picking up on some of that too.
And yeah, he has a chip on his shoulder. That's something that is also sort of ubiquitous throughout his career. Is this like, I'm the best, but also everyone is jealous of me, and That's why I'm. That's why. Look, they're trying to kick me off these stations because Glenn Beck is jealous of me and he's talking shit. That kind of vibe.
Which is huge news.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Radio guys have always talked shit about each other. They can't not do it.
No, that is very true.
Well, it's such a community, you know. It's such a forgotten community.
Yeah.
You know, something that was like they were the rock stars in the 50s.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah, Wolfman.
Spinning the records.
Yeah.
And now.
And now Alex Jones.
Brought low.
Yeah.
So Alex is going to bring up some of the accusations that Glenn Beck has made about him here in this next clip.
It's important to double down on the important news of the day.
I mean, this is definitely the top story.
Obviously.
I'm going to talk with Knight briefly about what he heard Beck say last night. And I guess we're going to dig through the video and audio files of it yesterday and post it just to document what we're saying. But it doesn't matter. A lot of you probably heard it, saying that we want violence and that we're basically covering up the racism of Bundy and that we were out there at the ranch 2 weeks ago when he said all this, when we all now know this was taped Saturday and was not by our reporters. And, of course, we reported on it. I mean, it's one thing to say Bundy could be a hillbilly or maybe racist. I don't think that's the case. He's certainly a fossil, though. And I think some of the stuff he said could be taken as offensive. I mean, like, there's black people out here. I'll bring one in the house and got them around here. I mean, it's just literally out in the middle of nowhere. It'd be like, I brought a Yankee in here. I saw one of them. City slicker. I mean, these are folks in the desert 7 generations. So,
yeah, so he might just be a fossil, but he's not racist.
He's a fossil, but he's not wrong. It's really odd to listen to Alex Jones. Like, for him to be talking about himself and his little orbit in the way that he does about everything else.
He's nothing if not like self-obsessed, and so that does happen a lot.
But the way that you're like talking about posting audio files at it's like well yeah, honestly nobody cares. What's actually important?
Well, what's actually important is that Glenn Beck has said that Alex wants to overthrow the government, which he kind of does.
Yes.
I mean, he pretty clearly has been super against the federal government for 20 years. And then he's covering up racism by not calling what Cliven Bundy said racist, which I don't know if you remember, but it was basically him saying that, hey, maybe black people were better off under slavery.
Yeah, and that he would have one in his house. He's not opposed to having a black person in his house, which is, in the Bundy family, considered progressive.
Mm-hmm. Basically, though, everything that Glenn Beck appears to be saying about Alex seems fair by my count.
He's doing that thing where you're going, God damn it, now I agree with Glenn Beck, you asshole.
Yeah, that is the battle sometimes. It's like, oh no, you have made a good point about Alex Jones.
Yeah.
It's a low bar, though. That's pretty unimpressive.
Yes.
So yeah, Cliven Bundy, that was your guys' first episode, right?
That was our first episode. That was before Dave thought he was going to have me on the show permanently. We were just going to his garage to talk about the Bundys.
It was magic in a bottle. And the same day you put out that episode, this was happening on Alex's show, talking about Cliven Bundy and how he's just old-fashioned, man.
Look, that's a fossil.
You got to understand.
Fossils say the N-word.
But I've always run into hillbillies in the middle of nowhere that do talk like this. Yeah. And they're actually not racist.
Ooh.
No.
They are literally out of a time machine.
Right.
But there's bad things if you go back in a time machine. There's also good things. They're saying no to the feds and no to Tiananmen Square because they're so old-fashioned. That's the good part of their old-fashionedness, is to be straight shooting and to stand up against tyranny. But then it's like talking to somebody who got off a time machine from 150 years ago. It sounds really weird to modern trendies and metrosexuals and everybody else.
So the one thing I will say he's correct on is the bunnies were against Tiananmen Square. Yes.
It's just, the more that goes on, the more it's like, Jesus Christ, what is he mad-libbing?
More or less. Yeah, he loses the thread quite a bit. He seems to, sometimes...
He's like a guy who starts running downhill and he can't stop. And he's just
Yeah,
like, I'm
and
going wherever
honestly-
he goes.
Let's start a GoFundMe to get him running down a hill. I would love to see that footage. I love reality shows because you get to watch the word literally be taken out back and abused. And his quote in there is, they are literally from a time machine.
True. I think one of the problems that with that entire roll downhill and the momentum of it was that there was something true to it. Like, they are essentially from a time machine, but they're coming from a racist time. You know?
Yeah.
Like
right,
100.
yeah.
So you're making an excuse for this by being like, no. Their minds are back from slavery time.
Yeah, and we're like, yeah, exactly, that's a problem. And he's like, yeah, well, they're time travelers. They're from another time. You're like, okay, yeah, well, in our time, we're not cool with that.
If they are time travelers, then we need to teach them about the modern world.
No. Then the whole space-time continuum. Then you're jumping in the middle of the pool, the ripple effect. You don't understand what you're doing to the universe.
Oh, no.
You blow that open, you open up the world of spiders.
Yeah.
Time spiders. So we have a little bit more Russia and Ukraine news that comes up. And
A lot of
Alex
people think Glen Beck's behind it.
There are murmurs of this in the Council on Foreign Relations.
Sure.
And so we get to the possibility of nuclear war coming up, but only after an incessant amount of time talking about Glen Beck.
And if I was a coward, or even if I had more self-preservation instincts, I would be getting my family out of the United States right now. And I'm not saying that that means we're going to have a nuclear war, but if there was, say, a 10% chance that there was going to be a nuclear war, would you get your family out of major target sites, like the middle of Texas? Or if there was a 10% chance robbers were coming to kill you, would you get out of your house that night? I'd say there's a 10% chance, probably higher, that we're going to have a full-out nuclear war. And people have heard my show for 19 years. Some of you have been listening that long in Austin. Been syndicated for almost 18. You know I've never talked like that.
He always talks like that. It's very regular. But he also does frequently say, I don't talk like this. So if you didn't listen to a bunch of his show, you wouldn't know that.
Right.
Now, Dave, you seem to have maybe a bone to pick with Texas.
It just made me laugh that he put the main targets and he threw Central Texas out
Central
there.
Texas.
I mean, all right, yeah, sure. The great threat of Central Texas. Yeah.
We'll hit them right where the economy's heart pulses from. The middle of Texas.
We've long known that the Kremlin wants to take out Bevo, the University of Austin.
We can eradicate Whataburger, then they will be putty in our hands.
You see, the Red Dawn, we have to take out the football capitals first.
That's right. Texas A&M is where these Hydra heads from.
So David Knight, the guy who was...
The mover.
Yes, the guy who was moving. He shows up, and he wants to come in and talk about how Glen Beck has been talking this shit. And this leads Alex to make quite a bold pronouncement about Glen Beck.
What he was saying was, he said, they're pushing for this. He goes, when I heard that it was, I knew from the beginning that I want to be on the other side of the story because InfoWars made this a national story. He goes, that should be a red flag. Not a false flag, ha ha ha,
No,
but a red flag.
They're not blaming Drudge, I'm giving him the credit. Drudge made it a national story. We broke it, he made it national.
Exactly.
It is a big story.
And he's saying that, we're constantly pushing for revolution. I think that's not true. What happened there is exactly what Glen Beck claims he wants to see happen. And that is people peacefully standing up with loaded guns in their face like Tiananmen Square. Now, some people, I didn't see anybody down there with a gun on them, but there was a couple of guys that were holding rifles, but nobody was pointing anything.
Back up there.
There was one guy on the bridge. They keep showing that picture from multiple angles, okay?
But the
we didn't know
point
he was
is
there.
that now it's been projected onto us, and now we weren't there this weekend when he made the the black comments,
right.
and then he said basically we were involved in that.
He said, these guys are embedded there. They're everywhere. He goes, they know that he was making those comments last Saturday. Well, that was not even the same Saturday. He's totally out of the scene.
He's not wrong.
Yeah.
I know his insider people. He's got at least 4 FBI agents with him at all times, so-called retired. This is FBI.
Yeah.
Just like Al Sharpton's FBI, I will bet my right arm the FBI is feeding all this to Glen Beck. Glen Beck is the FBI.
Oh my
Glen
God.
Beck.
Oh my God. It's like beautiful. It's like jazz nonsense.
It's like jazz, yes.
I mean, it is, there's so much phenomenal stuff in there. But it's also amazing that, okay, you have the audio of Glen Beck saying this, but in order to preserve the illusion of news, you're bringing in the guy who just listened to the AM radio for his first-person account of listening to the AM radio station.
Yep. Playing the clip wouldn't be as fun.
Oh, Glen Beck is the FBI.
And then to have the balls to be like, and what should we lay underneath that? Let's do a little Joe Cocker, help from my friends.
Do you think that Glen Beck is FBI?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I did it, but then I heard this.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, the evidence is pretty strong.
Now, more important question. Do you think that Alex knew he was going to make that accusation when the sentence started?
No.
He honestly, no.
Absolutely
I think,
not.
you know, I mean, we're outsidery, but it is. There's you know, the different connection points, and as he starts to advance and run down the hill, it's sort of like, you know, remember Plinko on The Price is Right? Where it just sort of drops and lands in it's sort of like that. His mind is Plinkoing. He's bouncing around, and then Spider, FBI, and then it false flag, and then it drops in the FBI, and so Glen Beck's the FBI.
Yeah, but he's going to stick with this for now. But I should say, in the present day, Glen Beck likes Alex, so Alex likes Glen Beck now in 2022.
Oh,
Well, he must
now
he
we
must
move
have been
ahead.
he must have been wrong about the FBI thing because he still has his right arm. So
Well, yeah, and he's, you know, one of the great things about Alex is that every episode is a bottle episode. You know, nothing really, there's no, you don't have to hold yourself to any of these predictions like nuclear war, Glen Beck is the FBI. It all just washes away tomorrow. It's awesome.
So
I
he's
wonder
kind of,
how
it's
many-
like Groundhog Day conspiracy man.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep, no
okay,
continuity.
interesting. Right.
I wonder how many times he's like predicted, like, you know, something like nuclear war. Like, if you could go back and count, it would be incredible. Over 20 years, like,
On
it'd be
our show,
astounding.
I would say at least 50 times I've heard it.
Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, and Chicago is often the target that he brings up.
course.
And so I take
Yeah,
this
yeah.
personally. I'm very threatened by his false predictions.
Now, is David Knight still with Glen Beck? I know he's got his own radio show on iHeart or whatever. His own show
David
on
Knight
iHeart.
used to work for InfoWars, but he got fired maybe like a year ago. He got into a
For
fight with this
moving.
guy named Steve Pachenik. Steve Pachenik is this bullshit artist who had lied to Alex about stuff. And he was saying that all the ballots in the 2020 election were watermarked, and they all were like
Sure.
tracked by blockchain. And so Trump
Right.
was
Yeah.
going to reveal the election was stolen. And David Knight was telling Alex not to believe this nonsense. And David Knight got fired. So
You never say that never say don't believe anything to Alex Jones. You
Yeah.
will get fired.
yeah, he was there. He was a long-standing employee. He had had a heart attack not too long before this. He'd come in on his day off to talk about Glen Beck years in the past. And no consideration given. I've always kind of been a little bit fascinated by InfoWars as a workplace, as a, you know, because like when they're
Right.
not on air, obviously something is happening.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I
it turns-
bet they're exactly the same. I bet they're just sitting around the water coolers talking about the same shit they talk about on air. I bet it's no fucking different.
Do you think that they actually believe the stuff around the water cooler, or it's like comics pitching jokes to each other? Like,
I
do you
think
think
that
there's something here? Glenn Beck is FBI.
Yeah.
Do you think there's something here?
Yeah, I think they believe. I think they're the kind of guys that just endlessly talk nonsense. And it goes back to when the Bundys took over the wildlife place in Oregon. At one point, there were 8 guys sitting in a circle talking about their military histories. And then when a documentarian investigated them, none of them had been in the military, but they were all trading war stories. It's just like that. Like, I think once it got started,
They were
I think they just sit around talking, and they're all yes-anding, and they on some level know it's not true, but they're also so fucking deranged that they inherently believe it. Does that make sense?
What makes it, yeah, and I think that is what makes the grifting of today more dangerous, because I think they, it's like if you put them on a lie detector, would they pass? I don't know, but I know if they're around each other, they're not going to admit that it is bullshit. They are, because, you don't want, that sort of grifting is not okay. But if you believe it hard enough, then potentially it is true. And that's really like our entire structure of government and, half of the successful people who give commentary on it are just finding their footing for their own personal benefit. And find when you find an audience, of course you're going to keep believing it, air quoting believing.
Yeah.
And the first person to break kayfabe in that environment is going to get eaten by the other grift spiders.
Right. Yes. Right.
And it'll only reinforce the kayfabe. And it's like, oh no, you were the one who wasn't.
But you
real.
want to be there the day when Alex Jones just goes, "I've been lying," and they're all like, "Oh, we have too, sir." I know.
That'll take some serious AA meetings, I think, before we get there.
Yeah.
So it turns out there's one rule at InfoWars. There's only one rule, and you won't believe what it is.
By the way, has there not been a directive the full year you're here to not attack Glen Beck and not talk about him?
That's right.
Have there been any other directives about anything else?
No.
Just tell the truth.
It was very hard to do that.
And don't infight, and keep the eyes on stopping the globalists.
That's right.
Yep. Tell the truth, I guess, abstractly, and leave Glen Beck alone.
You don't want to attack our other ally that's fighting against the globalists. Come on, man. New World Order. Think about it.
It's
the only backup we got. Rule 1 of InfoWars, don't attack Glen Beck. Rule number 2, don't attack Glen Beck.
And that's it.
I love the moment of, are there any other directives? Nope.
Yeah. If you're him, you're probably like, well, shit, I think I'm supposed to say no, but that's a crazy answer. But he's goading me to saying no. No, that's it. Put your dick on someone's keypad. You can punch people. You don't need to wear clothes around here. You can steal.
Just leave Glen Beck the fuck alone.
Do not hurt Beck.
So one of the things that I find the most fun in these episodes is when people bring out quotes.
Okay, I'm really enjoying the podcast right now. The next thing I want to do, though, is lay out this boardroom scene. I decided to do this in layers to get a nice effect. So we're going to pause the pod for a second and kind of dig into this. I need to find my place here.
A woman and the executives go into these hologram rooms in corporate America and the government, and it goes and a
So that's the little part, right? So I have scene 1, lay 1. And I've got this in different sequences. I wish this was... There we go. Now it's in order. Oh, that's really weird. It just decided to... Because scene 1, lay 1 should just be one still photo. And it is. Okay, that's fine. So this is kind of our backdrop, right? That's going over this This is going to be like our establishing
And the executives
shot.
go into these hologram rooms in corporate America and the government, and it goes.
And it goes. All right. So let's find layer 2. Boom.
And the executives go into these hologram rooms in corporate.
So we're going to find the zoo. But then we'll get layer 3 on top of this. Theoretically, there should be the same size, the same length. They are good. And then let's get layer 2.
Executives go into these hologram rooms.
Wait, why is layer 2? Oh, no, sorry, layer 4. You try to trick me.
Executives go into these hologram rooms.
Oh, but the other thing we need is blue light. So blue light one, this one's a little different. So blue light fades in, and then it's just a still image. So it starts here.
And the executives go into these hologram rooms.
But we need to change the composition to make this a overlay. So it's just a nice little transparent light.
Rooms in corporate America.
But it should be not in front of those guys.
And the executives go into these hologram rooms.
So obviously right there is when I wanted the to come in. Let's just line that up.
And it goes. Government. And it goes. Government. And it goes. Government. And it goes.
So, this very first frame, I'm going to freeze. So let's freeze frame all of these. I could have just pushed the R key, which I might try to remember in the future as a shortcut.
And the executives go into these hologram rooms in corporate.
Okay, now it's playing all choppy, and something we've learned is all of this is high quality 1080p primo PNG stuff, right? But all I'm trying to do is edit timing and zooming and this stuff. We don't actually need that full fidelity during the editing time, right? So we make sure that we're only doing, we already have that. We're only working at a quarter of the resolution, but it's not enough. We need to take all of these files that we're using, and we need to generate low quality copies called proxy media. Generate proxy media, and it takes not too much. It's going to just take a few seconds. If you have really, really big files, it takes a long time, but it's finished now. So all of the pictures and sequences I'm using, why can't I see the desk? Okay. Some technical glitch is now happening.
In corporate America.
Corporate America. Okay, I got my background. That's not right. This should be the top layer. What? Okay. Wait, that's the same thing. Oh, damn. I'm just going to redo all this. Alright. So, layer 1 is just a single PNG. Right, we're going to just stretch it, hold it. Okay. And then we have 2, 3, and 4. And they should go in that order. Two, 3, blue light 4. Why didn't blue light become a proxy? I gotta generate a proxy of that. Alright. So...
America and the government. And
I'm very confused. Layer 2... It's not what I'm thinking it is. That should be layer 4. It is layer 4. What's layer 3 look like? Something weird happened when I did proxy media. It's turning all of my clips into the same clip. What's going on? Layer 2, layer 1, layer 3, it's all the same picture. Layer 4, the only thing that's still here is the blue light. Just undo all of this. Such a weird problem. Okay. Something about making the proxy medias that made everything go to
the executives
fucking
go to
hell.
these hologram rooms in corporate.
That's really weird. I wonder if anyone knows why DaVinci Resolve did that. Why did they change all my pictures to be wrong?
In corporate America and
Corporate America. Well, anyway, what I wanted to do was something like this, where we get a little bit of a parallax effect because all these are on different layers. So as we're easing into the picture here, we'll start with everything kind of blown up. Right, so how would that look? Let me make these guys just move that much. How much is that? 1067, 1076. And then these guys, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see what this looks like.
the executives go into these hologram rooms in corporate.
These executives go into these hologram rooms. So that doesn't really look good. Let's try the other way around. Where this group here will zoom a lot. We'll go like 1.9. And then this group will be like that's the blue light. I don't even need this. There's nothing on this track. Okay. So this is the table. So 1, 9. Let's make this like 1, 5. And then let's make this like 1, 3. And this will be like 1.1.
And the executives go into these hologram rooms in corporate America and the government, and it goes, and a avatar head, and it goes,
And then we're going to hold on this frame. Or maybe have it turn around. We'll hold on this frame for a second. And then where's it going to start?
and a avatar head pop, and a avatar.
And avatar head.
And a avatar head pops up.
Okay, that all I'm going to probably do later. I'm going to line up different pictures with the words. Or with the mouth, I mean. Yeah, and with the audio.
Avatar head pops up.
I'm not going to probably do that right now. I'm just going to kind of leave them there. But that will be a to-do.
Pops up and says, "Here is the command."
What I want to do is find these little spots where like these guys are going to be over here after this text.
Pops up and says, "Here," and then they sit there and go, "Yes, launch operation." And the
Yes.
operation, and the
What is it?
yes, launch. Oh, yeah. Go. Yes, launch. Oh, yes.
And they go, yes. All right. Text, actually, this should be able to go on top of all of these layers, so I'm going to move those up. And let's lock those just for good measure, since they're exactly where we want them. I don't want to accidentally move them.
Here is the command recommended. Progress action. Progress action.
So, yeah. Right now, I'm just going to put in a single freeze frame. At least, yeah, for these guys. The ones that'll have animation will be the head. So this will be doing all the command recommended. The protocol is word soup.
And a avatar head pops. Avatar head pops up and says, "Here is the command recommended." Recommended progress action to expand the overall. overall directives, and then they sit there and go, yes, launch operation, and launch operation.
This guy's gonna go, launch operation. The top layer, okay.
Launch operation. Sit there and go, yes, launch. Go, yes, launch operation. Launch operation.
Okay, I got a lot of cleaning up to do on that. I think I don't want to do this while on stream. This is the fixing all this little stuff and getting all the layers together. I might simplify this actually, because all I really need the layers for is for the intro zooms in and out. And then I think after that point I can maybe mix those down, and then I could only work with one layer. And then that'll kind of solve my problem of it running too slow, right? So that makes a lot of sense. I wanted them to be in separate layers basically just for this.
And the executives go into these hologram rooms in corporate America.
And it's not really too good yet because the background isn't moving. Because I forgot to make a keyframe here. So this should now say 1. Okay, let's try
and the executives go into these hologram rooms in corporate America and the government, and it goes and a avatar head.
Okay. So that's the idea. So really, I only need that right there. I should basically do another PNG sequence that's just a mix down. That will save me a lot of trouble. Okay, here's my to-do list. I'm writing it on the document over here. Make a mix down. Scene 1. Okay, let's go back to the show.
Because they're often wrong, and
Right.
sometimes it's a little silly, like this time with David Knight. He whiffs this one a little bit.
And as Jesse Ventura said, I don't know if it was his original expression or not, first they assassinate your character, then they assassinate you.
That was Gandhi. It was Gandhi.
Okay, that's what Gandhi said, okay?
Easy to mix up. Jesse Ventura and
He was also the one who came up with the suplex.
Gandhi.
Oh my God!
Gandhi, I mean, to live in an environment where that is not like that is just a passing moment. Mix it up, Jesse the Body Ventura and Gandhi again.
Again. Fun fact, it's actually not even a Gandhi quote. So
Of course it's not.
yep.
It did sound a little like aggressive for a Gandhi quote.
No,
Yeah.
Gandhi said, don't shoot until they see the whites of your eyes. That was Gandhi.
Yeah. From my cold dead hand, Gandhi.
No, that was Stone Cold Steve Austin. You're getting them
No,
all fucked
that
up.
was gold in my ear.
Gandhi 316 says I
Yeah.
just whipped your ass.
Tell me how my ass tastes, Gandhi.
They have a fraught relationship with quotes on InfoWars.
Oh, I can imagine.
We covered his documentary Endgame, and I was fascinated because every quote was fake. Like, it was
Wow.
just like wall-to-wall Jefferson quotes that weren't real, a couple of Hitler quotes that were fake. It was wild. I don't understand how you can, like, take such stock in these quotes and just be like, well, that's actually just from a meme. It's not real.
Well, still, it's pretty good meme.
It sounds good.
Yeah, it's a good meme. It's a very good meme. Yeah, I mean, once you see it in writing, then, all bets are off. It's a thing.
So in this next clip, we have Alex. This is, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure if there's much of a point to this clip.
Okay.
But I'm playing it because I want you to feel what it's like to have some ramble in your life.
Thank
Like
you.
it's really just aimless.
They knew when they were flying into flat clouds, that was the factories they had to bomb. I know when I get enemy attacks that I'm over the target. So if I get killed or set up, let's just get one thing straight. You didn't have a victory over me, New World Order. I knew what I was climbing into. I knew the cockpit I was getting into.
What just
I am
happened?
steering into the flak. The more I get, the more I know I'm on target. So I just want everybody to understand that I'm in this to win it. I'm not in this because I'm a narcissist. I'm not in this because I want a big name for myself.
No.
I am in an absolute war that I know is real. I've committed my full life to it. And I feel like I'm not doing a good enough job to fight these tyrants. I believe in humanity and I'm committed. And I want to believe in other libertarian talk show hosts. I want to believe in you. I want to beat these people. I want a better world. I want to uphold my family name. I want to be honorable. I want to look at the facts and try to give you the most reasoned, historical, morally based analysis I can. And I'm impure myself. I'm worldly myself. I'm not perfect, folks. I'm not on some high horse. I'm not here lecturing you.
Yeah, so there are long stretches of his show that just are like that. It's clear he's talking to himself.
Right.
Yeah, it's just rambling nonsense.
Well, and it actually reminds me a lot of the Hulk Hogan quote, "Thou doth protest too much."
That was actually Che.
Oh, sorry. Damn it. Well, either way, the point stands.
Yeah.
It's kind of fascinating to go and like listen to as much of this show as you do, because there are these moments of like you're basically just someone who doesn't go to therapy, talking to yourself, talking about yourself and in your feelings on air, and it can feel a little pointless.
You know you're in a good rhythm when you're saying, "I'm not a narcissist."
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know things are going pretty well.
It generally means you've been accused of that
Yes.
a bit.
But even for him, because it's sort of like the unwinding of his own mind, he's accusing himself and defending himself against himself a little bit.
Well, you know, it's a self-soothing behavior. It's that's what he's engaged in, and he's expressing this idea too. This like, you know, you when you get the flack when you're above the target, and that's his way of justifying like every negative consequence that comes his way is actually a sign of his virtue.
Right.
Like every attack is just because I'm so right about everything.
Yeah.
And it's pretty sad. It's a bummer. Sometimes you're just a dick.
And it's been so effective that it is like it is. It's like, I mean, even then, like he was obviously such a powerful figure at that time, but to think that has even grown to grown out of that is so depressing, because it's like it's been so like, I mean, people like I mean, it's basically, I remember when like my friend's mom was like, well, I watch Fox and News because just ask Gandhi.
Yeah. So one of the things that actually is fun, sort of, about Alex's show is that he will come in from breaks with music sometimes, and he like really gets to feeling it.
Wow.
One of the best that we've heard is Glenn Fry's "You Belong to the City." He rocks out over that, and it is amazing. This is a little bit weaker than that, but still a pretty good example of him vibing.
We are marching, my friends,
The rusty chains of prison
towards what all analysts openly say, all analysts I've seen on television or read, across the political spectrum, of the globalist forces in Ukraine launch attacks on Russian interest.
So it's a little dramatic.
Oh,
my
man.
God.
Oh,
I could
it's like
see that being like that could be like, you throw some Gorillaz music behind that and you got a fucking hit track.
Yeah.
It is a mashup, but it's like it's just a terrible remix.
There is something to be said for Alex talking over music that, unfortunately, I think I'd buy an album of it. It would be an interesting late career pivot for him to get into that.
It's like Tony Bennett's duets.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like he can sort of he's bringing his spice to the classics.
Alex Jones doing the Great American Songbook.
Yeah, and it's just the music while he's just talking about the reptilians.
Yeah, it's William Shatnery on his albums.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it really is.
A little angrier, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Talking about Russian nuclear subs off the coast ready to launch.
Yeah.
I don't think that's responsible, probably.
No, but God, I mean, that version is going to be stuck in my head all day.
So we get back to Glen Beck business because, like I said, this is the top story of the day.
We're on the brink of nuclear war. Plus, that guy heard Glen Beck while he was moving.
Right, and it involves Alex, and so it's very important. Yeah. So apparently, some people at Fox have told Alex some things that are disconcerting.
Fair
I was told that by high-level people. I mean, repeatedly, it's not even that big of a deal. I'd be going into Fox Studios to another show. They'd say, Glen Beck is freaking out, climbing the walls. You can't come on now. And I'd be, that's fine. I'm going over to The View and going over to do, CNN. I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but, Glen Beck and his, quote, people don't want you in here. They're throwing fits. And, they've got pull in the government. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he goes, man, the guy's the government. Glen Beck is the government.
Wow.
And, I can name names, but I'm not going to name names, folks, okay?
He's not going to name names.
Well,
but Glen Beck is the government.
Yeah, no, look, would naming names really help his case? Because it's quite a claim, for sure. But Alex isn't going to do that.
No, he's above it. He's classy.
Yeah, he's a class act.
Yeah.
He was actually on The View.
He was. Yeah, he was on talking about Charlie Sheen.
Oh, my God.
He was in for Joy Behar.
Charlie Sheen had that meltdown on Alex's show. That was where it all happened.
Wow.
And because Alex was at the center of that, he got invited on The View and just yelled Infowars.com a bit. It's pretty surreal, though, to see him sitting there on that set. That's definitely
feels
super bizarre.
like green screened. I also like that Glen Beck is climbing the walls like Spider-Man. So Glen Beck is both freaking out over the existence of Alex Jones and the infringement upon Glen Beck's orbit at some of these cable news operators, and at the same time is so powerful that he's the government.
He got upgraded from the FBI to the whole government, which is pretty impressive over the course of an hour.
Yeah, within an hour. So that's huge.
Yeah. And apparently he's part of the Spider-Verse.
Right,
being able to climb the walls.
Have you ever seen Glen Beck's Christmas show, his one-man show about Randall, the boy, and the bicycle? Have you ever seen it?
I have not.
No, sir.
I cannot recommend it enough. The man is out of his fucking mind, and it's we watched it in the theater, me and Josh Olson, and people got mad at us for laughing.
Ooh.
Yeah, like the right wing people were they were decked out in their full flags and all that shit. I
can't imagine a scarier environment to see a movie like that.
It is a deep journey into the mind of Glen Beck, and it is fucking outstanding.
I know I've heard some great reviews of his books.
I've never read a book. I mean, his books. I've read books.
I've heard negative reviews of his books.
Yeah,
they're apparently trash.
I can imagine.
So Alex isn't he's not gonna name names.
Nope.
That is that's a policy that he has. But maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it's in a way it shows you that he is honorable when it comes to not outing these sources.
Sure.
But it's also, god damn, would it really help some of this stuff? Just to really validate it, it would just be so fucking helpful.
Could you give us a damn specific, please?
Just one, maybe. Maybe name a name, just so we could be like, okay, yes, that name was right. Now you don't need to anymore.
Well, maybe he will. Maybe he will.
Yeah.
Glen Beck, you want it, buddy? Maybe I'll name names, son.
Oh.
You want it? You're going to get it. You want it? You're going to get it. As I gave you the benefit of the doubt, and I knew you were after me, and I said, leave me alone. What, do you think the fact that you're Benedict Arnold going to come out? You were spouting White House talking points 3 days before word for word it came out of Media Matters. You got the memo before they did, bud. We got your ass.
Whoa. What?
Hey,
He's got him.
that's
You want more?
that's
We're
a
going to
classic
compile a dossier
soundbite.
on all
We
your
got
people
your
now,
ass.
and we're going to put it out for folks. We're going to realize your little base over there is a CIA, FBI substation.
Oh my God.
This is quite a threat.
It's
A
exhausting.
CIA, FBI substation.
Substation. Yeah.
It is a below ground
Uh-huh.
CIA, FBI substation from which he runs the federal government.
The government. Yep.
And
yeah.
we know this
Yep.
because he had the same talking point that Media Matters did 3 days later.
Yeah.
Case concluded, motherfucker! It's
And-
over!
And I should also say that we only know that this 3-day thing is happening because Alex is saying it, and he's iffy on dates.
But again, once you get the dossiers compiled, which I'm sure they were and put out,
I bet, yeah.
I'm sure that was validating and corroborated all of it.
Well, sure, yeah. And Glen Beck went away because he was shamed
Yeah.
out of the public.
Well,
That's
it was
right.
revealed that he was the government, and that's over.
Yep.
And then he got deposed, I guess, because he's no longer the government.
Nope.
There was a
No.
coup.
No, but he still runs the FBI CIA substation.
We
The
got your
substation
ass.
kind of implies that it's in between a couple stations, you know, like in case
Yeah.
people need to camp out there
Yeah.
for a mission.
Or,
So that's
or it's actually a station on a sub. Think about it.
Whoa. In the middle of Texas? Because doesn't
Yep.
he operate out of Dallas? Maybe that's the high level
the-
target that the nuke was
I
going
was
to
just
hit.
going to say,
Okay,
you better be
now-
careful where he's operating from.
Now we're getting to Jade Helm, aren't we?
Wow.
Yeah.
We just got to figure out how the spiders play into this, and we are on to something.
Man, he must, I mean, what the level of drugs to keep this up?
Is it? Yeah. I mean, we're thinking like, what is the belief on him? Is it Adderall? Is it booze? Is it a cocktail?
He's definitely a drunk for sure.
Yeah,
okay.
He does his show drunk sometimes. Less so lately, but in the past he would be very clearly drunk. Like one Christmas Eve, he was so drunk he threw a hatchet at one of his cameras. Like it was madness. But
Oh my God.
he also he told
Wait,
Rogue.
why did he have a hatchet?
Why didn't he? Why wouldn't he have a hatchet?
It's Christmas, because it was Christmas Eve, dummy.
Sometimes he has big knives in the studio. Sometimes he has like a Barrett 40 cal like cannon. It's
Oh my God.
there's a surreality to some of that. But yeah, he had that hatchet. That was a good day. Rogan has said that Alex told him that he has a problem with Adderall. And so there is some kind of a stimulant thing.
Right.
Yeah, it feels like it.
That's
yeah, no
that's what
shit.
keeps like the words running.
Yeah. And just any, like, I think, you know, from performing and doing shows, you know, it can be exhausting even though it doesn't look like it's exhausting.
Yeah.
And what he does is pretty high intensity. And to not
Well,
have some
and-
kind of a supplement, if you will. be tough.
that would be great if he just started selling that as the supplement. The Adderall booze combo is pretty fucking ridiculously. The way that Adderall can keep the gears going, no matter what you're throwing at it, if you take enough, is pretty remarkable.
Oh, I've certainly had some friends tell me that if you're drinking pretty late, like maybe you're at 3, 4 a.m. bar here in Chicago, and someone gives you some cocaine, it balances you out a little bit. You know, the stimulant and booze have that effect.
Friends.
But it also-
Friends, yes.
Yeah, and I know from having done cocaine at 3 or 4 in the morning. Oh, sorry, wait, sorry. But it is. But a lot of times it will be the appearance that you're in control, but your memories will not be there to really back that up. So you will seem fine, but you are out of your mind.
this is how Alex gets away with
Yeah.
forgetting that Glen Beck is the government.
Right.
You know,
Right.
his holes in his memory.
Sure.
But look, so he's got to put together these dossiers, right, on Glen Beck's staff. And to do that, he's going to need some help. And so he calls out. He puts it out into the universe, Obi-Wan kind of thing. What?
This is
What's
one
up?
fucking day of a fucking show. This is one day.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is fucking crazy.
Dave, this moves fast.
Dave, honestly, this is one of the less crazy. I was worried that some of these clips would be very boring. And
Wow. Wow.
so here is Alex calling for some help.
I wonder what Anonymous is going to do about this. Anonymous, are you going to let them bring me down?
What?
I'm for real. I need the grassroots to come to my aid right now. I can tell the enemy is rolling the Death Star around, is going to be clear to fire in 5 minutes. What are you going to do?
What?
I need you to help me. I'm for real. If people want to bring me down. And they can bring me down, they can bring you down, they can bring Drudge down, they can bring WorldNet Daily down, they can bring the real liberal media down, the libertarian Thomas Jefferson media down.
Yeah, the Thomas Jefferson media.
What the fuck is happening? It's amazing that it's like. I wonder if he's talked to anyone. I wonder if and it's because there's no real information, but it's just evolving in his psychosis to the point now where he's like, "Look, Anonymous, you're in the crosshairs now."
Yeah, you're just as exposed as I am here. You know,
to Glen Beck because he's the government.
Anonymous, Glen Beck will unmask you and take you down.
Yeah.
I do love that at this point Alex is looking at Anonymous as like some kind of they got my back.
Come on, brothers.
Do we even know? Wait, have we heard what Glen Beck said about him yet?
He said that the InfoWars wants a revolution and that he didn't want to get involved with the Bundys because InfoWars was involved.
And he made a false flag
that's it.
joke. And
So
a
he
false
just
flag
made a
joke.
very nearly offhanded comment, and this is what's happening.
And he also said that Alex was excusing the racism of Clive and Bundy's comments.
Which Alex wasn't, but again, when you're dealing with racist time travelers, you have to be open to their racism a little bit.
Right, you'd be time travelist if you didn't.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
It's just gotten so crazy.
They're people too.
That it's like I can't remember where we started from because it's so. I mean, this is because he made those comments. Now they are taking down everything.
If they're calling on Anonymous, bring down all of Glen Beck's operation.
Dave, this is part of the globalist Death Star. You should be freaked out.
Yeah. They're ready to fire in 5 minutes.
You should be worried right now. In the past 90 minutes, Glen Beck has gone from an AM radio show host to a cable news host to now he's the government who is going to unmask and take down all of these people.
Listen, Anonymous, if you don't stop him now, he's going to get his AT-ATs out, and he's going to storm your base.
Yeah.
I hate to say this, guys, because if you're having this much of wonderment at this point, I don't know if you can handle the next clip.
Oh, let's go. I cannot fucking wait.
Because this is something that's kind of normal on his show, but for you, this might be a lot to take in.
I'm going to throw a hatchet.
Okay.
I'm going to say a prayer. God, I recognize that this is a key juncture point that the enemy realizes that we're growing exponentially as they come after us with their operatives. Please, I've been a humble servant and tried to be the best I can. And please protect us and please help us expose the enemies within, foreign and domestic. And please allow me to continue on.
It's a perfect time to pause, Alex.
Mental image of the Power Rangers. The Power Rangers going. The Power Rangers go. The Power Rangers going. The Power Rangers go into the wrong cave.
Yeah,
and
no.
Just like the Power Rangers going into the Power Rangers going into the wrong cave.
Yeah,
and,
no. Yeah,
and
no
just
shit.
There's a bunch of cave.
Yeah,
and
no
just
shit.
There's a bunch of executives there getting. There's a bunch of executives there getting a different set of orders. There's a bunch of
Yeah, no
just
shit.
There's a bunch of executives there getting a different set of orders. And sorry guys. Image of like the Power Rangers going into the wrong cave.
Yeah,
and
no
just
shit.
There's a bunch of executives there getting a different set of orders. And sorry guys, we thought we were talking to Zardon or whatever. Yeah.
It's a
Of like the Power Rangers going into the wrong cave.
Yeah,
and
no
just
shit.
There's a bunch of executives there getting a different set of orders. And sorry guys, we thought we were talking to Zardon or whatever.
yeah.
We're talking to Zardon. Sorry guys. We thought we were. Sorry guys, we thought we were talking to Zardon or whatever.
Yeah. It's a rich scene in your mind.
Yes.
And it was a big job. You had to get so many. For decades, they could record everything, but they had humans trying to go through it, and it was a big. But by testing on the massive population, and the executives going to these hologram rooms in
Set of orders and sorry guys, we thought we were talking to Zardon or whatever.
Yeah. It's a rich scene in your mind.
Yes.
It
Little
seems
robot.
like seems like a lot of pageantry for what the goal of what one of these meetings would be.
because if this meeting takes place as described, that means that weeks in advance, one of these guys was like, "Hey, Marissa, we got to make sure we have the 3D model up. We got to have the hologram all set up. If anybody fucks up, everybody's dead."
Right.
Right? Because you would have to kill people.
I assume you'd have to kill people anyway.
Yeah, right.
Right?
There's
Right.
right? Because you would have to kill people.
I assume you'd have to kill people anyway.
Yeah. Right.
Right?
There's so
I've
many
seen the
people who
hologram.
die for every goddamn meeting.
Okay. Like, what would like a video game be? I'm thinking like Wolfenstein, or GoldenEye, some kind of video game that's got, Hitman. That's the game I'm thinking of as well, with their underground cave, right? And the lair. So, whatever, there's evil stuff going on. And then there's going to be, like, the security henchmen, right?
Die for every goddamn meeting.
Right?
There's so
I've
many
seen the
people who
hologram.
die for people.
I assume you'd have to kill people anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, when he says that.
Right? Because you would have to kill people.
You would have to kill people. So he's talking about, Marissa, we have to get the 3D hologram ready. And then we would have to kill people. I imagine that being said by like the security guard goons, right? Like the ones that are just maybe they're in like the little security office that kind of overlooks the meeting room, right? So maybe that could be a good idea for another setting I can draw. Right? So we have the close-up of the table with the executives and the hologram. So now we need a wide shot, which I've kind of been working on. But then we need to be able to see way up above, kind of looking down, is like a little control room where the security guards are, which are Dan and Jordan, and a few other random staff. One of them being Marissa. So that's the idea. Wide shot cave. I guess I'll use that one. All right. So let's go back to the podcast.
On in my work so that I can do a better job and continue to wake others up. Or if it is your will that they destroy me, please let it be an edifying message to all so that we can learn from it and in the end defeat these enemies within, these Benedict Arnolds. In the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, amen.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I mean,
he plays on air a bit. The best prayers always have my enemies, foreign and domestic.
Yeah.
Within them. Yeah.
Man, to the balls.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I mean, it's like, if you just surround yourself with people who will let you get away with things, this is how you get to the point where you're doing, like, pretty much one-on-one public prayers with God.
Yeah.
It's there was just, the religion was really the only thing separating him from Jim Jones. And then, boom.
Mm-hmm. He prays on air more than you'd think, and it's suspicious how often the prayers seem to be a performance. A little bit.
Whoa.
There's a little bit of he's talking about Glen Beck in this prayer very clearly.
Yeah. He's sub praying Beck.
Yeah, that's it.
Sub-prayer. Yeah.
Now, if that wasn't too much to take in, this next clip might this will give you whiplash, jarring, because this is immediately after he prays. This is what he says.
Okay. I just ask you all to pray for this broadcast and to pray that all be revealed and that all the veils be torn back from the would-be religious cult leader that is the CIA frontman, the FBI frontman, the Justice Department Obama frontman that is Glen Beck.
Wow.
And I just pray that happen, and if it's God's will, it will. He likes to invoke God all day. When I invoke...
We need to keep a list. Shit Alex has said about Glen Beck. Shit Alex has said about Glen Beck. One of them is he is the FBI. I wrote FB1. 2, what was that just now?
This is what he says.
Okay. I just ask you all to pray for this broadcast and to pray that all be revealed and that all the veils be torn back.
Yes, that people pray.
From the would-be religious cult leader that is the CIA frontman, the FBI frontman, the Justice Department Obama frontman that is Glen Beck.
Wow.
And I just pray that happen, and if it's God's will, it will. He likes to invoke God all day.
The Justice Department.
Immediately after he prays, this is what he says.
Okay. I just ask you all to pray for this broadcast and to pray that all be revealed and that all the veils be torn back from the would-be religious cult leader that is the CIA frontman, the FBI frontman, the Justice Department Obama frontman that is Glen Beck.
CIA.
Wow.
FBI
and I just pray that happen. And if it's God's will, it will.
This will give you whiplash.
As in, like, he's the guy that
immediately
like,
after
is
he
publicly
prays,
the face
of the
FBI and
I
the
just
CIA.
ask you all to pray for this broadcast and to pray that all be revealed and that all the veils be torn back
Justice Department.
from the would-be religious cult leader that is the CIA frontman, the FBI frontman, the Justice Department Obama frontman that is Glen Beck.
Wow.
And I just pray that that happen, and if it's God's will, it will. He likes to invoke God all day. When I invoke God, I do it very humbly in God's presence.
Yeah, when Alex does it, it's classy.
Oh yeah, for sure. You can
He's got his
totally
pinky
feel
out.
the difference.
Yeah. He's sort of looking down on Glen Beck for evoking God and bringing God up after he just prayed about his enemies, foreign and domestic.
Foreign and domestic.
Yeah. I know there's other swings he takes at Glen Beck. Like at one time, he's like, God told me to go after Glen Beck. He's been on a kick. He used to really hate Glen Beck. But he also really hates Pierce Morgan. I think it's really funny when he has rivalries with other right-wing shitheads. Because they all just waste their time. Alex just says fucking words. CIA frontman, FBI frontman, Justice Department, Obama frontman. Like, he'll just say shit. Justice Department. Frontman. What? Like, if there's like, oh, he's just a frontman, it's because, like, he's the guy with the literal title. And then the conspiracy guy would say there's someone else, you know, in the behind the scenes who really controls it. So you'd say, oh, he's just a front man. So you're like, Glen Beck is the front man for the CIA and the FBI and the Justice Department. Like, no, he's not. You could say he's like, I guess he's like Glen Beck is actually calling the shots for both the CIA and FBI. How does he find the time?
Man,
It's tough to get your head around.
It would just make so much sense if the set of InfoWars was just like Multiplicity, where there were 5 of him, and they just are kind of swapping in and out. You've got the religious Jones, the conspiratorial Jones, the musician Jones.
Sure. The terrified of spiders Jones, the
the
just reading headlines Jones.
Spider Jones, which is the one where you're like, this one's not the best copy we've got. The spider guy, we shouldn't let him on air too often.
The very red Alex Jones from that picture, that before and after picture of
Tomato
him.
Jones.
Tomato Jones.
Man, I mean...
Orlando Jones, the actor. It's actually just a... Here's the thing. Like, every episode is essentially an adventure for him, you know?
Right.
He steps out his front door when he starts the show, and who knows? Who knows?
Right.
He could end up in Mordor. He could end up just at the other side of the Shire. Who knows? It's madness.
It's Plinko.
Yeah.
Who knows where the Plinko... I mean, that is fucking amazing.
We have learned just an immense amount. But we have more to learn about Glen Beck.
Good.
Because we've learned he's the FBI.
He's an Obama front man.
Woo! Hold on. Maybe not.
Treason. I'm so tired of the dishonor. I want to think more of people. I want to believe that everything I was told about people wasn't true, even though it's been proven to be right. There's no FEMA camps. Ron Paul has a thing called a money bomb to blow up the government. He said that when the first... It's just like, money bombs been going on for... The Army needs to be used against these people. That was the Southern Poverty Law Center. Media Matters line then. And I kept saying, these are government lines. These are hardcore inside lines first, not later. He doesn't repeat the lines later. He progenerates. He gives birth. He coins them. He's telling me what to do. I don't have any advisors. I'm just here, real, going up against these people.
What a hero.
Man. Talking to me about this stuff. This is all straight off of the dome.
I'm just...
You're like, okay, so how do I counter this?
Yeah. Well, you if you're Glen Beck's people, you're going, hey, just so you know, now his pitch is that you are pretty much inside the government, working for the government. Well, that's crazy.
You have a sub FBI CIA station.
Hey, Glenn, do you have? Sorry, I know you're trying to get some work done.
Yeah.
There's just one more. There's a new update. So it seems now that he's suggesting that you're sort of coming up with the talking points for the government, and that's sort of, so you're no longer part of the government. You're maybe are the government. And he bet his right arm on the fact that you are. He'll cut his arm off if you're not.
Yeah, sometimes I just think about how I wanted to be a stand-up.
Hey, Glenn, sorry. I know it's only been 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Obama now. You might be Obama.
Hey, how is that? How am I supposed to say anything?
A bit racist, to be honest.
Well, it was a different time, Dan.
Alex is a time traveler.
He's a time, for God's sake.
So at this point, we've entered the sort of home stretch of the show, and Alex brings on Joseph Farah, the guy who runs WorldNet Daily, onto the program.
Oh God.
We're not going to listen to, well, just one clip of it because it's pretty boring. It's mostly about how the Clintons wanted to take him out, and I don't know how that's relevant.
Take out Alex or the WorldNet Daily?
WorldNet Daily, back in the 90s.
Okay.
Yeah. And so now we're in 2014, sort of getting credibility off that. They didn't.
Did they end up murdering? They didn't. Okay.
No,
because I'm not sure if he got murdered and then this is a clone or an imposter.
No, but they were close because he was asking too many questions about Vince Foster.
There's the buzz name.
Oh, gee.
Yeah. So Farah, one of his big points is that like we gotta stick together. There's not many of us who are in this. And he accidentally includes Glen Beck in his list of names.
Oh, yes.
For a long time, when I started the WorldNet, for years, I thought to myself, I wonder why nobody else is doing this. I wonder why nobody else is seeing, hey, we're having a modest degree of success here. Why isn't anybody joining the fray? Finally, after, many years, there have been InfoWars and the Breitbarts and the Daily Callers, Glen Beck, now we have some other folks out there joining us, and we got to make sure that we don't split hairs with them. The other side wants to have a united front. Where's our united front?
I totally agree. We talk about this every time on the phone or on air, and Savage is doing that. Good for him. I mean, the attacks, and I'm not going to bring it up, it's just Beck saying that, quote, I want a violent revolution and a civil war when I say the opposite, that I'm a racist covering up for Bundy. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe he's just doing it out of fear, but it doesn't matter. I'm being thrown under the bus here, and it's very creepy, and I'm just glad that you're an honorable person, Joseph Farah. Look forward to seeing you next week, and I'm glad you're not a coward.
All right, man. God bless.
That's how I end my interviews. But really, every lunch I have with anybody, I end it by saying, I'm glad you're not a coward. That's always how I end things.
I do it after someone orders. I'm glad you're not a coward. You went with fries instead of potato salad. I mean, it really is amazing to have said all the things you've said and then have this guy drop Glen Beck and be like, well, look, to be honest, I'm not a huge Glen Beck fan. It's like, sorry, you're not a huge fan, or he's higher than Obama?
Yeah, there's some dissonance.
How do you not say to that guy, he says that about Glen Beck, and you go, well, you know, he has a substation and he runs the FBI. And see, like, it's just...
What's that, Alex?
I think this question answers itself, and that is that Joseph Farah is not a coward. And,
right.
Bringing this up would inevitably lead to some pushback. And I think that's probably why. Just go along to get along. None of this means anything anyway. Alex doesn't actually believe that Glen Beck is above Obama.
But it's
talk.
so clear there that that's the case, because he uses it in the wrap-up. Well, to be honest, I'm not a huge Glen Beck fan. He says Civil War. But anyway, you know, potato. Great to have you on.
I just got to defend myself.
I got to defend myself a little bit. He might be in charge of the globalist Death Star. We're not sure. Anyway, a little help from my friends is going to play us out.
Anonymous! A little help from Anonymous. Yeah, it's silly. Things don't make sense, and that's just part of the info war, you know?
Oh, man.
So in this third hour of his show, he was interviewing Joseph Farah, and then the premise was basically that he was going to take calls. But time essentially runs out. And too much time complaining about Glen Beck, and so there's no calls. And Alex is feeling a little bit like, you know, I'm cool. I'm a cool guy. And that's kind of the vibe he wants to go out on.
These globalists are evil. I said I'd take calls, but I won't. I'm out of time. It's so creepy to be targeted by the White House.
Glen Beck.
The average person's scared of what their neighbor thinks of them.
White House.
Every once in a while, I'll be in a restaurant or walking down the street or in a store, and some socialist globalist come over and go, Alex Jones, you're a kook and idiot, and I hate you. I like to kick your butt, or Black Helicopter's kook, man, or boo, look over to my table. That's happened a few times. Is it some liberal thing they do? They go, boo, shame on you. And it just means nothing to me. I was over to Buddy's once at his local community pool hot tub, and these trendies come over and they go, Alex Jones, I think you're a disgrace and a kook. And they all started going, It was a couple months ago. Weldon was there. He was over there with me. And we had a few beers, and I just looked at them, and I just kept talking to them, and they laughed, because my buddies laughed, because it meant nothing to me. Those guys thought them laughing at me would upset me.
It didn't upset him.
No.
He just
he's just talking about it.
He doesn't even remember it. He doesn't even remember it.
I always find that to be like really sincere and convincing when people...
It doesn't bother me.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me at all.
It doesn't bother me. I'm talking about it here because I'm fine with it. I was just at a community pool / hot tub.
Gareth, it seemed to disgust you a little bit. You were taken aback by the community pool.
I mean, first of all, community pool, like, I'm like, is Alex Jones going to a community pool? But that's not crazy. But community hot tub just has, like, weird kind of orgy vibes. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, swingers club.
Community hot tub. It's like a community pool. I'm like, all right, somewhere for the kids to go on the weekends. It's a community hot tub's like, all right, you fucking creep.
Yeah, the part after the slash was...
community pool / hot tub. What? Oh, and also just picturing Alex. I mean, it would remind me like of when they put Bugs Bunny in a cauldron and try to cook him. Like Alex Jones just
in the hot tub.
just Elmer Fudd carroting him up, and just the color. What color does Alex Jones turn in a hot tub?
It's Lobster Town, man.
Yeah, I mean seriously, he must start crustaceaning.
Well, here's the thing. You guys don't listen to a ton of this, so you wouldn't know, but a lot of Alex's stories take place in hot tubs. He has a famous story about being in a hot tub, and a couple of globalists came in and were like, we're gonna get you. They were like threatening him in the hot tub. And then another time he was at a hot springs, and some globalists came and threatened him. He gets threatened by globalists in hot water a lot.
He might want to steer clear of some of these hot bodies.
But it's so relaxing.
Is there a space in here? I'm a globalist.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
So it says 6 people at a time. Is that 6 regular humans? How many globalists may squeeze in?
Now, don't mind my 8 legs.
Yeah, pardon me. I'm an arachnid, you see.
The spider comes out.
And what do, sir? I'm a globalist.
It's on the business card.
Hey, you are globalist. We're both in the globalist business.
So this brings us to the end of this episode, and I don't know if you have some feelings on making it through something of basically your birthday, your show's birthday.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean,
at least everything's gone so much better since then.
Yeah, it is like, you know, I mean, he's you know, he's just such a train wreck figure, but it's almost like, I guess you think of him when you don't know as much as you all do. You know, that he is I mean, he is dangerous in so many ways, but it's also, this is the mind of a child.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just a child's mind, and it's just pretty simple what's going on, and I guess, very effective for those who are in, but there's really not much to it. He's just trying to keep the fucking, you know, keep the train running. Just keep the words coming out, create the straw men. He's, you know, he's got his terms. They're very effective.
Mm-hmm.
And to what you were saying, like, he walks out his door and he doesn't know where he's going. I mean,
At all.
he's like, every day he's a Pixar movie for him.
Yeah, I'm certain he has essentially no preparation for anything.
Yeah,
and just seat of his pants.
Yeah.
And that's how you can get these ridiculous things, like an entire show where he's escalatingly accusing Glen Beck of stuff.
Right.
It's like, well, I have nothing else really to talk about. I've already made people scared about this nuclear war thing.
Yeah.
And I got nowhere else to go with that.
I mean, it's just, what can I say in between hawking survival items?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He really is like when people like you have a friend that did something and then you just in your head you're like, oh, I'm going to say this to him and this to him, and then it kind of spirals out and you're just thinking of all the stuff but that's all he does on his show. Like it's the kind of thoughts you have, and then you go, oh no, it's just Frank. I'll just fucking call him. But he just goes for hours.
Mm-hmm.
It's a guy spiraling out for fucking hours.
And if this was so hugely important, it probably should have gotten on his radar in another way than a guy who worked for him was moving.
Well, again, like I said, the guy who was moving's brother heard it and told the guy who was moving.
I mean, it's like, come on.
God, it's so good.
He won't reveal his sources, and when he does, it's a guy who works for his brother.
One of his big sources of information in the present day is his wife's tennis partner. He gets a lot of deep intel from her. But, yeah, you know, this show's stupid.
So
that's one of the lessons.
So the next day, is he just over it completely and on to something else, or does he continue on? Will he continue on with something like this, or will he just drop it?
It changes. I'm not sure. I haven't listened to the next day's episode, so I couldn't say for sure. Sometimes it becomes a little bit of a crusade, and then sometimes he'll get distracted by something. Sure. Or like he went on Piers Morgan's show and yelled at him about guns because Alex had started a petition to get Piers Morgan deported. And then
that's great.
Finally, we agree.
Yeah, and then he went on Piers Morgan's show and started yelling at him about how, like, you guys tried to take our guns in 1776. And that became like 2 weeks of his show.
Wow.
So
that's not even remotely.
Don't tell Alex that. Because he will yell at you for weeks.
That's actually what the War of Independence is about.
Yeah,
was gun confiscation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well,
thank
guys,
you for having us on, Dan.
Thank you. I know, I'm sure almost everybody who listens to our show will be aware of y'all's show, The Dollop, but is there anything else you want to direct people's attention to that they should check out?
I would keep your eyes on Glen Beck. Keep your eyes peeled. We have a virtual show we're doing September 8th. We're touring, so you can go to dolloppodcast.com. I'll be recording some shows in Seattle, Portland, and Vancouver. You can go to GarethReynolds.com for those stand-up shows, but and listen to The Dollop, like you said.
Hell yeah. Dave?
I got nothing.
Fair enough.
Check me out on Twitter. I'm yelling at people.
Yeah,
Excellent.
if you can get into Dave's Twitter bar.
Got that protected status.
Yeah.
Do you think Twitter ends with me having blocked everybody on Twitter, just yelling at myself?
I think it ends when you realize you can block yourself.
If you do end up blocking everybody and you're just yelling at yourself, eventually this episode of Alex is going to be your future.
I was just going to say, your InfoWars.
Yeah. Well, thanks again, guys. It's been a real pleasure, and hope we can do it again sometime.
Yeah, love to. Thanks, Dave.
Awesome.
Andy in Kansas, you're on the air. Thanks for holding.
Hello, Alex. I'm a first-time caller. I'm a huge fan. I love your work.
I love you.
Okay, that was delightful. Very good episode. What's next? The thought of Alex Jones getting harassed by globalists is pretty funny. It seems like the hot tub is kind of part of it almost. Like there's something about globalists and hot tubs. And Alex, of course, also knows the secret to hot tubs. He can't resist. He can't resist getting in a hot tub so much that he'll sit there with the globalist who hisses in his face just to get some of that warm water. All right. What other buttons or knobs or things should I put in this security room desk to make it clear, to make it more obvious? Maybe like a little computer monitor or something. We're going to listen to 698 for Squatch. There are no heroes. The lunch button. Oh, you might remember. You must have been in that previous one where we said, where I was word associating. That is kind of funny. Because there is a space right there. Lunch. Alright, what did I just say? 8:53.
Jordan, we're a couple dudes like to sit around, worship at the altar of Selene, and talk a little bit about Alex Jones.
Oh, indeed we are, Dan.
Jordan.
Dan, I have a quick question for you, sir.
What's up?
What's your bright spot today, buddy?
My bright spot is fall is right around the corner.
Fall.
Possibly upon us.
Is it?
Yes. And that means one thing, and that is Werther's Originals, Green Apple is back. So
I've
good.
literally never heard of those.
So good.
I found them last year. Werther's Originals, chewy. Not a hard candy.
Oh, don't like the chewy
but
ones.
it's a caramel apple flavor, and it works perfectly.
Really?
It is so good. So good.
All right.
I was at Marshall's the other day with friends of the show, Marty and Sarah.
Yes.
And I found this, and I got very excited. And Sarah was like, well, if you like it, you should get 2 bags. Because she's an enabler.
That is the most Sarah thing to say.
And I fell for it.
Of course you did.
I got 2 bags.
Because she's the devil.
Yes. And another thing that's at Marshall's, look at this.
We're not doing just the tip waffle cone tips.
Just the tip.
The best bite.
Is the name of it. That's a dick thing.
Haven't you? You've seen that before?
I had never until like 2 weeks ago, me and Sarah went to Marshall's. Look, here's the thing.
Okay.
Michael's, the craft store, is under, it's a floor under Marshall's.
Right.
And so she and I have gone to the craft store to get some fake plants for my walls and stuff.
Sure.
And so she has wanted to go to Marshall's, so we've gone to Marshall's both times that we've gone. First time, I saw just the tips, and I got furious. And we met up with you afterwards, and I yelled at you about
You
them.
did.
And
for quite some time.
And so then we went back the other day, and I got some. I bought the bag because I was like, I had to have made it up.
Yeah.
And I didn't. It's right here.
It's right there.
And they're good.
All right.
They need to change their name. It's offensive.
To what?
Balls deep.
That's the only thing that makes sense.
I don't know.
That's the only one that makes sense.
Anyway, what's your bright spot?
My bright spot is there's a documentary series called Telemarketers.
Ooh.
And it's really, really good.
Is it about telemarketers?
Yeah, but a specific kind. There's all these interesting characters who were like former felons, couldn't get a job anywhere but this cold calling center, right? And one of the guys was really, really good at it, and then starts unraveling this mystery that it's tied. Dan?
I'll watch it. Don't spoil anything else.
It goes to the top.
I'll watch it. That sounds very interesting. And
It's very
I'm worried that if you say anything more, it'll give away.
It's telemarketers. There's some
What's it
really,
on?
really HBO.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I have a password. If not, I'll steal yours.
Yeah.
Haha. Take that, streaming services.
You'll never catch
Support
us.
the workers.
The Pirate Bay.
So, Jordan.
Yes, Dan.
Today we have an episode to go
Indeed
over.
we
But we're not going over anything.
Oh.
We're talking to some people.
Oh, no.
Now, generally, interviews are your territory.
I've been doing them solo recently,
And
yes.
I do appreciate you doing them because with this Europe trip especially, it really does help take a little bit of the burden off with having to prepare these episodes and get ready and stuff. So kudos and a tip of the cap to you. Thank you very much.
there.
But today it
Got
was
an
an interview
inadvertent
that
shout out.
it only seemed right that we both do.
And we both had to be there.
Yes. And that is, of course, we are interviewing Solomon Berg, the major who is a friend of the Ambassador Sasquatch, and Lieutenant Daniel Jordan, the two guys who did that.
Yeah.
And, I think some people will maybe think this is slightly hypocritical of me, but we address some of the reasons why I think it's not hypocritical.
Oh, okay. I'm dumb. I didn't mean to listen to this one. I meant to listen to the actual one before they knew. So we're gonna go to 698.
Hamper of clothes. And so I found one that has like backpack straps.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so I have a backpack strap, laundry basket.
Incredible to watch. It was so cool.
Can I ask you, I haven't watched what's your bright spot?
My bright spot, Dan, is, as I said last week, SGDQ, Summer Games Done Quick, just wrapped up, and they finished with over $3 million
That's amazing.
raised over the week. But what's so cool about it is that yesterday they went from like 2 point something in 24 hours, 3 something.
That's
like,
great.
It was
for Doctors Without Borders.
Absolutely, it was incredible to watch. It was so cool.
Can I ask you? I haven't watched much of this at all, or any of it this time.
Right.
What does it have to be a summer game?
No.
So, because I was thinking, it's like, okay, so it's got to be like Mario Tennis.
No, it's more like that is when it happens.
Right.
Yeah,
but you could still do a game that has like a wintry theme, like maybe Tropical Freeze.
Sure.
Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze.
Well, they do these Mario ROM hacks. One of them was made out of this game called Celeste, so it had snow and all that stuff. Yeah. It was all there.
Played that Celeste quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a good game.
It's pretty fun.
Yep.
Jordan, today we have something fairly fun. Also,
What?
Yeah. What a curveball.
That's a wild.
Well,
yeah.
look, here's the deal. We're going to be releasing this. It's the 4th of July.
Indeed.
And according to Alex and Roger Stone on their big exclusive from last week, Trump is going to announce his candidacy on the 4th.
100% will, guaranteed.
But maybe there will be strategic flexibility.
Strategic flexibility is what it is.
Now, I don't want to pile on and say more about this, lest Trump actually does announce
It's really entirely possible.
So I want to put Alex on the back burner.
Sure.
And thankfully, I found something wonderful.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And please give our regards, if possible, to Squatch.
I will.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Found a
Give
new Project Camelot
Our
episode.
regards
Yep.
to, I believe it was Squatch?
Squatch.
It was Squatch.
Oh, yeah.
Shortened for Sasquatch.
That's correct.
Okay.
That is correct. This, I cannot wait to talk about this. I have watched so much shit
Yeah.
Project Camelot trying to find things for us to talk about, and this is the best. I felt like somebody who'd been walking through the desert who had found water.
Finally. My kingdom for a horse.
Yes, yes. And I don't know anything about this guy, but I hope he's not some weirdo, problematic, horrible person, because I like him.
Oh, now we're in real good territory.
Yeah. So all this, get excited for that. But first,
I'm very excited.
let's say hello to some new wonks.
That's a great idea.
So first, Smoliv and Boodoo would like one from the Horrible Man. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Quishin berries taste disgusting without whale butter. Happy birthday to the hollow-boned Beelzebub of Killer Whale Island. We all love you very, very much. That might be late, but thank you so much. You're now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Word count. Thank you very much.
Next, he's not that kind of doctor. Dr. Stu P. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Uh-oh, this one might be late, too. Happy birthday, Squirrel Girl from Star-Lord. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Dreamy Creamy Black Goo. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
And Jordan, we got a technocrat up here in the mix. So thank you so very much to Loose Change, and its consequences have been detrimental to human ascension. Thank you so much. You are now a technocrat.
I'm a policy wonk. I have risen above my enemies. I might quit tomorrow, actually. I'm just going to take a little breaky now. A little breaky for me. And then we're going to come back, and I'm going to start the show over. But I'm the devil. I got to be taken off here. I did all this. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. Fuck you. I got plenty of words for you, but at the end of the day, fuck you and your New World Order, and fuck the horse you rode in on, and all your shit. Maybe today should be my last broadcast. I mean, maybe I'll just be gone a month, maybe 5 years. Maybe I'll walk out of here tomorrow, and you never see me again. That's really what I want to do. I never want to come back here again. I apologize to the crew and the listeners yesterday that I was legitimately having breakdowns on air. I'll be better tomorrow.
He's going to be a lot better if Trump announces.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
But we will leave that to the side of our mind, not give it another thought until Wednesday.
Absolutely.
We considered a groundbreaking interview about his dealings with an off-world race that is comprised of what we know of as, in some cases, Sasquatch, in some cases, Yetis.
We know him by a lot of names.
Oh boy, now
Harry and the Hendersons.
I'm with it. I am very much waiting for Dr. Major Solomon Berg to be like, get out of here! We don't want you anymore! Go! Get out of here!
Solomon Berg, I have to say, is...
Well, then that's great.
I also should say right up top, I don't know if he's fucking with Carrie. There is a small chance that this is a prank.
Right.
I don't know for
we'll
sure.
We'll leave open that possibility.
Yeah.
Of course.
But look, he's a major.
Sure.
He's also apparently a quite an accomplished researcher and anthropologist.
Ooh, that's exciting.
You are a, I guess, a doctor of anthropology and also a major. Are you a major in the United States Army or a Navy or a major in, well, in where you're located, or can you explain that as well?
I have maintained the title major despite my current, what you could call outlaw status. My last posting was with the United States Marine Corps as part of a group called Project Black Kraken.
Okay. So, like, less than a minute into this interview, I am fucking hooked. Going on nonsense and talking about 107 and is he JFK and, like, I don't care about this. I don't want to hear about vaccines. I want to hear about Squatch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I want to hear about aliens.
Listen, Bobcat Goldthwait can do as many hours on Sasquatch as he wants. I'm going to watch every single one of them, and I'm already at like 8 or 9, I think. I will keep going.
Sure. I've had many a late-night drunk conversation with comedian Jason Earl Folks. Back in the day.
Yeah, that's a Cole's evening.
A lot of Squatch talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Believing in Sasquatch is Cole's.
So Black Kraken is the name of his group. And here's what they were setting out to do.
Okay.
My last posting was with the United States Marine Corps as part of a group called Project Black Kraken, which, as I mentioned to you on our previous phone call, was a kind of military think tank. Really, our goal was to push the boundaries of science. We did a lot of what, I guess, in the conventional world you could call paranormal research.
He does not elaborate on this.
Release the Black Kraken's ideas!
He does not explain how he pushed the boundaries of science. Well, I guess kind of.
I mean, ESP, you would assume.
Sure, there's a little bit of telepathy.
Yeah,
there's some of this stuff.
We're in Men Who Stare at Goats territory.
Well, actually, as we'll learn later, it's kangaroos that he stared at. But I don't want to spoil anything.
Oh, of course not.
So his backstory about how he got into this Black Kraken organization, this Project Kraken.
Sure.
It goes back to when he was in high school.
Hell yeah.
I initially was recruited into this program in my senior year of high school. I was planning on enlisting anyway. I was going to do ROTC. I was contacted by an individual that I have known throughout the years only as Owl.
Sorry, what?
And Owl
Who?
informed me that due to my test scores, I had been sort of investigated by a higher cabal of leaders within the military who were looking to recruit talent.
What kind of test scores are we talking? Like SATs?
I don't know. I think he was really amazing at Galaga, and obviously
Starfighter kind of
thing. Absolutely. That's clearly what happened.
I can't tell because like if it's just like you had really good SAT or ACT scores, like almost every high school has someone who aces one of those tests.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
So everybody would know somebody who's getting recruited by these programs.
Totally.
I don't know. Maybe it's some other weird test that
maybe it's a psychopath test or something where they like test your acumen for becoming a super science soldier, and that means that you have to be willing to like eat your parents' toes. Like it has to be crazy.
Here's a test that most people wouldn't pass.
What's that?
Hi, I'm Owl.
That was an immediate failing grade. You're right. You're right.
Fail the shit out of
Imagine
that.
signing your test, Owl.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
So he gets involved with this group. He goes into the military, and he does not get into combat.
Wow.
But he was overseas.
Okay.
In Iraq.
All right.
And here's what he was doing.
I was never in active combat deployment technically, although I was present as a cultural liaison during what became known as the Stargate incidents in Baghdad in 2007 and Kabul in 2008. And sometime after that, I returned to the States, and I was doing civilian work, really, at that time, research. I was informed about a Mars program, and I spent a year in the Mars program.
Where?
And then came back to Earth.
It was on
Mars. Oh, he was on Mars.
Yeah, he had a gap year on Mars.
I'm sorry. I am sorry.
Yep.
I'm 100% going to have to say right now, unless he is saying that we 100% can use Stargates to transport from Earth to Mars instantaneously, this man is, relativistically speaking, much older or younger than either of us, and I can't remember which way it goes.
Well, he does explain that the engine and like sort of the the combustion system of the the spacecraft that they were in is basically what they do is they explode nukes behind it. To propulse it forward.
Of course, yes.
And I think that would be pretty fast.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
obviously,
super fast.
Just shoot one out like an egg every 100,000 miles or whatever. I like it. Yeah.
So he was doing the civilian work in between when he was in the military and when he went to Mars.
Right.
And this was at Temple University.
Okay.
Apparently, he went back to Temple University, and he was doing some more research there.
Oh, good.
I do have a civilian identity, or I did have a civilian identity. I was working out of Temple University.
Solomon Bard.
And I did some very interesting research in the area of human-animal communication. And it was that research that got the attention of my colonel, Lionel Sperlinghetti. Asked if I could rejoin Project Black Kraken because they had captured an entity.
Oh my.
Okay.
So
All
Lionel Sperlinghetti.
Okay, this is definitely somebody fucking with Carrie. This has to be.
It's a great
Lionel
name.
Sperlinghetti.
Great name. So he's
The guys have pretty good instincts. Both Dan and Jordan have said, I think this guy's fucking with her. But they don't want to believe that, but they both suspect it. And turns out they were right.
working with Owl and
Lionel Sperlinghetti.
I like it.
Oh, man.
So, yeah, they had to get him back in.
My favorite Chicago rapper was Sperlinghetti.
Oh,
he was
yeah,
really,
sure,
really
sure.
great. Favorite actor, Dennehy, obviously. Yeah.
He's doing this animal-human communication research.
Right.
And so they capture an entity, and so they got to get him back. Sperlinghetti comes out, and he's like,
Sperlinghetti, we got an entity.
He's like, bird.
And you can apparently speak to giraffes, maybe. So the entity is all on you, man.
Maybe giraffes. We'll get into this later.
Okay.
But obviously, this entity was the Squatch.
They had captured an entity in the Pacific Northwest outside of Seattle. This is the being that I have referred to as Squatch.
Sass is his first name.
Do you want me to clarify the term Squatch?
Yeah.
So Squatch is a human approximation of a noise that these creatures make when they're very young.
Squatch!
And they don't have human individual names like we do. They have sort of a title system, so you earn your title in their society. And before they earn their title, the young ones are just called Squatch.
This doesn't make any sense. This is like really maybe my only bone of contention with this guy. Because Squatch is short for Sasquatch,
Right.
and that comes from the Salish language, the word Sasquatch, which means wild or hairy man.
That would make sense.
In their language.
It would make sense that the
Yeah.
Sasquatch did not actually teach us the word for Sasquatch.
It's a good swing, though.
I like it.
It's pretty good.
Imagine if it was actually SAS Squatch. Like, SAS was his title. He's a special administrative servant to the Squatch community. So he's SAS Squatch, and then there's obviously
he
other...
is an ambassador, so special
Yeah.
ambassador.
And our guy, Major Bird, he's a cultural advisor. I think this is all coming together.
Yeah.
I buy it.
So we got Squatch that's been captured that
Yes.
he is in communication with.
Yes.
But there's other Squatches
Those are
out
fireworks.
there. And some, based on what he's saying, aren't even a Squatch.
They're
Because
that close.
that's a young one.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
So we got another one that we hear about here.
Okay.
One of the elders of this species that I have never had any direct contact with, but which I know of through the Overmind connection that we talked about, which I can explain further,
Please.
is the Wizard of Washington. So this is a very, very old male Squatch who his hair is completely gray. He's been a recluse for hundreds of years. These are very long-lived creatures. They have an adolescence lasting about 200 years.
Whoa.
Their adulthood could be as much as a millennia.
This Wizard of Washington is super lucky that it went gray instead of having Squatch pattern baldness. Yeah, the Wizard of Washington, buddy. I love it. It's the best.
I don't know. I think this might be overload. I think I might explode in my brain from having too much fun, Dan.
It's a delightful story he tells.
The distance from where we normally live to where I live now.
You're gonna
so
cry.
great. I am gonna cry.
Keep your tears.
Okay, I'll do my best.
Because we have sort of got to draw a line here somewhere, and that is, you were saying he, trying to talk to giraffes.
Sure.
But I don't know if he can talk to giraffes.
Right.
Because I don't know how to classify a giraffe.
Oh.
Technically.
Okay.
Because he actually has a distinction of the
he goes kingdom, phylum, he does the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So at a certain point, the military brought you in because you have some unique abilities. Can you explain what those abilities are?
Yes. So I am a kind of sensitive. I have developed a particular mode of telepathic communication, which is effective between human beings and other placental mammals that have a brain structure called a corpus callosum.
So if a giraffe does, then in theory he can telepathically talk to a giraffe.
Yeah. What is this is why we need to interview, because Carrie is
follow-up questions.
Carrie isn't. Yeah, she's not prepared to handle the easiest question in the world. What's the funniest thing an animal has ever said to you? Immediately, that is that immediate thought.
Man, we're gonna get to some jokes later. But not from animals. We're gonna get a sense of Squatch's sense of humor, though. That's for sure.
The Squatch is practicing his tight five? Is that what's gonna happen?
No. The other way around. What makes the Squatch laugh?
That's great. I like it.
It's basically those jerky commercials.
Oh well, yeah. Well,
it's not. Yeah, that's a question Carrie should ask.
Yeah.
What does he think
about those jerky commercials?
Is that insulting?
Racist?
Yeah.
I feel like that's racist.
It's got to be.
Yeah.
Beef jerky is canceled. So you were confused, or at least you made a little noise when the overmind was mentioned. And I don't know if we have a full clip where he totally explains it, but it's not like a hive mind.
Okay.
But there is like a collective connection that those Squatches have in their minds.
Okay.
And he was able to tap into this overmind.
Nice.
The overmind I referred to before was something I discovered early in my communications with Squatch. The overmind is a kind of collective consciousness, and it is it's not a hive mind. They retain their individuality, but there is a sort of communal web of belonging, I would describe it as. It's very comforting and different from what most humans experience in our very hyper individualized atomistic world.
So he individually experienced this, though.
Yeah.
Personally experienced the Squatch overmind.
he got into the Squatch mind.
I don't know what that would be like. That would be wild.
I think it would be like
communing with Squatches.
I think it would be like being an orca. You know, orcas' brains, they have the parts that are more empathetic as opposed to ours, where the more language centers. You know, theirs are much, much bigger comparatively. I think there's a good chance that the overmind already exists.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's getting wild out there.
Well, you should do some research into that.
I think I will.
Like Berg has. Now, one of the things that's kind of challenging about this is I don't think Solomon Berg is this guy's real name.
Yeah, that does sound right.
Because he did say that he used to have a civilian life. So I would assume that this is a taken name,
right.
A code name of some sort, which makes it difficult to pin down some of the things that he's saying. Like, in this next clip, he talks about how he tried to publish papers about his studies. And I would love to get my hands on those.
Absolutely.
But I don't know what to look for because the name probably isn't real.
Where would you begin?
I tried to publish papers about the telepathic communication I was able to achieve. And I believe I used the word laughingstock with you in our phone call. So they had another name for me, Dr. Doolittle.
Well, yeah.
Sure. So
That's reasonable.
it was, we're talking about, I'm trying to get good research published, but because of the subject matter, none of my peers who are responsible for the peer review are willing to take it seriously. So I couldn't get it published.
If there was research that showed some ability to talk to animals, there would not be, like, people not taking it seriously.
No.
That would be groundbreaking.
Yeah. No, people would go ape shit.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, if something was sound, it would make it through peer review.
At the very least, able to be tested, I think people would be like, listen, this is crazy. I admit it's crazy, but this is a testable hypothesis, so fucking let's do it. Fuck it. I'm down.
Also, you shouldn't be too offended if people call you Dr. Doolittle.
No, that's fine.
It's the pop culture reference of someone who talks to animals.
Yeah, and even then, it's usually as the protagonist, Dr. Doolittle's the good guy.
Yeah. You just don't want him to call you Norbit.
Yeah, that's a bad,
or Hercules.
Or, what was the one where he went to space?
Those are 2 different movies. Dave. Meet Dave.
Meet Dave.
Pluto Nash.
Pluto Nash is the one I was thinking of. Yeah, that's the one you don't want to be called.
A lot of bad names in that oeuvre. So we get to talking a little bit about going to Mars, and I would say that there's not a lot of details about his trip to Mars. I want to know more about it. It was a year of his life.
It's very important.
Now, you went to Mars before you got involved in the whole sort of off-planet races aspect, at least as far as the Squatch go.
Yes.
So I know my audience would be particularly interested in that. So if we can just start off with that and kind of get that out of the way so that we can delve a bit more into your current situation.
Yeah.
Go ahead. If you can describe how you got to go to Mars and what you did there and so on and so forth.
This goes back to 2010s. This was after my service as a liaison in the Middle East. So I returned to the States, and I was contacted again by Owl. And Owl said he had a position that was off-world that might interest me. Now, I had already... So when I was 18 and I was inducted into Black Kraken, they had showed me the Roswell footage. So I was aware of who the Greys were. Well, I did to an extent. I knew about Greys. I wouldn't say I knew everything about them. But I had a basic outline, I suppose, in my head about the extent of the U.S. government and military's involvement with extraterrestrial factions. And it was during my service in the Middle East that I learned that the Greys were essentially mercenaries.
This is not about your trip to Mars. You got sidetracked talking about learning about the Greys.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. Like I've told you about my bright spot one time. I was watching For All Mankind. I want to go to space so bad. I just dream of it. Like the idea of knowing that the Earth is absolutely tiny in relativity and yet actually being able to see it in real. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. How could you be like, I think the Greys are mercenaries if you went to Mars?
Yeah, and like the experience of being on the ship, it's like, wouldn't you be like, well, I was asleep the whole time, or like
something?
How long did it take? What did you eat?
Totally, cryo, something, the whole deal. Yeah,
really light on the details, but that's kind of fine, I guess. I would like to know more, but I mean, I wouldn't believe it if there were details or not. So. I mean, it's not real. It's a push.
Right. In movies, it's always either the travel is just completely cut out and you cut from one location to the other, or like the travel's the whole movie. So I feel like we're in the cut to.
Yeah, for the most part.
Yeah.
I was later briefed and told about two factions two interstellar factions, the Guardian Alliance and the Luciferian Alliance. And I believe that the Luciferian Alliance centers around the Draco Empire. And the Guardian Alliance centers around the Palladian Empire. So I wanted to, when Owl contacted me, he was kind of reminding me that we had a grander duty, in the universe, as a planet that is affected by this ongoing struggle between lightness and darkness. So I took the position. I traveled on board one of Black Kraken's ships to Mars. This was in 2010.
Big one, small one, 30 people, 5? What are we talking?
Almost a year on the Martian surface.
How?
I was
spacesuit
based at an underground compound.
That's what I was thinking.
In the region called
that there was a Harry Potter connection of he was kind of like the Hagrid character / the owl delivering the letter. Yeah.
Donia.
So apparently, it's some parts of Mars you don't need a suit for, and some you do.
Sure. No, that makes sense.
But yeah, I feel like we've gotten more of the why.
Yeah.
Like he answered some of the why he went because you have a responsibility.
Sure.
I still just don't feel like I know much about this trip.
They had to change their name to the Guardian Alliance because the former name used to be offensive to indigenous peoples.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure. So these are the people that we know about already, these alliances.
Yes.
The Draco are the evil ones,
right?
And the Pleiadians are the Guardian Alliance.
Absolutely.
So we already kind of know the players involved. Here.
We gotta. I mean, I feel like if we were to get into specifics between the two of them and their ideas of what the specifics are between, I think we might have some disagreement over what's going on. But the players are vaguely the same.
Now, he went to Mars to be an archaeologist. He was studying some archaeological sites and sites of battles that had happened way in the past and what have you.
Fantastic.
Now, mic down for this next clip because this is where I started to get this might be an elaborate trolling.
Okay.
Because, well, you'll probably see.
Okay.
My research assistant was with me at that time. His name is Daniel Jordan. He's a master sergeant, Daniel Jordan. And Master Sergeant Daniel Jordan and I combed the area for debris which had been left by ancient Martian soldiers. Now, Carrie, when I say Martian soldier, I'm not indicating Martian as a species. We are talking about Martian nationals. This was in an ancient epoch where Mars was a very cosmopolitan, multicultural world. And so many of the Martian soldiers I'm referring to were, in fact, human beings. They were transplants from ancient Earth, which was at that time ruled by kingdoms like Atlantis.
Sure. So look, it's entirely possible that it's a coincidence that his subordinate research assistant is named Daniel Jordan.
God damn it. Come on.
But it's weird.
I feel like now we have to comb through our own catalog to see if there are references that he made throughout the rest of it that we're too dumb to miss. I'm sure.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's probably a coincidence, but I was like,
that is
this
the funniest
weird.
coincidence. That is just unfair. We've made the joke before, but you actually are a witch, and I'm going to burn you at the end of this recording.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't want to have to take out the couch.
No,
anyway,
I totally understand. Yeah.
So he, Solomon Berg, found something that he was able to actually smuggle back to Earth.
Sure.
This is very exciting.
Okay.
There was one artifact I was able to smuggle home. It was a stone pipe that appears to have been carved by a teenage human conscript in the army of Mars.
Sure.
Used to smoke a Martian psychoactive herb and then discarded out the back of a tent before the senior officer could catch him.
This was
So
Pompeii.
that's the kind of artifacts I was looking at. It wasn't, I suppose, what you would imagine is like ancient power generators or sentient computers, and none of that lasted. It was just the bare basics.
Yeah, so he found a Martian hash pipe.
And listen, I know it's too late, but this is why to any future Martian conscripts, you got to smoke toad. Everybody knows this. There's no evidence.
But if you smoke toad, then you'll want to go home.
That's a good point.
I don't want to be on Mars. I'm not supposed to be here.
This isn't where my toad. How did this toad get here?
So you said that what is this Pompeii? Because you're like these painting elaborate scenes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it would have to be that everybody is frozen in place.
100%.
Carrie has a similar concern about the story he's telling.
Okay.
Now, when you make a description like that, where you say he was a conscript, he threw it out the tent, how can you know this? Were you working with remote viewers? Are you yourself seeing it as a remote viewer? How did you tap into that?
We did work with remote viewers on Mars. That was part of our contingent. So they were able to get visual impressions. We analyzed the substance, the residue that was found in the pipe. Daniel Jordan actually smoked some of it. He wrote a report based on that.
Okay, this is me.
Why would anybody do
What are
that?
you talking about?
We found this resin on an ancient Martian pipe, and Daniel Jordan's going to do a trip report on it. Look, the high was a little bit speedy.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but this is one small smoke for man.
Yeah, no risks there.
God.
No, that certainly won't kill you.
Oh boy, that is. I mean, it really would have been a lot cooler if it was just like Olympus Mons erupted and then there was a Pompeii-like situation. That would have been great. And instead, we got remote viewers. Like Carrie's her first reaction is like, "What did you have remote viewers?" Not like, "Was there archaeological evidence?"
No, there's remote viewers and resin hits.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
this dude took a hit, and now he really knows what happened.
Yeah.
Ah.
So there's a bombshell coming.
There's a bombshell coming.
No, we're done talking about the hash pipe.
Okay.
But there is a giant bombshell about where Solomon Berg is right now.
Okay.
Now, is he aware that you're going public?
Daniel Jordan, yes, he's my subordinate.
Understand. So you're still you're still working with him, is what you're saying?
He's still part of Project Black Kraken. What happened was, fast forward 2018, when the issue with the Sasquatch, the Squatch came up. I'm still trying to break the habit of saying Sasquatch.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
That's when Project Black Kraken went rogue.
What do you mean?
I'm here in Israel with my team.
Okay.
Okay, I think now we've kind of made a big jump.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, we made a big jump.
Pretty huge jump. Yep. So,
oh man,
Berg and Project Black Kraken, they went off the grid. They went rogue.
Well, they met the Squatch.
They stole Sasquatch.
They stole the Squatch.
And hid out in Israel. They're in a bunker in
the
Israel.
Safest place to be with the Squatch.
Yeah, they made a deal with the Israeli government.
Of course.
And so now they're hiding out in a bunker.
Naturally.
About 80 clicks outside Tel Aviv.
Well, the Israeli government has to keep Squatch under wraps, otherwise people might stop believing in the origin myths of Adam. I'm telling you, once you see a Squatch, you know that God isn't real.
Sasquatch opens minds, much like Toad. But, yes, this is quite a jump.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
Carrie wants to reel him back a little bit before we get into talking about how you squatch nap somebody.
Somehow Carrie's like, wait a second. Okay.
So we got to go back to this like war on Mars stuff a little bit. And there's a reason that the wars happen.
Sure.
There's actually multiple reasons, but here's one of them.
Okay.
We can't isolate one particular causal factor, but from deciphering glyphs and ancient texts, we have been able to glean some details. We know that there was a prominent human faction on Mars that was under the leadership of an individual named Chrysalix. Now, Chrysalix was a half-human, half-Anunnaki hybrid.
Sure.
Chrysalix ascended to the top leadership position of ancient Mars, and he stoked resentment between two other non-human species, both of which claimed to be indigenous to Mars, but probably neither of them are.
One of them was a Trog.
I mean, sure. What do the glyphs look like?
I don't know. We don't get any explanation of that, but Chrysalix.
I mean, just draw me one of the glyphs. It should be really easy for you to draw me one of those glyphs. You said you studied them. You speak the language. You've got remote viewers. You've got ancient texts. Draw me a glyph.
We should be able to get some of these glyphs.
Just give me a glyph.
But I do think that it's
Chrysalix.
It's interesting that the way that this guy is presenting this ancient fight or ancient wars is that there was a person who pitted two groups against each other, and there's a sense of him recognizing that is a bad thing to do.
Yeah,
and I think that's important.
I mean, here's when we see these types of transpositions, if you might, like these ideas of how people are reacting to the situations currently transposed onto aliens doing it, and that's how they process that information, right? This has a different type of self-awareness to it than what we have seen before.
Yeah.
That's what I feel from what we're listening to here.
But also, I think that if you're doing that kind of almost meta reading of the stuff that's being discussed,
sure.
Oftentimes, the actual conversation that's happening on that other level, that metaphorical level, is like really fucked up.
Yeah, exactly.
It's scary.
Right.
But what he's actually talking about, and like some of the other stuff that'll come up later, if it is metaphorical, there is a very positive message behind it for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, he's basically describing some sort of, I don't know, populist leader that comes to power who then uses a imaginary conflict to stoke resentment and then
these
continue.
Two groups.
Yeah, I mean, boy, it just seems like I've never heard that before. Crazy.
So you might be asking yourself, how'd this guy start out talking to animals? How did that work? Because it is...
was that on one of the tests in high school?
No, it was not, actually.
Okay.
And it actually, I'll be honest, I've done exactly what he did, and I have not been successful.
In the course of developing the human-animal communication techniques, I first started experimenting, having telepathic conversations with my cat, Gnome, and progressed from there to laboratory tests where I
love that yada
communicated with chimpanzees, pigs, dolphins. We discovered there was a hard limit, that we could only achieve communication using this technique with placental mammals.
No mollusks.
Gary, I have stared for hours at kangaroos. Nothing. Silence. They have very quiet minds.
Yeah. One of the other things that's admirable about his world that he's painting is that there are rules.
No,
there are parameters to like what he's talking about that you stay within.
Absolutely.
And it's like, look, I have figured this out, and it has to do with the corpus callosum. There's like telepathic tendrils in there, and if you stimulate them, he's able to talk to the placental mammals.
Totally.
And so, like, it makes sense. Yeah, you can't talk to something that's not placental. It doesn't have the corpus callosum. Of course not.
Duh. No, it is that, like, any great science fiction always has the same basic fundament of, as long as you establish these rules in the beginning and do not break them, then you can do any imaginary bullshit you want to.
Yeah, and he has fairly decent rules established.
And if you tell me that you've tried staring at kangaroos for hours and failed on this show, you won. You won the show.
Again,
that's it.
The only thing I really take issue with so far is I want more details about Mars.
I need more Mars details.
The Sasquatch etymology is very much
I'm in
dubious.
question. In question.
Yeah.
How long have you? How do you know that a 200? How do you know the Squatch is telling you the truth?
Squatch could lie.
Squatch can lie.
So in 2017, that was when the military found themselves a Squatch.
Sure.
But at some point in probably 2017, the U.S. military captured one of these entities. He is a young male Squatch. What we would call a bachelor Squatch.
Hey.
He is approximately 300 years old. And that is, in Squatch terms, about like a 22-year-old human. So, young.
I love the throwing around of terminology. It's a bachelor Squatch.
It's a bachelor Squatch. Yeah. I do.
Like,
it is,
that's a common expression.
No. It is always fun whenever you like hear an actual scientist discuss like a grouping of animals that they've been studying for years, and they'll be like, the bachelors of the seal community are now challenging the you know, like that kind of thing. And then you're just like, nope, you can't say that about Squatch though.
Yeah, you
can't do it. No, no,
you can.
You can't say that about Squatch.
Bachelor Squatch rolls
can't
off the
just
tongue.
do bachelor Squatch on me.
I think that might be a good button for the future. Bachelor Squatch.
I do like that one. Yeah.
Sasquatch with like a flower on his lapel.
Absolutely.
Getting ready to go to prom or something.
Fuck this bored ape nonsense. I want bachelor Squatch.
Right. So there was a problem because the military had taken Squatch.
Sure.
And they were wanting to use him for evil somehow.
Well, I mean, they're the military.
Well, they wanted to use him for propaganda, basically.
Oh, okay.
Is the thing. And so Black Kraken had to step in,
of course,
and save that Squatch.
Save all Squatches.
It came to light that both of the factions I mentioned earlier, the interstellar factions, had an interest in using the existence of the Squatch and its species history with both the Draco and Palladian empires propagandistically. And because of our government's infiltration by Dracos, it was a decision we made as Project Black Kraken to remove the Squatch from Draco influences here in the United States.
Got to remove that Squatch.
This makes me think, all right, that we're not the only ones who have spent an inordinate amount of time in the Pacific Northwest looking for Sasquatch. I think aliens have also been out there looking for the elusive Squatch.
Well, yes. I mean, because they want to use him for propaganda.
Absolutely.
So if I understand this correctly, as things will be sort of teased out in this conversation,
We got the kitty cam.
Squatch is a refugee from both Draco and Pleiadian territories.
Sweet.
Right? And
Right.
so they're here and conceivably on other planets too. We don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
But they're here, and so both of those groups want to use the existence of these refugees against the other.
Right.
And so the Draco are in charge of the U.S. government, and so Black Kraken felt that they needed to remove the Squatch so they couldn't use them against the Pleiadians.
Right.
So they went to Israel, which apparently is under the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki apparently are in Israel.
I mean, it's questioned territory, so it's relatively safe in a certain way because everybody's trying to have their own.
But the Israeli government, Kerry is pretty certain, is deeply involved with the Anunnaki.
That is true.
But that is not specifically full Draco.
Right.
It's like half reptilian, half human.
See, again,
more or less.
It's somewhere in a nebulous space. It's a good place to hide.
And that's why they went there into an underground bunker 80 clicks outside Tel Aviv.
Sure. Yes,
they're keeping Squatch underground.
I think that just means that we need to have more respect for Squatches if not only are they evading humans, but indeed the entire universe.
Sure. Well, at this point, they're only doing it because of the help of Black Kraken.
That's fair. That is fair.
Otherwise, they would be found by the U.S. government. And then the Draco. And then who knows?
And then anything can happen.
There's an entire blitz of intergalactic propaganda against the Pleiadians because they displaced the Squatches.
I'm trying to figure out if finding out that a Squatch is real is worth the trade-off of discovering it's being used for propaganda.
I don't know. It would be disorienting no matter what.
What's the moral on that one?
So when I was saying that, like, this kind of meta conversation that you can imagine is happening when you're talking about these aliens and what have you, the metaphorical implications on the real world,
When I'm saying that this guy, if you look at what he's saying metaphorically, it's positive stuff.
Right.
I mean, it's stuff like this, because you never fucking hear this from any of the other alien weirdos.
On the intergalactic scale, there are two major, I would call them alliances or coalitions, and one is centered around light work, and the other is centered around domination. But within the framework of the light workers, there has still been a history of conflict. So when we talk about Pleiadians, when I've engaged with less, I would say with more credulous people, I have heard Pleiadians described in almost exclusively like heroic or even religious terms. And that's, I think, that says more about us than it does about any extraterrestrial intelligence. So I don't think you can judge an entire species based on its government.
You absolutely do not hear that from anybody else on this fucking show.
For Carrie, every alien group is uniform.
That
They
must
all
have
are the
exploded
same.
her brain. Did she die? Did she literally scanners her brain all over the space?
Nope. She didn't freak out. She
The
didn't
introduction of nuance did not hurt anybody physically.
She didn't swear at him. I think it's possible that. Well, here's a couple thoughts I have. First of all, this guy's killing it.
Absolutely
In terms
dominating.
of an interview on Project Camelot,
Fantastic.
out of the park.
No, amazing.
Second, he seems like he can really spin this pretty well. Like all of this yarn. And so Carrie has got to be looking at this like he has a lot of information and awareness of a lot of the touchstones of things that are like in my world.
Right.
This guy, I could use him. I could use this guy. Mark Richards is in that prison, and I can't go talk to him.
Nope.
I can get him on Zoom from that Israeli bunker.
Yep.
And we can talk. And he communicates with Sasquatch. Squatch can tell him things. He can get into the Squatch overmind.
Oh, man.
Imagine the information that could be coming.
I'm telling you, this is almost exactly what, if I were fucking with Carrie and I had listened to all of our Project Camelot episodes, like, over the span of a couple of weeks, man, this does seem like a formula that makes a lot of sense.
There is a real, like, if this were an audition, basically, like, he's killing it.
Totally.
I would not be surprised to see him back fairly soon.
No, and he's coming in with a lot of, I mean, he seems prepared to know what it is she's interested in.
Or at least knows a lot about that world.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of words, a lot of concept, but also it's so admirable that it does also feel like there's a weaving of empathy and a weaving of decency through this, as opposed to looking at things in such a black and white way with aliens.
Well, I mean, the silence, I mean, it's a implied rebuke of Carrie to her face, you know, like many people call Pleiadians heroes. I think it says more about us, that you claim that they're all evil. I think it's very clear that that's a straight up.
Well,
yeah.
It could be read that way. It may not be. It depends kind of, I guess, how much awareness he has of all of Carrie's stuff.
Yeah.
And I would say that based on the sort of philosophical underpinnings that he has behind his discussion of aliens, it doesn't really work very well with Carrie's stuff.
Nope.
I don't think that her audience necessarily notices or would notice that too much, though.
Right.
It's just fun alien.
Right.
guys.
No, it's so malleable that
there's so many of our experts who are like mutually contradictory.
Right.
And so, like,
Oh,
it doesn't matter already.
Yeah, like, oh no, this guy's lying. Sure, fine.
So, like I said, the Squatches, they're galactic refugees.
The Pleiadians, their empire does have a history of expansion. And Squatch's species were refugees, but they were also refugees in the Draco Dominion. So neither empire has been particularly good for Squatch. There are no heroes to the Squatch. You know, heroes are an oppressive Western construct.
Western? Why is it Western?
I think this guy is arguing that Squatches are the original space Jews. I think that's what's happening.
I'm going to skip to the next clip.
Okay.
So Squatch views Pleiadians and Draco with suspicion, but
Yes.
they were willing to consider you because you were kind of neither on one side or the other, so to speak.
Right. I think Squatch is comfortable with Jews. I think Squatch senses a kind of kindred history.
Yeah, man.
That, you know, we are both
oppressed in the universe, and so they
Yes.
were actually a rogue species and became a rogue species.
a diaspora people without a home for many, many years. Squatch was very comfortable with me.
That makes sense as a story.
That is exactly right. You have 100% created the correct narrative to build around the Squatch. Absolutely. The Squatch is
Squatch is opened up to me because of our shared sort of diaspora history and heritage. We can connect on that level.
Yep.
Being refugees, like it's great.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard not to take a look at his story and say, well, the United States is incredibly anti-Semitic, along with Germany being incredibly anti-Semitic, and then, well, things played out the way they did.
I also think that another good button would be "There's no heroes for the Squatch."
Yeah, that one's great. That one's great. There's no heroes for the Squatch. That is such
Although
a great
it
line.
is
and heroes is a Western concept.
That's a little bit suspicious to me.
Yeah.
Because if we're talking about space, then Eastern and Western, that's not
Doesn't really matter.
No, the Western concept makes me think that it is intended to be like that. Seems like a little hat tip to like this is metaphorical.
Yeah.
Whatever.
This is the Jews. This
or
is not-
just refugees in general.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, you could apply it to the Ukrainian refugees as we speak. Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if I want to go that far and say I'm convinced that it is, but there is a sense that it doesn't make sense if you're talking about this in space.
Right. I mean, you know, we can always fight over authorial intent, but in terms of practical applications, this does seem very one-to-one.
Unless I guess there's a possibility that like these space people, they just talk about like Earth as the West. You know, like
that's possible.
Maybe we're the west of the galaxy.
Maybe.
I don't know. Anyway, I get strong metaphorical vibes.
I'm getting some metaphorical vibes here.
So the Berg managed to win over Squatch because of their shared sort of similarities and heritage, and then also humor.
I had to do a lot to gain Squatch's trust. A lot of it was involving humor. You know, that was really what worked in order for Squatch, because Squatch is a sapient being. In order for Squatch to really let me in to his mind, I first had to get to Squatch's heart, and I got to Squatch's heart with humor. Can I tell you what I did?
Yes.
To make Squatch laugh?
Please.
Yeah, please.
Please.
I wore a gorilla mask.
Oh.
Okay, and
I was
that made
expecting
him laugh.
more.
Yes. Well, laughter as his species would produce it.
Yep. Gorilla mask.
I was hoping for a little bit more out of that.
But that is great too because it's not overselling it.
Nope,
You're not gilding the lily.
You're right. But I mean, it would have been nice if he was like, listen, Squatch, let me introduce you to Jonathan Winters. You're gonna fucking love this guy. He does all the voices. Come on.
Well, you go Robin Williams. He's pretty hairy.
And he's already charmed one sapient ape.
True.
So there we go.
So like I find this incredibly charming, but also there's a piece of it that's a little bit weird, and that is that like your first instinct is to put on a gorilla mask when you're trying to talk to a Sasquatch. That seems
How
insulting.
do you not think that that's offensive?
Yeah.
I'd say it does seem like you're because.
Does this mean that Sasquatch has an edgy sense of humor?
I mean, yeah. Is that what we're doing? Is he doing ape face? Is that what's happening? Is he Al Jolsoning the Squatch?
I was worried about that a little bit, but hey, got into Squatch's heart. So there's not many female Squatches on Earth, apparently. Mostly males. And as Berg explains, this is probably just a coincidence based on the ship that landed here.
Oh, okay.
Because there are probably Squatches all over the place as refugees scattered throughout the universe. And so there's not many women Squatches here, mostly men. And I don't know what to make of this.
Now, they have an interesting social structure. The females are sedentary, and there are relatively few females on Earth. This isn't their natural setup. This is more just because they're refugees. This is who happens to land here. So there are about 40 adult males to every one adult female. So the males are nomadic. They roam. They work odd jobs. They train and barter.
Okay,
they live really on the margins of society.
I'll fix your car for a burger.
But how did they land here? I think you say they borrowed a spaceship or something?
Over the years, they've acquired many ships from various alien civilizations. So they don't have their own indigenously designed fleet. They do have a number of advanced spacecraft that they keep hidden using cloaking devices.
Yeah, so apparently some of the younger Squatches are passable as humans. Because if they shave, they're humanoid, and they're only 7 feet tall for the first few hundred years.
That's no big deal.
Right. So that's within the realm of tall person.
I mean, you look up and you're like, oh, do you play basketball? And they're a little insulted, and then you know they're human.
And then they want to fix your car.
Absolutely. They need a burger.
Yeah. So yeah, they do odd jobs. Apparently, if there was a Squatch planet or whatever, this wouldn't be the way they necessarily organize society.
Right.
And in the same way, there's a discussion later about how they don't build anything here, but they probably would if they had their own place.
Right.
Whereas now they're more sedentary. Or, I'm sorry, they're more in the woods and what have you. A lot of them are. And then the ones that want to go into human society and do odd jobs and stuff, they live in studio apartments.
Sure.
Yep. It's fun.
And I'm just spitballing here. Do they have a rum Springer? You know what I'm saying?
Squatch Springer?
Squatch Springer, yeah. What kind of escape from Squatches? I would assume that some of these Squatches don't want to return to the forest.
Sure, but here's the problem.
What's that?
If you're going to go and explore what it's like to be in human society, you got to shave.
Yeah,
and that's going to take a while to grow back.
Considering that both of us are fully unshaven, I think that does make sense.
It's going to take a while for Squatch to grow it all back. So, obviously, there's some questions about how the fuck did you sneak a Sasquatch?
Absolutely. No, what are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Was there gunfire? Did you trick somebody?
Well, you can't really talk about it.
Oh.
How did you escape from the U.S.? Were you assisted by other soldiers?
So this is where we're edging up on things I can't directly comment on. I can say that I committed what could be considered crimes.
Where?
Now, the issue with being charged with anything is that they would have to acknowledge my unit exists. They would have to acknowledge that Squatch exists.
Good point.
So because they can't afford to blow that cover up, they can't actually proceed with any kind of formal extradition request.
Right. This is why people who are involved in these clandestine things get assassinated.
Right.
That's why. That's the mythology behind that.
They don't just be like, shit, there's nothing we can do.
Oh, no.
I can't formally request Israel turn over the Squatch thief.
He's got us.
And as we all know, there's no way for anybody in Israel to suddenly find out where you are and then murder you. That doesn't sound like it happens.
No, I obviously understand that he can't get into the details.
No, of course
because it's
not.
a lot of crimes.
Well.
But how do you steal a Squatch? You'd have to kill at least a couple people, right? There's got to be pretty heavy security.
Throw this out there.
Okay.
Maybe there was a whole group of people who had come to understand and love the Squatch.
Well, there was the entire Black Kraken crew.
Right. Maybe they convinced some of the other people, or they could have used telepathy of some sort to convince them to continue helping them. But it's entirely possible that everyone would have compassionately helped the Squatch escape.
Hear me out on this.
Yeah.
The ships that the Squatch has are cloakable.
Yeah.
Maybe
Ooh.
that technology exists.
Why can't you put it on a little shirt? Yeah.
Then Squatch just tiptoes out.
Exactly. Put him under a sheet.
Yeah.
Who cares? Let's go. Get out of here,
Just walk
Squatch.
right out.
We don't want you here. Get out of here.
So you probably have been able to tell by this point, but Berg has a connection with Squatch.
Sure.
And it is an emotional connection. He cares about this Squatch.
Right. Don't tell me that it goes any further than that.
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you that we're not going to get really weird.
No, but this is poetic as hell.
Okay.
Looking at Squatch was almost like looking at a missing link, but not just a missing link connecting us to our past. It was a missing link connecting us to our past and also to the stars and to our future. So
deep.
The initial communication flourished into something. I describe it as emotional. I have developed an affinity for the Squatch. I have come to recognize traces in myself on an order like a starseed. So, like the Pleiadians have starseed connect.
So, in an intimate way, was the Squatch.
That really does have the ring of a fucking documentary behind it. Richard Attenborough's The Squatch.
The Squatch is a missing link.
Yeah, that's going to be brutal. That is going to be really brutal because this performance is outstanding.
It really is.
Yeah.
So now we have...
we are all the Squatch.
We are all.
Well, I love the Squatch.
The Squatch
I
is
am the
within
Squatch.
us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grammatically, it would be appropriate.
It would be appropriate, but
It's
I'm
not a
gonna have to-
kangaroo.
It's not a kangaroo.
Mm-mm. It is not a placental mammal.
Okay, let's go. I really feel like we need an octopus or mollusk type alien, right?
You're not too far off.
I've learned of very intriguing, diverse life forms that would have been represented on ancient Mars in its cosmopolitan day.
They're just so malleable. We need to lie to them in the right way, and it'll go well.
It might be a model for dealing with QAnon.
It
Maybe
really might.
you create a conspiracy fun game kind of thing.
Totally.
But that leads to like positive conclusions.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let's chase the Squatch.
Metaphorically.
I don't know, yeah.
There are no heroes for the Squatch, though. Remember that.
We need to be the Squatch heroes.
In life, you can choose to be many things.
Yep.
Be a bachelor Squatch.
Oh, yeah.
So, Carrie has a question to ask, and this has to do with, all right, so you're coming out and bringing this information out.
Right.
Do you think that maybe you're being used to do that? And then she completely loses track of the question
I
and
was
never
going to say,
gets back to
that
it.
doesn't make any sense,
Who
but okay.
is it in your group or even outside your group that has sort of orchestrated this interview in such a way that you can talk about this, which it's been going on for several years, you know, and it in a certain sense, you've become, or you could become a kind of a political football if people even acknowledge this interview and your existence.
That's a good way of putting it.
Oh, they
and
will.
so there seems to be a reason for that. And one of the reasons that I can see, at least at this moment, because, you know, as you know, in the greater world scene, we have this kind of, you know, dark versus light drama being played out, especially in heightened terms within the United States. And so, you know, it's an interesting, we call it playing the alien card, right? So it is a more local, so-called alien species, if you want to call them. They may not like the term alien, but let's call those local alien species because that's what the conventional person watching this might think of that. You know,
yeah.
They're not going to think of they probably, and I know.
Oh,
that
I'm
most
tired of all
people out
this
there don't
political
even think
correctness.
Of Sasquatch as an alien species. They just
No, they
indigenous.
think he's the missing link.
Yeah, or but they also think they're very few and far between. They don't think of them as a whole population
Society. Yeah.
Coming from another, coming from outer space.
Yes.
Other planets that they've had to leave.
She gets completely sidetracked from her political football question,
Right.
Into like how other people can't conceive of aliens coming from another planet.
Yeah, like, sure, fine, okay.
Everyone wants to think that Squatch is just an ape.
Man, I feel like this guy's really underselling how important the overmind is and the fact that he was able to tap into it.
You bet.
Because if he can tap into it, that would suggest that just about anybody could tap into it.
And
if we could all tap into
Jordan,
it, then we're all the Squatch overmind.
You're tapping into that right now.
Oh, shit!
Because that's what the next clip gets into. You're on some psychic shit today.
I am squatching.
Mm-hmm. You might be Daniel Jordan. Did you smoke that stone pipe?
Okay, fine. That is what happened.
So on this tip, what's going on is that Carrie is asking, all right, so you can connect to the Squatch overmind.
Right.
Can you connect to other people who are telepathic through, like, can you be a conduit through which you could access the Squatch mind?
Why wouldn't you ask, can you teach me how to access the Squatch mind?
Well, it's a lot of work. If you,
that's fair.
If you could just do
she
it
can already
through him.
remote view and shit.
Right,
She doesn't need that extra power.
Okay, now I want to ask you a strange question, but I'm sure you can handle it. So you've been in touch with this overmind of the Sasquatch. And in so doing, do you feel that you have therefore, kind of like you've traveled in that mind space so you can converse in that mind space because you at least can, learn things there, you said, about their history, etc., right?
Yes.
And I assume perhaps you can send and receive signals to individuals within that mind space?
Squatch can. I've been able to do that, but not consistently. I'm still learning.
All right. And so that in a certain way, let's say I'm talking to you, and let's say you're in telepathic communication with another human, not necessarily me, but anyone who you're even close to somebody, and yet you're telepathic with, because once you're telepathic, it's sort of a natural inclination to try to be telepathic with anyone you have an affinity for, let's say, right?
Yes.
So if you did that, would they be able to then tap into this overmind through you? If they
It's entirely possible. It's one of those situations where they have to know what they're looking for. It's a little bit like with Target in remote viewing. They have to have a target.
So I don't understand exactly what that means conceptually.
No, me
but
neither.
I get the big picture of what is being asked.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's fairly clear.
Yeah.
But here's what's weird. I thought for sure that what Carrie was asking is, can you get me into the club?
Right.
Basically, I am telepathic, I'm psychic. Can you vouch for me to get into the overmind?
You connect to it, I'll connect through you.
Right.
We'll have she's asking for a conference call.
Yes, to the overmind. That's what I thought.
Yes.
I was wrong.
Oh.
Because this question has a second stage to it.
Okay.
And Carrie's actually a little bit suspicious.
Oh.
All right. Well, what if that that mind want to just send a message? They could send it, in theory, they could use you as a carrier to then send it telepathically to other humans. Isn't that possible?
They could, and I might not even know that is what's happening.
Oh, shit, I got squatched.
Right. And so even setting this up, let's say, this interview, isn't it possible that that's what happened?
Oh, my God.
It's entirely possible. I don't know. I have to. I am a scientist, so I have to admit the possibility. It's plausible. It works as a hypothesis.
So
that's some great dissembling right there. I love that. That is great. He was thrown for a loop, and then he's like, you know what? let's give it a try. I love that.
Well, I don't know if it's an indication of like really good improv chops or somebody who actually sincerely believes this or whatever, but like that question being thrown to you and being like, hey, yeah, you know what it is? Maybe that is what's happening. I don't know. That to me doesn't seem like somebody who's like a complete liar.
Yeah.
Like someone who's trying to pull a fast one.
Right. This is at the very least not a grift.
Right, because
it feels
you would,
not a
you would
grifty.
definitely say no.
Yeah.
It's definitely not what's happening.
No, of course not.
I am not being used as an unwitting conduit for Squatch to get a message out over your show.
Part of all of these characters is at least a level of narcissism that has them being within that, like, dominator role.
Right, and he's already been asked, like, can you send messages or pings on the Overmind? I'm still learning. I don't really know how to do that.
I'm trying to.
There's a humility.
Totally.
Yeah.
No, this is an interesting thing, and if you
it's bizarre.
If you can contact the Overmind, I'm down.
Sure,
I'm down for it.
If somebody could get me out in the woods with Squatch, I'm down with that.
I'm down for that.
I don't want to see Squatch. I just want to be in the woods.
I want to Sasquatch.
You know what? I don't even need Squatch. I'll just go to the woods.
Yeah, that's probably a better idea. Yeah.
So look, Carrie is concerned, and the reason is because this Overmind could be theoretically infiltrated. Now, where is
that is
Squatch?
my first concern as well, Dan.
Where is Squatch? Israel. The Anunnaki are in Israel.
Oh shit! Are they going to turn the Overmind evil?
See, this is what we got to be worried about.
Now I am worried.
This took such a turn from me thinking it's just like Carrie wanting to get in there herself to now it's like
this is a national defense issue. We need to destroy the Overmind before the enemy infiltrates it. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then let me ask you another question about this sort of thing. I did ask you off the record this as well. Is Squatch in touch telepathically with the Anunnaki? And I think you said no.
The answer is no, but that is more by choice. The Overmind can't work against your will. The Overmind can it can influence you, but it can't make you or any individual in it do something against their will. So it's not like the Anunnaki can invade the Overmind. They can't just force their way through it. They can't brute force it. Squatch would have to let them in, like Squatch let me in.
Okay.
I'm relieved.
I love the Squatch. I think so far they've got things pretty well figured out.
Question answered. I am no longer worried about brute force attacks from the Anunnaki.
Yeah, now that I know that the Squatch's Overmind is unbreakable.
But Carrie still has some concerns, and that one of the big ones is, hey, my buddies tell me about all the help that other alien races are giving to us.
Sure.
Humans. There's so many technologies and secrets of the world that the Raptors are giving Mark Richards and what have you.
Sure.
But that's not the case with the Squatch. Why? Why isn't the Squatch helping us?
Well, the Squatch is living in peace and harmony with the fucking environment. Why do you think they're not helping us? Why do you think they're not helping us?
They got to work two
working
jobs.
on cars to get burgers.
And actually, I think Berg has a great answer.
Okay.
The humans haven't been able to develop a kind of species to species working relationship in which they might be able to be assisted by the Sasquatch or Squatch.
Well, we have. They're very rare, but they do work out. There are humans who are aware of what they are. They've worked out little barter systems and trade deals, labor, finished goods.
I actually mean in a substantial way, such as helping with our space, exploration or things that they might actually know about because of their longevity and have also, they could be like I don't know, ET human interpreters, or, there's lots of interactions that they could benefit our world with. Also having to do with, educating, I don't know, the United Nations, unfortunately, what it's conceived of, but you know what I mean? In other words,
historically, they did try to do that.
What?
There have been times in their past when they have done that on other planets,
right?
When they tried to share the benefit of their experience and their wisdom.
And then what happened?
With other planets, but it always seemed to backfire because of the xenophobia. So the hatred against them, the fear of them, their otherness, and being different from Pleiadians and different from Dracos, was always held against them, no matter how they contributed to the planets where they lived. So on Earth now, they're much more cautious, so they're much rarer.
All right.
Once bitten, twice shy.
I mean,
is the
you know
Squatch.
what? It's hard not to say that if your answer to that question is just space racism, you're dead on. That sounds right.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Space racism.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Why would they help you? You captured him, kept him in a fucking military base. I'm not helping shit.
No.
I'm a Squatch.
You had to be jailbreaked and
Exactly.
taken across the world into a bunker.
Why would I bother with the human race, you morons?
Yeah, and they've been burned before, which
Totally.
makes sense why you'd be cautious.
Absolutely.
And, he makes it clear that, as more people, the Squatch is able to trust more people, there may be benefits that are accrued in terms of these things that Carrie's asking about. But you're asking too much of the Squatch right now.
It's very strange to be in a world where most of the time aliens are thinly veiled ways to attack the Jews, and in this circumstance, aliens are a thinly veiled way to explain the Jews' experience with racism as they've gone through the history of the world.
You can take you can take it on that level,
Yeah.
and then you can also just take it on another level that is these aliens, the Squatch,
Sure.
is being used as a entry point and a way to understand othering,
Right.
and a way to understand the experience of people who are unlike you, and
Right.
teaching empathy and teaching.
I mean,
solidarity.
He might as well have been like, "Hey, Carrie, maybe if we change our attitudes towards the Overmind, then we will have earned help." As opposed to you just being like, "Why can't we just capture them and steal their shit?"
Yeah, we demand help
Yeah,
to
exactly.
prove that they're not evil
Fuck
aliens.
you! You don't even own the Earth.
Right. So we have a couple clips left, and this also is just kind of. I feel like this clip is a good summation of the sort of mentality that's being presented here.
Is there any questions or statements that you haven't made that you would like to make on his behalf at this time?
No, just that we are both very grateful for the opportunity to present our side of the story and hopefully bring a little light and nuance into this whole complex situation with Dracos and Pleiadians, because I think, some of the reporting I've seen elsewhere on that has been very kind of one-sided, moralistic, good and evil, and I always
from an hour ago.
Star Wars. I don't know about you, but I like the the complex storytelling. I like the the fact that the antagonists in Star Trek were never really villains, and it's kind of the way I try to see the world, is that people may be antagonistic to us, but ultimately we're all sentient beings. We all just want life and dignity and freedom.
Yeah.
No, not aliens don't want that. No, good v evil.
You see these lizard aliens, and you think like, they're all just uniformly evil. No, we're all just sentient beings, man.
Man,
we're all just sentient beings, man. We're just trying to get by.
I really think that it should not have taken us this long to get that very simple message out on Project Camelot. How many episodes have we done about Project Camelot, and not at one point has somebody been like,
there are civilians in all species everywhere just trying to live a good life.
It's a very foreign concept to the episodes I've listened to, for sure.
Bananas.
I am much like the Squatch in terms of I've been burned before, and I'm so scared of being positive about this guy.
I know. This is so scary. We can't ever have anything nice.
Yeah, but he seems like he's a guest unlike any that I've heard.
Very much so.
On the old Camelot. And here is maybe a possible reason why. This last clip, I don't understand how this is baffling.
I will also say that when I was 6 years old, E.T. was my absolute favorite movie. My grandfather bought me the VHS cassette. It was the one that had like green plastic on it. I must have worn that cassette out watching it 200 times.
All right, so you already had that, sort of abilities, that your abilities were sort of really why you became what you became in a sense. You already had the abilities, right?
Well, all of us have the abilities.
I have it in predominantly.
I would say I have a curious mind, and I had a predisposition toward empathizing with the other, trying to understand beings that were different from me. I was always very fond of animals. I was always very active in a lot of, progressive justice causes. I've always been kind of a passionate advocate for people. I joined the military because I wanted to be part of something bigger than myself and genuinely help people in need. I've always sort of seen my role here as being of service to others.
You can kind of feel that.
Yep.
That kind of comes out in his conception of the alien universe.
Totally.
There is a helpfulness. There is a caring. There is a progressive justice feeling to it.
Absolutely.
He comes at this from the perspective of caring about these aliens, let's say.
Yeah.
Whereas so many other of these people are like their focus seems to be on like weird political intrigue among these aliens and battles and wars. The relationship he has with battles and space battles is that he went to Mars and found a pipe that some soldier had thrown out years and years and years ago.
And honestly, that's a very exciting thing.
Sure.
To me, that would be way more exciting than any kind of space battle.
Yeah, he's trying to learn from the aftermath of a war as opposed to being involved in it like Mark Richards is flying Minerva through
Forrest Gumping his way through the goddamn space world.
Right.
Yeah.
Like he's got the Millennium Falcon to a space battle.
Right.
And I think that is like a really fundamental difference about like how you relate to the topics that you're talking about.
It is funny because there is a current movement among historians to like reevaluate a lot of these narratives that we've been constantly hitting and whether or not any of this bullshit actually even makes any fucking sense. That was written a few hundred years ago by white men with a lot of axes to grind.
Right.
And it seems like this is such a very similar idea of reimagining space history in a way that's not white male dominated. It's just that's what it is.
It doesn't paint the Pleiadians as the absolute heroes.
Right.
Like, sure, they're light workers and maybe they're the good guys per se, but they're still expansionist. They still displaced the poor Squatch.
They fucking enslaved the Squatch. The Squatch has no heroes.
The Squatch has no heroes.
The Squatch has no heroes. That is my rallying cry. That is what I will shout from the rooftops.
That might be my next tattoo.
The Squatch have no heroes. Well, it's my birthday present.
Oh, God. I mean, there's something really refreshing about this, and I wanted to cleanse the palates of things, and on the off chance that Trump does announce his candidacy on July 4th.
Well, what are you going to do? You'll have something nice to listen to.
Yeah, at least you get to enjoy a non-racist alien conversation about Squatch.
What a fantastic journey. That was great.
So yeah,
This guy better not be a piece of shit. Please don't. Please just don't. Let us have one. And if you are, just run away, erase your name from the internet, and just let us all believe.
Well, and the good news is too, like he seems open to like coming back, and Carrie obviously have him back, so we could have a new Mark Richards on our hands who's a positive influence.
Fantastic.
But here's the other thing that I think is really strange is like how much can he possibly know about Carrie? Because he's coming in with this, like, I've always been a passionate defender of, like, progressive social causes.
Right.
And justice movement and stuff like that. Carrie's fucking straight up QAnon and beyond.
100%.
So, like, I don't understand how...
And there's the name Daniel Jordan.
I think it
Ugh.
still could be a coincidence.
It
but
definitely
there is an
could.
outside possibility that it is a prank.
It definitely could be a coincidence, but I'll be goddamned if that's not a fucking big coincidence.
It's pretty big. It's sizable.
But it's worth it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Even if it is a prank, then the prank is disseminating a positive message within the world of Carrie's alien nonsense.
I mean, I would have no problem platforming this prank. I'm fine with that. I had a great time with it.
And I hope you all did too.
Yes.
And we'll be back.
Join the
for something
Overmind.
less delightful.
No, very much less delightful.
On Wednesday. But until then, we have a website.
We do have a website. It's knowledgefight.com.
Yep. We're also on Twitter.
We are on Twitter. It's at knowledge_fight and at go to bed Jordan.
Yep. We'll be back. But until then, I'm Neo. I'm Leo. I'm DZX Clark. Maybe I'll throw this in. I'm Chrysalix.
Ooh.
No, I'm not. He was a bad guy.
Oh, that's right.
I hope you all have a wonderful, dreamy, creamy summer.
And now here comes the sex robots.
Andy in Kansas, you're on the air. Thanks for holding.
Hello, Alex. I'm a first-time caller. I'm a huge fan. I love your work.
I love you.
All righty. We go right to the next one. Space capitalism is still capitalism. 722.
Red alert, 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 red alert. Knowledge fight. Dan and Jordan, I am sweating. Knowledgefight.com. It's time to pray.
I have great respect for Knowledge Fight.
Knowledge fight. I'm sick of them posing as if they're the good guys, saying we are the bad guys. Knowledge fight.
Dan and Jordan. Knowledge Fight.
Red alert, red alert, red alert. I need money. Andy in Kansas. Andy in stop it. Andy in Kansas. Andy. It's time to pray. Andy in Kansas, you're on the air. Thanks for holding.
Hello, Alex. I'm a first-time caller. I'm a huge fan. I love your work.
Knowledge Fight.
Knowledgefight.com. I love you.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Knowledge Fight. I'm Dan.
I'm Jordan.
We're a couple dudes who like to sit around, worship at the altar of Selene, and talk a little bit about Alex Jones.
Oh, indeed we are, Dan.
Jordan.
Dan. Quick question for you.
What's up?
What's your bright spot today, buddy?
My bright spot today, Jordan, is the dreamy, creamy summer, of course, is going along. There have been some complaints that I don't do this enough.
So dreamy, creamy.
So get that in your ears.
Sure.
Enjoy it.
All right. Okay.
But yeah, what I want to say about this is that we are, no more requests for buttons.
Sure.
But there are buttons that are going out.
Right.
People are enjoying them, and
People
I
have
appreciate
even
the kind
received
words.
them. Oh,
yes.
yeah.
And people, the compliments to the designers, obviously,
Of course.
have done great work. People are very thrilled about this. And I'm very excited that people are donating to the fundraiser for we are so close right now to any donation could put us over the goal for apiary. The 20,000 goal is almost there. It is so close.
Oh boy.
And then
Is it cheating if I do it? I feel like it is. I mean, I've already given a lot to
if you use an alias, then maybe.
I mean, I've given a lot already, but it's like I don't know if I should be the one who gets this over the top. That just feels wrong. You know?
Yeah, definitely. If you're the one who gets us over the top, that would feel very empty.
Yeah. Not as much fun.
No, and the donations for the other fundraiser for the Transgender Law Center are coming along quite nicely, and I appreciate everybody who's supporting these. Trying to use me eating ice cream and making buttons to make a little bit of a difference in the world, and great.
It's a good thing to do.
Thank you all for joining in. What's your bright spot?
My bright spot, less inspirational. Finally did some laundry. You know, laundry has that. You know that roller coaster laundry
Like a
where
parabola?
as it gets more and more filled, you're more likely to do it until you get to a certain point where it becomes less and less likely.
It becomes intimidating. 'cause
Yeah,
you have too much laundry?
and there's just so much piling up, and every time you look at it, you're like, I've got to do that, but you continue not doing that.
I know that feeling.
Yeah. I reached the point of no return on that, and then finally did my laundry, you know? It was one of those, like, my last pair of underwear was not underwear so much as holes that had little bindings near it.
I get to that point that you're describing there at the end quite a bit as somebody who is somewhat of a shut-in. I do reach the end of the laundry a bit. And I think maybe because I'm more acquainted with the end of the laundry, I am much quicker to throw away those things that have holes in them. Because they get seen by me more frequently.
So that's a fair point.
Yeah, I don't hide them in the back of the drawer.
It is an interesting situation. You know, it is, on the other hand, you know, having that final warning pair of underwear, that's the last sign before cliff's edge.
Red alert, red alert.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's almost comforting now to know that I've got shreds that I call underwear.
Yeah, I mean, if you wait another day, it's saran
It's all over. It's all over. Oh, yeah.
Jordan.
Yes, Dan.
Today, we have an episode to go over, and it's going to be some fun. So we'll get to that. But before we do, let's take a little moment to say hello to some new wonks.
Oh, that's a great idea.
So first, Alex Jones is the perfect Warhammer Space Marine. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Dan Jordan is a Squatch hero. He got stars in his eyes. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much. Picked it up there at the end. I liked it.
This one, I'm sorry, this is a little bit late.
No.
Happy late birthday to Quincy, the thickest with 2 C's, and silliest rabbit. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much, and happy birthday.
Cube Watermelon says hi to the home slices. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
And Amy Cramey Summer. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also, we got a couple of technocrats in the mix, Jordan. So first, Blast Hard Cheese. Thank you so much. You are now a technocrat. And Dan likes my stepmother's twang when she calls into InfoWars, though I wish she wouldn't. You are now a technocrat.
I'm a policy wonk. I have risen above my enemies. I might quit tomorrow, actually. I'm just going to take a little breaky now. A little breaky for me. And then we're going to come back. And I'm going to start the show over. But I'm the devil. I got to be taken off here. I did all this. Blah, 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 blah. Fuck you. Fuck you. I got plenty of words for you. But at the end of the day, fuck you and your New World Order. And fuck the horse you rode in on and all your shit. Maybe today should be my last broadcast. I mean, maybe I'll just be gone a month, maybe 5 years. Maybe I'll walk out of here tomorrow and you never see me again. That's really what I want to do. I never want to come back here again. I apologize to the crew and the listeners yesterday that I was legitimately having breakdowns on air. I'll be better tomorrow.
He might be. He's not, I'm sure, but we don't know. Because today is not going to be about Alex Jones. Here is an out-of-context drop from today's show.
I have another witness that said there were 9 human AI, but he is an agent for the Queen. And so he has maybe a vested interest in misleading me.
Yeah, I would be a little skeptical about that.
Yeah, I would be skeptical about that too.
Oh, Carrie.
We have someone who is a whistleblower for her who's an agent of the Queen. Great.
Oh, I do love the way that you can just drop that so casually if you're Carrie, just like, and he's an agent of the Queen, as though that's not an absurd thing to say.
Yeah. Also, probably not true. But
doubtful.
So, if you didn't recognize the voice at the end there, that is Solomon Berg, the friend of the Squatch.
Oh, indeed.
He made a return appearance on Project Camelot. And so, much like, when Alex sees Biden giving a speech in front of a red thing, he has got to do an emergency report.
Of course.
And for us, if there's Squatch talk, we have to do.
Yeah.
This is an emergency episode for us.
Welcome to Squatch Talk, new podcast.
Now, unfortunately, I want to say something before we get into this.
Sure.
And that is that it's very obvious this guy is a listener of our show.
Oh, is it super obvious now?
Yeah. There will be a couple of points on this episode where it's painfully obvious.
I was gonna say it was.
Yeah.
It was fairly certain, if not
Yeah.
99% sure before, but it seems like now we're in a different situation.
I had a little bit of trepidation even about covering this now
Sure.
because it's so clear.
Well,
for two reasons. One, I maybe don't want to blow up his spot.
Of course not.
I don't know this person, so it's not like
we're not running a 2-man game here.
No.
No.
But I also don't want to incentivize fucking with Carrie.
Yeah.
And one of the things that kind of gets me around on I still think I want to cover this is that I don't think this is a prank. Like, this isn't mean-spirited. It's not making fun of Carrie for believing that this guy telepathically talks to the Squatch.
No, that is true.
There seems to be a project that he's working on, and maybe I'm being a little bit reading more into this than needs be.
Yeah.
But there does seem to be a sense of interjecting neo-Nazi, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories into spaces.
So we're thinking that someone has finally taken me up on the offer to lie their way into people being good.
I'm not sure.
I like it.
But
I'm willing to take that bet.
I think it's interesting. I have no involvement or anything with it outside of him just very clearly being a listener of our show. And yeah, I think as long as it's not mean-spirited, we're already in too deep.
Yeah.
We did an
After that
episode
first one, we might as well.
We have buttons about the Squatch.
We can't take it back. We cannot take it back. It is who we are now. We have inextricably tied ourselves to the Squatch.
So yeah, it's this is a longer interview.
Oh,
I did, and not much about Squatch on this one.
Okay,
this is mostly about Mars.
All right,
and the history of Mars.
The history of Mars.
Well, he's an anthropologist.
Well, you know what? That is a good point.
Yeah,
that is a good point.
He'll get into his mission to Mars and all of the goings on, and we'll see what we feel as we go along. Here is the first clip, just because I know you like to say hi.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carrie Cassidy from Project Camelot, and very happy to be here today. So I have Major Solomon Berg with me, and this is going to be the second interview that I did with him. And basically, we are doing a live interview here, and then I take it offline, and I do edit any glitches, such as the first one, and then we put it out.
So they're doing it live.
Sure.
That's fun.
Right. So she's doing it live, and then she's editing it and then putting it out not live. So just like any other show.
Right.
Yeah.
But it was broadcast live.
Sure.
She streamed it on Rumble or wherever she streams.
Okay.
So that is a exciting element of this.
All right.
Anything can happen. It's chaos.
It is live. Yes.
There's not chaos.
No.
But one of the things that I kind of considered when we were listening to the first one was that I feel like Carrie might not believe this, or because it seemed like it might be too much to incorporate. There were ideas that were far more to the left of her political ideology.
Sure.
And I thought she'd be like, I don't believe this, but turns out he's the real deal.
All in.
It's really great to have you on my show again. Thrilled to death to really do this kind of an interview because as far as I'm concerned, you're the real thing. And I know we have some other people out there that have maybe skepticism. So maybe we can kind of go down that road a little bit and, get rid of a few of their fears and skepticism and see if we can bring them round. But at any rate, Major Berg is we call this series the Ambassador, and that refers to the
what a great name
Squatch that he or Yeti or there's other names for them, of course, that is in essence an extraterrestrial race of beings that are here on Earth with us. And he can explain that.
So I think that Carrie is in. She definitely is saying he's the real deal. But there are some doubters. And I think that if you look at the comments, There are some people who are expressing like, I don't know about this. And I think it's because there is a mentality around all this stuff that exists in Project Camelot and a lot of these paranormal or space conspiracy worlds.
Sure.
That has to do with that defining aliens by their race and stuff like that.
Sure, absolutely.
It's determinative of your personality and your tendencies.
Right.
And bucking that is probably something that the audience aren't ready for, or maybe have a tough time hearing and thinking is real.
Well, I mean, it is kind of that laying bare a certain element of racism, which is a shortcut. It is as malicious as it is. At the same time, whenever you move it into this elves and dwarves all have elfish and dwarfish characteristics, that kind of thing, then you realize that a lot of these people, it's not malicious. It's just like, I can't meet everybody. So guess what? I'm deciding all elves are the same today. That's what it is, because I have 9 friends. I know them by name, and then everybody else is the same.
That's an awful benign version of racism that you're describing.
No. The one with elves is that version. You know what I'm saying? That type of situation.
Well, and I guess if there is non-hatred that is kind of just pervading this sort of mindset that does categorize, then that is the kind of person that probably would be much easier to grasp than someone who their opinions are backed by hate and so maybe there's some potential there, but I don't know.
We'll see.
It could take a bit to get the audience to accept this.
Yeah, there is a certain part of me that when you said that they're more left of Carrie's political ideology, I don't know if she has like an ideology that is rigid,
right?
So much as something that is like influenced by whomever is talking to her, and
but she very much through her conversations about the things that she believes,
true,
is almost always on the reactionary right.
True.
And so I find it difficult to categorize her any other way.
Yeah, no, you're right.
And when I say that he's more left, I mean just more like in terms of seemingly more about civil rights.
Sure.
Type stuff.
Yes.
Maybe things that folks on the left are more generally
treating all as equals at least. Yeah.
So last we spoke, Solomon Berg was in a bunker in Israel because Squatch had to get out of the U.S.
Yeah.
Now they have come back to the Pacific Northwest.
That's great.
Yep.
They've returned.
Major Berg, can you explain maybe your new circumstances and also speak to the idea that some people question whether this is actually you're legitimate and this is real?
Yes. So I have heard from some individuals also who expressed concerns, and I wanted to address that, and I wanted to explain that I am actually transmitting from a different location than you previously last saw me at. So I'm coming to you actually from the Northeast U.S. I've come back home. I've been permitted to come home with Squatch, with the ambassador. So he is currently, he's been given some land that is secluded and
2 acres,
monitored
mule.
by drones, keep him safe, while he awaits transport off-world.
Oh, wow.
He was able to reach a ship operated by his own people via the Overmind, and that ship is traveling through a space warp corridor. It will be here within a matter of weeks, and the ambassador will be leaving this planet.
Farewell, ambassador.
God damn it! I love
I love him being called the ambassador. I could not love that more.
It's a good name.
It is fantastic.
Yeah.
And if he needed to, he could. And if there was a revenge plot, the ambassador also does revenge. You know, like if somebody kills the ambassador's daughter, that's when you find out he's played by Liam Neeson, the Squatch, and then it's a perfect name.
Yeah, it's something that fits in a lot of great places too. The DJ, the Polish ambassador. It's a good name.
It's just a good name.
Yeah, throw it in.
And it has so many great connotations of like, this is a person
We don't
who's
really
coming.
know exactly what you do.
No. But you ambassador.
You're a liaison
You
in
do
some
something-
fashion.
When you go someplace, people feel good for a while, and then there's a war, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then there's brand ambassadors. That's
Sure,
a highfalutin title, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, that is
People
the
give
same
out
thing.
shots at bars.
That's so fun.
So yeah, Squatch is leaving. That's certainly quite a development. I think he said he's in the Northeast. I could have swore he said he was in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, he might have misspoke.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe Squatch is in the Pacific Northwest and he's in the Northeast.
Yeah, maybe he was permitted to return home, as
Right.
was Squatch. So,
Yeah.
I mean, because Squatch is being monitored by drones, so he
Right.
doesn't need to be there.
Well, and in the Northeast, you're not going to find the suitable
No, I mean, it's
landscape
just
for the
not gonna-
Squatch. The
I
Squatch is Florida or
Right,
the
right.
Pacific Northwest.
Squatch isn't upstate New York.
No,
That's
no,
not
no, no.
happening.
No.
The Squatch doesn't turn around in the Hamptons and then it's like, oh shit, I went a little too far.
Nah.
Nope.
So yeah, they're back, better than ever.
I like a few weeks. I like a few weeks as a time period.
Right.
That's great.
He explains that like some of these ships, they could travel much faster, but it would be a waste of fuel.
Absolutely. That is so fucking.
That makes
is-
sense.
That is exactly what makes sense.
Yeah. He's talking about how like these sort of space programs,
Sure.
They're conservative in nature, not politically, but
Naturally.
like,
No. You have to.
want to conserve resources.
Of course.
So like, why not?
Safety first. And, yeah, absolutely.
It's like that's a logistical concern that I guess is absent from so many of these stories.
Well, yeah, but you don't necessarily want to be like, oh, we're a Type 2 civilization, but we still got to pinch pennies. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's a little bit disappointing.
Well, you don't get to be a Type 2 civilization by spending all your pennies either. You certainly aren't getting to Type 3.
You're right. Nope, you're not wrong.
So the skeptics have some questions, and Berg has some answers.
And I also would like you to briefly explain, you have some skeptics out there. Explain, your rank, the military relationship to the military, and how that all works.
Yes, I'm a military scientist, so I think there were some people who were expressing skepticism about my presentation or my affectation, that I didn't seem like a typical Marine, and that's because I'm not a typical Marine. I was attached to the Marine Corps and went through Marine Corps training and was given earned the rank of major through a series of promotions, but most of the time that I've been part of the Marine Corps as an institution, I have been engaged primarily in research. And when I have been on sabbatical from the military, I have been engaged in research. I am
Makes sense.
an anthropologist. I have been trained in both physical and cultural anthropology, a little bit of linguistic anthropology, but that's not my main focus. My primary focus is cultural and physical with archaeology experience also. And I really am just someone who figures out other cultures, whether that is, foreign to Americans or extraterrestrial. My expertise is people, whether we're talking about humans or Draco or Squatch. I'm a people person. So my sort of focus has always been the social dynamics of different life forms, and sort of the intersection of evolution, biological evolution, cultural evolution.
There's a humanity to the topics that he's talking
Absolutely.
about. He's talking about cultures of complex groupings of aliens, and it's so much more interesting.
I know. I mean, we're not shit talking while he's talking. I'm interested to see. Like, I realize that.
Well, it's fake, but
of course,
it's a more interesting and rich world to discuss.
Absolutely.
Than the traditional, like, oh yes, the raptors are fighting with the beetles,
right,
or whatever, and like. I don't know. I don't understand why that wouldn't be infinitely more compelling.
I'm with you. And the anthropologist as a sci-fi protagonist is so great. It reminded me of Out of the Silent Planet with C.S. Lewis, whenever he had a linguist be the protagonist leaving the planet, you know? And it's like, that gives you so many options of communication as being the point, instead of like, we can't talk, so let's kill him. You know, like that kind of thing. There aren't those confusing elements, and it's appreciated.
For all of Lovecraft's failings, which are many, one of the thing that is really great about the way the stories work is that the protagonist is almost always a frail weirdo who's interested in history or an antiquarian,
a bookish type.
Yeah. So like that does lend itself also to that perspective being how things are viewed.
Yes.
And an anthropological view of alien cultures is like, there's so much depth to it.
It seems like the only rational way to view them, honestly.
Well, I don't think that people who are into Carrie's world are all that into it. I think they like space weapons.
Yeah, I know.
I think they're just space Second Amendment people.
No, I think they're more like space dads who suddenly can't stop reading about World War II. I think that's what it is. Like, oh, there's another documentary about Hitler or the Squatch. I'm watching either one. They're the same thing, you know?
So, Carrie brings up that he has left Israel and come back to the United States.
Of course.
And then Berg drops a bomb on Carrie.
Uh-oh.
Last time we spoke, you were in Israel. You had originally been in the U.S. Under military sort of housing and all of that sort of thing in the U.S. And then you had a reason because of if I understand it correctly and recall it correctly, the treatment of Squatch was getting questionable in the U.S. You were concerned for his safety.
Truth.
So you made a deal with the Israelis. And because you have a Jewish background, I don't know if that's the only reason, but they allowed you into their country. You lived primarily underground with Squatch. So now you're back in the U.S. and you're above ground. So can you cover that ground?
We're all caught up.
Everything I've just talked about in your own words, and explain how did those different periods, like first with the military, second, in America, then with Israeli military, and now you're in the U.S. How does that work?
So going back to our original issue, Squatch was not in physical danger here, but Squatch was in danger of being exploited for what I described as propagandistic purposes. So Squatch, who now we're calling him the ambassador, as you kind of named him. But
so good.
As I mentioned to you before, they have a title system in their society. So they use titles like the architect or the doctor or the timekeeper. This Squatch has become known to his people as the ambassador.
I'm wondering if that's a reference to Maxwell Keeper.
Yeah. What a great yes and right there.
How could you resist being like, I named the squad? That's got to feel great.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. Can't argue with that. All of a sudden, he's got ambassador, and Carrie's naming an episode the ambassador. Like, that's just...
And
damn.
Like, if you accept that all of this is real, then Carrie's got to be feeling like, well, the Squatch knows that I came up with that name, likes it, and has taken it on as its own.
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool. That's got to feel good.
Carrie has inadvertently become a member of the Squatch tribe in some way.
She's affected Squatch culture.
Yeah.
So Berg had to get out of the United States for a very specific reason.
Okay.
It was actually the Air Force that found him. And they weren't even looking for Squatch. They were investigating a UFO sighting.
A different
and
UFO
they happened
sighting.
to find Squatch. Squatch was held at a base in the Pacific Northwest. But because of the U.S. government's relationship with the Draco, we knew that there was going to be a struggle for Squatch's narrative, because Squatch has been hunted and pursued by the Draco and hunted and pursued by the Pleiadians, and we wanted to remove Squatch from being in the middle of that struggle. So we did that. We went to Israel because several of us qualified for the right of return. So we were able to get citizenship relatively easily.
Did the Squatch?
But that was always a formality, and we were kept on a very short leash here at an underground base that was a former missile complex. Now, that base was leased to us by the Israeli government. Unfortunately, we came to an end of that lease term, and negotiations to renew the lease were not successful. So we had to flee.
So we got another renter, man. I'm sorry. If you're not willing to pay an extra $200 a month, then we've got another person.
He says it's not financial in nature, the inability to re-sign the lease. Maybe Squatch broke something.
Sure,
but like,
sure. I love it.
It is a really grounded explanation.
We lost the lease.
Yeah.
We lost. You know what it was? Here, and I'm going to tell you this because it's bullshit. Okay, it's bullshit.
Right.
They had a PI with a decibel meter right outside of our fucking underground hut. We went 1 dB over 110, and now they're legally able to kick us out. It's bullshit, man.
Well,
That's what it is.
Problem is Squatch likes to party.
Squatch loves to party.
Yeah.
He's
what are
the
you gonna do?
ambassador.
So here is one of the points where I think that you get these aspects of what I do think that this influence is positive in this space.
Can I just pause you there and ask you, and I guess there's some things you can talk about maybe in more detail and some in less. So in this situation, when you say that the lease came to an end and you couldn't negotiate continuance, so why couldn't you continue? Is it a question of money? Was it a question of politics? Was there actually something behind the scenes motivating the change?
It wasn't money.
Okay.
It had to do with, well, Squatch didn't want to be dependent on any government. And toward, in between the time that we spoke, Squatch actually became somewhat uncooperative with the Israelis. And so that kind of transferred onto us.
Now, is that because the Israelis are, I'm not sure how you want to put this. I think they're closely related to the Anunnaki. Is it that relationship, or is it, was that like the underlying what made Squatch not cooperative, or was there demands made that Squatch wouldn't agree to?
There are high-ranking Anunnaki in the Israeli government, to be clear. The Israelis themselves are not any more related to the Anunnaki than you or I are, but their government certainly has ties to the Anunnaki. In the same way that, like, there are some governments here with closer ties to organized crime than others.
The government,
right?
But that has nothing to do with the people.
Right.
That is an important distinction to be able to bring to this, because I think that gets blurred so much in the conversation. Again, with the sort of simple and easy categorizing of people.
Well, I mean, ultimately what you have to look at them and say is like, listen. Because some Anunnaki and Jews fucked 100 years ago, it doesn't mean that all of a sudden there's a race thing going on. That's all it is. It's some people fucked a while back. That's it. The end.
Well, to Carrie, that means that they're more Anunnaki.
No, it doesn't.
Well,
yep.
So Berg came back to the United States, but part of his job now is doing this with Carrie.
We needed to get out from under the shadow of the Anunnaki organization. The Anunnaki are not reliable. And we knew that this relationship wasn't going to last. We were stalling for time. Fortunately, my handlers back here in the States were able to convince my colonel that I should be allowed back. With supervision, obviously. I don't have the same kind of freedom I once had. And part of the condition for my return is that I need to be doing these sorts of interviews. I need to be managing the public relations aspect of Project Black Kraken for a while because we were never supposed to be this public.
Okay. So that sounds like, on the one hand, the Americans want you to do interviews. On the other hand, they're not happy about the fact that you need to do interviews.
If there are going to be interviews, they want to make sure it's me in control of the narrative.
I see.
Not letting anybody else get in on his game and possibly ruin it with.
Don't fuck about
don't
in my
hijack
space.
the Squatch.
No. Excuse me. If somebody else comes on our show, on this show with you, Carrie, and starts talking Squatch, the American government will stop them.
Yes.
That is how it works here, man.
Anybody claiming to be with Black Kraken is,
Do you know what happened? I'm the ambassador's ambassador. That's what's happening now. I'm an honorary ambassador for the ambassador, and I'm coming on your show, Carrie. And ain't nobody fucking about.
Do you want to eventually get Squatch on?
If you want to dream of the Squatch coming on this show,
It goes through me.
It goes through me.
So yeah, one of the things that Carrie runs into that is an issue is, don't your bosses hate me? Like,
right.
they?
Yeah.
And no, maybe not.
That's interesting because, I'm often considered, persona non grata by the American military. Now, it depends what branch, and, I'm sure. And
of course,
simply because I ask
different branches
probing questions that other journalists don't. And so, did you run up against that kind of an issue?
No, actually, the people who I deal with, like my colonel, they are familiar with your work, and they are not mainstream military. They are part of special
love it.
projects. They are part of
nice
what you've called the secret space program. There are a lot of names to the secret space program because there are actually multiple different space programs that are clandestine.
Yeah, ours doesn't dislike you.
Oh my God. I enter your space and I carve out my space. And at the same time, I make sure that the walls are so thick, no one can enter my space in your space. That's fantastic. That's fantastic.
Inside my space is a boss.
Yep.
And he likes you, so now you're in my space.
And you like me.
Right.
And we're done. This is such clinical manipulation. It is a Stevie P's.
I don't know if it's manipulation as much as ingratiating.
I don't. Yeah. I mean, whenever Stevie P's does it, it is malicious manipulation, and I think this is just actually being a nice conversational person, and very similar results.
Yeah. Yeah. Just hopefully he won't use this inroad with Carrie to tell her that events didn't happen or something.
I've been manipulating you for 20 years.
Oh, boy.
That'd be funny if Berg ripped off a mask and it was Stevie P's.
So Carrie wants to know if he works for the real president of the United States, which is, of course, is Trump.
Works for Jim Carrey.
Is this under Space Force, ONI, or Air Force, I guess, if there's a distinction now? And is this by courtesy of, are you able to say? I mean, I understand there's a whole, thing going on here. So is Trump, the fact that he's commander in chief and remains that since the election, and the fact that Biden is not, are you doing your negotiations with a group that is under Trump, or this other, what appears to be a sort of split in our military under Biden?
Well, we keep ourselves pretty separate from any kind of partisan divisions because our concerns really are not to do with earthly matters.
Not terrestrial. What do I give a shit?
Distinctions like Democratic and Republican don't really make a lot of sense in space.
That should be the simplest.
That Trump's Space Force is basically a joke. There's no. I had a good laugh when that was announced. Everyone in the know it was very meta. I'll say that it was a meta moment for us.
Because that already exists.
Yes, exactly.
It's a joke.
There's that.
Yeah, Democrats and Republicans don't make sense in space. There's a poetry to it in the same way as there's no heroes for the Squatch.
Yeah. No. This dude can turn a phrase.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
There's a couple poetic little and this is an expression of something that takes care of a giant problem for him.
Oh yeah.
In terms of having to talk about like petty Earth politics.
Yep.
Like if you had to get bogged down in that with your story that you're spinning, it might be too much of a hassle. But this just sidesteps the entire thing. It's like you look from space, who cares?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
No, and it is such a thing that must throw Carrie for a little bit of a loop. Because so many other people
cares so much.
Well, yeah, and so many other people on her show are like happy to get into that.
You don't care about the midterm?
Right? That kind of thing. And to just say what should be the most obvious thing in the world, if you are in space, who gives a fuck? That seems very simple.
And it has a bit of a anthropologist vibe to it too. So it all fits.
Yeah, having a distance, not just metaphorically, but literally from the subject that you are ostensibly studying. That's good storytelling.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he had to live underground with Squatch in Israel, and that was tough.
Did they have a line painted between one half of the room?
No, they were good
and the
roommates.
Other? Oh, okay.
Actually, no, that's not true. They lived in human places,
Sure.
and then there was a big enclosure
for the
that
Squatch.
was artificial nature for Squatch.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, and also I don't know how you're going to rent that to somebody else. Quite frankly,
that's a good
with
question.
the lease running out.
It's a very specific building.
Pretty niche.
Yeah.
Anyway, living underground was tough.
It was especially hard on Squatch because Squatch is more accustomed to a natural setting than we are. But Squatch did have an artificial habitat down there. It's just the same problem for me. It was a headache and poor sleep from all the artificial light. So since I've been upstairs again, I've really enjoyed taking walks outside. I was able to quit tobacco, no longer smoking those black and milds.
Love it. Fuck yes. Black and milds.
Preparing themselves. I'm really trying to treat this as a new lease on life, no pun intended.
So
what detail is that? That is
smoking
spectacular.
black and milds.
Black and milds of all the things.
Well, actually, this is important because later in the interview, he's very conspicuously rolling a joint. And it could be a cigarette, but he said he stopped smoking tobacco, so it's very clearly a joint.
He's still buying black and milds. Okay.
No, it's
He's
not a
just
blunt.
not smoking what's inside them.
It's not a blunt. It's a joint, and he very clearly smokes during the interview towards the end.
That's fantastic.
It's a little bit weird. I was like, why isn't this shit? Carrie should be like, what are you doing?
Why hasn't anybody else done drugs on the show before? That should not be as groundbreaking for a space show as it does seem to be. Somebody should have been doing something, or at least paraphernalia all
this
around.
Isn't getting dug with Carrie.
Fair.
So yeah, Squatch is leaving, and Carrie and Berg have different views on it.
Okay, now it seems kind of like a tragedy that Squatch is planning to leave the planet. So can you talk about how that's come about?
I could understand why you or other, people enthusiastic about his presence here might consider that a tragedy. My feelings about it are bittersweet because, he's a deep, close friend of mine. But I'm happy for him. I mentioned to you before that he is very young for one of his people, and he really, hasn't had a lot of life experience. And if he's going to live up to the title of the ambassador, he needs to see more of the universe. So I'm glad that he was able to find a group of his people who have the resources to support his personal growth and development as a humanoid being.
Yeah, so Carrie sees Squatch kind of as a thing.
Yeah.
Whereas, Berg has this, I'm friends with this guy. And
Carrie.
I'm happy for him being able to reunite with his people.
We're in a classic Drew Barrymore E.T. situation.
Mhm.
This is of course a bittersweet goodbye. The man needs to go. The Squatch needs to go home, of course. And the bonds we've made will never be forgotten.
Right. We'll always be able to contact the ambassador telepathically.
Think about it. When I look up at the stars, I can barely get a grasp on the overmind, and then I know that tangentially, Squatch is there. The ambassador is waiting for me.
Squatch, the ambassador is always looking out for me.
Yeah.
And I think that this is one of the things that gets into this difference in the mentalities.
Sure.
There is the robustness and richness of the view of the culture. There is the individuality that is allowed for alien beings.
Yeah.
And I think that it's not that different in that he's just making up stuff about space.
Right.
But it is very different in how you would approach these topics.
Yeah. Well, I mean, pop culture has, you think about Independence Day or movies of that ilk, wherein it is not dealt with ethically at all as to whether or not we should be dissecting aliens and shit, It is not put together for anybody that, we should absolutely not be doing this. This is fucked up shit. We should try, anything else. And so it is reasonable for most of her guests to constantly be like, oh, we studied these aliens as though they were a thing to be studied as opposed to something to be engaged with,
Well, and some of it may just be a feeling of like it's payback because the Greys study us or something.
Sure.
But I don't know. So we're going to get into the history of Mars here in a moment.
Okay.
We need to talk about Mars. We need to talk about the 11 months I spent there and what I discovered there. Because I think your listeners deserve to know, what their tax dollars have been paying for over there. But I want to go back because Mars's history is very important. It's important understanding the colonial history of Mars. So that you can be clear on why Mars has the population it does today.
Wow. Wow.
It is so much like you listen, a history class is good for people in reality to know about history. But if people are just unwilling to engage with reality, maybe we need to have made up history that allows them to understand colonialism the way the rest of us do. Maybe that's what you have to do. You have to create like a completely okay, this isn't one-to-one. This is not, I'm not talking about what you think I'm talking about.
King Leopold the Pleiadian.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Oh, yeah. See, when you murder the Aboriginal people and steal their land, what do we call that? Bad. All right, thank you.
Space makes it more interesting.
Yeah.
So he started planning his first mission and getting into this whole thing back in 2010. And this is where I was like, yeah, this is too obvious. Yeah.
I'll just start at the beginning. So back in 2010, I was a younger man, and I spent several months training and preparing for a space mission. This was under the auspices of Project Black Kraken. I was tasked with this mission by my colonel, Lionel Sperlinghetti. He's sort of the head man at Black Kraken. He's really, he's our boss. Nothing goes on there that he's not aware of.
Backpacks on the
He tasked me
subway.
with this mission. I trained with the person who would be my research assistant when I was there. I've mentioned him before, Daniel Emmerich Jordan. He was a research specialist, so he would carry out a lot of the research programs
All right.
that I developed. shared a lot of responsibility for the excavations we did there, the archaeological research. But I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, I think that Daniel Jordan is pretty clear, but also there's plausible deniability.
Yeah. It's two fairly common names.
Yeah, using Alex's middle name as the middle name.
That one's a little bit too much.
Yeah. So that was where I was like, all right, yeah, we're 100% sure on this now.
Now I really do kind of feel like he was disappointed in us. That he was like, you guys really weren't 100% certain on that one. Fine, I'll fucking up the ante for you. I'll hold your hand. I'll spoon feed you if that's what you need.
And there was a part of me, like I said, that thought about like, well, I don't know if I want to do another episode because it could be like blowing up his spot.
Sure.
You wouldn't act like this if you didn't want
absolutely.
discussion or whatever.
Yeah.
You didn't want us to realize that this is what he was doing.
Yeah.
So he went into space in 2011. And man, it was boring. The trip there was so boring.
It's a long trip.
In January 2011, I boarded a transport rocket and was taken up into low Earth orbit to a station in geosynchronous orbit, a small space station, transfer hub. And from there, I took a shuttle.
That's no moon.
Orbital shuttle to a small troop ship, the Black Kraken troop ship. Now, I spent 4 weeks on that troop ship traveling from Earth to Mars at high but sub-relativistic speed. We did not go interdimensional. We did not use the ship's FTL drive to get to Mars. That would have been a waste of energy. This was a fusion pulse-driven spacecraft. We were able to get to Mars in about 4 weeks. It was a boring trip. This was not like the Starship Enterprise. I was in a smelly bunk room with a bunch of other Marines and some eggheads, and I read a lot of paperback novels and played poker. It was really one of the most trivial, mundane parts of this whole affair.
See, I think that this kind of thing is really good for the storytelling because, you know, this would be such an opportunity to add, like, weird just decoration to the story.
Of course. Yeah.
And to have, like, here's an opportunity to take a swing and instead you let it pass and get a ball.
Sure.
Or whatever. That's good batting.
No, I mean,
my metaphor.
Yeah. It got a little away from you, but yeah, when you think about the different type of improv that we get from so many of these guests, it's always like everything is exciting. Everything is that thing, that instantaneous bit you want to hear. That
and they always know.
Yeah.
And there's a couple times where he's like, I don't really know. This is that's outside of like, what I would know.
That's not my job.
Yeah. And so, like, those instincts to just, like, not do the thing, it's pretty powerful in terms of making this seem more like it's an actual story.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, it is the way to look at the journey the same as any fucking marine journey, like from
you're loading out.
Yeah, if you're on a boat from Hawaii to Vietnam or whatever it is, it's not an exciting journey to get there.
No.
Imagine it's the same thing, but for weeks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what it would be.
Yeah.
You wouldn't even be able to look out the window.
And guess what?
What?
It was still even boring when he got there to Mars.
Of course it was.
Because there's a lot of paperwork.
Oh, no!
When I got to Mars, I was exhausted, I was tired, I was cranky, and I had to go through processing and sit through several hours of orientation videos about all the environmental hazards on Mars. So, you know, dealing with bureaucracy after that trip was grueling. Then you're taken to a lot, you're given your pressure suit, you're given some other survival gear, and you wait for a golf cart to come and take you to your assignment. So I was taken to a base, I stowed my things, I was given another orientation, just, you know, where the toilet was located and the mess hall, all the other facilities. And then they asked me if I was ready to see the dig site, and I said that I was. And I got back on the golf cart, and we went over to the face. And
capital letters, I assume.
Inside the face of Mars is a cavern. And beneath that cavern is a shaft that leads deep down into another subcavern.
So there's a dig site.
Damn.
That's the face on Mars.
So the literal face on Mars that we're going to assume now is actually a face.
Yes, a humanoid face.
Yeah.
And underneath it is a cavern, and then
Right.
there's a shaft and another cavern.
Right.
This is ripe for discoveries.
So so there's a shaft and 2 caverns.
I wasn't thinking about it that way. I don't think that's the intent. I hope not. Thor's got to rethink this guy. Filthy. So he had to spelunk into the cave with his team. And
That's fun.
If Daniel Emmerich Jordan wasn't enough, this is where I was like, all right, this is overkill.
Okay.
And I pretty much had to spelunk down there with my gear on my back with my team in order to get to what we called the steles. So there were these pillars with glyphs, which were being run through a computer matrix to decode them. And they wanted archaeologists and anthropologists to be able to give them contextual cues to aid the decryption process. So I was part of a team of dozens of specialists. I mentioned Daniel Jordan was my research assistant. I had a bodyguard there who also had some anthropological training. This was a young Marine named Fiona Celine. Amazing girl. Lucky as hell. 9 lives, always lands on her feet.
Oh my god. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Pretty on the nose.
that one is a little bit there. Yeah.
But aren't the cat aliens like archaeologists? 'Cause they like digging in litter boxes. Isn't that like kind of their characterization in past episodes?
Was that? I thought they were more characterized in that languid term of not really doing that much.
I don't know. I think they might be archaeologists.
Interesting.
But yeah, the feline Contessa I know is something that we have heard about.
Yes.
I don't know.
I can't recall.
Anyway, my cat now exists in the in this story. You hear that, Celine?
What a weird thing that echoes whenever you make choices. What a weird thing that, a while back you were on a whim, we're like, let's do space.
Mm-hmm.
And now here we are with
Right.
Celine.
Or even let's take it back further. So years before that, I decided that I was going to get a cat, even though my apartment didn't allow pets.
True.
And I
That is true.
had to sneak a cat in.
That is true.
If I'd not made that choice, who knows where we'd be.
What a crazy journey life is, Dan.
Yeah, it's like that trip to Mars. Boring as hell.
And it takes weeks at least.
Yep. So Carrie, here's what happens here. Berg has pictures of the glyphs, or
Sure.
these drawings that he's made of the glyphs,
Uh-huh.
but you can't see them on the screen.
Right.
So he has them in a notebook.
Wise.
And so Carrie thinks she sees those like images, and she's like, "Wait a second, you owe me some pictures."
To remind you do owe me some pictures. You promised last time to send me some.
Yeah, so I wanted to touch base on that. Squatch does not want his photo released. He is very concerned about facial recognition software being used to track down other members of his team, and was very offended and paranoid when I mentioned it.
Oh my God!
So I apologize.
Okay.
That's a perfect explanation. Why can't you provide a picture? Well, Squatch won't allow it. He's worried about facial recognition softwares. It's you can't get around it.
God,
what are you gonna do?
That is
Should I take a sneaky picture of Squatch?
Funniest possible explanation. Facial recognition software.
Yeah.
So, God, that's so great.
Well,
that's so
the
great.
facial recognition software could be used to hunt down other Squatches out there.
Sure.
Don't you remember other Squatches are out there?
Look, I'm not saying. I'm just saying that if we were on Kashyyyk, I'm not too worried about people mistaking Chewbacca for the wrong person or facial recognition software picking Chewbacca out from the crowd. That's not our thing, man.
Well,
too much hair.
But some of the Squatches aren't as hairy.
That's true.
You know?
That is true. They do shave.
Yeah, to fit in and do odd jobs.
Naturally. They have to do odd jobs. The young Squatch, yes. I recall.
But this is an explanation that you can accept.
Sure.
It's like, well, yeah, I guess there's no way around that.
I suppose.
And then second, it's making it like, oh, that's my fault. But I promised that before running it by Squatch.
Right. Of course.
You know, I'm sorry.
I got a little too excited. Yeah. A reasonable explanation.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I just think of Harry and the Hendersons having a fake facial recognition software subplot, and it kind of it's exciting and also a really bad idea.
Bring it back for a one-time special episode.
Two Harry, two Hendersons.
So
tech gets out of control.
You found these glyphs.
Yeah.
And they reveal something that is earth-shattering.
I mean, literally earth-shattering? Because that is in play.
Earth history will never be the same.
Okay.
So Mars has been continuously inhabited for thousands of years. So this is part of what I discovered when I was there, because first of all, humans are not the only intelligent life present on Mars currently or in the distant past. Part of what I discovered in that sub-cavern, so I'm face to face with these stelae, with these glyphs, and I'm thinking, okay, so this has to be the ruins of an alien civilization. But the fossil remains that we found associated with these ruins were human. So it was really a watershed moment, us standing down there in this cold, damp cavern, realizing
we were in North Dakota.
There have been human beings on Mars.
Humans have been on Mars for so long.
Okay, so we're throwing out humans were on Mars first, came to Earth.
No.
And then forgot about Mars.
No.
We're not doing that one.
No.
We're not adding that in there.
No.
We're saying that we independently evolved on Mars simultaneously?
No.
Okay.
At some point.
Okay. See, that's where we're at. Okay.
About 70,000 years ago.
Naturally.
We'll get to this as he goes along.
I imagine so. The history is what we're going to learn about.
Some ancestors of humans went to Mars.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where they
Right. I assume they got dropped off.
Yeah. Atlantis is involved. But we'll get to this here in a little bit.
Now we're talking.
So there was a reason, though, that they were brought to Mars. It wasn't just for fun and games. It wasn't,
Well, I mean, if we're concerned about wasting faster than light fuel just to get there, then yeah, there's no reason to bring people if they're not useful.
No, there was an issue that humans were needed to solve.
So, do you remember in the first interview we did, I mentioned to you that in prehistory, prior to about 70,000 years ago, humanity was much more genetically diverse, and that actually when geneticists and physical anthropologists look at humanity today, there's a lot of missing genetic diversity. Humans are pretty much the same all over. We don't diverge genetically that much from each other because we're all the descendants of a handful of survivors who were left over from an environmental cataclysm that decimated much of the human population about 70,000 years ago.
Yeah.
But at that
right.
time, the kingdom of Atlantis was active on Mars and began transporting large
now we're in
numbers
different
of
territory.
Cro-Magnons and other contemporary humans who were dying off from Earth to Mars as a labor class. So actually, the Atlanteans told these working class cavemen that Earth had been destroyed and there was no going back, which was a lie. And these primitive humans on Mars were anatomically and cognitively modern, just as modern as you and I, and had social complexity and ingenuity and creativity and religion. They became the new working class of Mars to replace the original worker caste there, the Trots, who we've talked about before, which are an insectoid species.
So as it turns out, the issue was that the Trogs weren't creative or adaptive
Gotcha.
enough
Okay.
for the worker class that was needed on Mars.
Right.
And so these humanoids, Cro-Magnon-esque humanoids, were brought in by the Atlanteans
So the
to
Atlanteans
Mars.
went to a foreign land, tore people from their homes, and then brought them into a labor class system.
You might see some parallels.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's some interesting dynamics at play throughout this for sure. So when Atlantis created this colony on Mars, they had a specific goal in mind, and that was creating like a welcoming mat for the Milky Way.
Okay, so but Atlantis was still originated on Earth in this storyline here, right? It's not Atlantis was originally Mars and then Earth.
It's unclear, but I think that as far as our story goes today, it might as well originate on Earth, although they are alien hybrids who are in Atlantis, like maybe Pleiadians or Anunnaki or something.
Gotcha. Okay.
Anyway, they wanted to create a welcoming mat for the Milky Way, and that was to be this Mars base.
So Atlantis was a multi-species community.
Right.
The Atlanteans were one of a number of colonies of the Galactic Federation, and the Galactic Federation created a colony on Mars that sort of became the Milky Way's welcome mat. There was actually something called the Andromeda Stargate, which was a huge stargate that used to be in orbit of the fifth planet of the solar system, which no longer exists. But this was a stargate that permitted ships to travel from the Andromeda galaxy to the Milky Way. So Mars was this advanced cosmopolitan world, and all the member planets of the Galactic Federation sent their best to Mars. Their best representatives, their artists, their scholars, their intellectuals, their craftsmen, their finest warriors. But the Dracos, although they were members of the Galactic Federation, hated what Mars stood for, and they took that opportunity to dump their unwanted. So they send mutants and criminals and outcasts and political exiles to Mars, but those Draco and Reptoids formed their own civilization there and were able to become part of the grander Mars community.
They are not defined by being the outcasts of the Draco.
Yep.
They can come into a place and integrate and become. They're welcomed into this community, and they can be productive members of the Martian base.
That's how it works.
That is.
He's describing Georgia.
This is great. I mean, like, in terms of the underlying message of it.
Absolutely.
It's because any other story about this would be like they come in and they're the ones who destroy everything.
I mean, the implication whenever other guests on Project Camelot say that is because they are those things.
Yes.
They send those gross mutants and all of those stuff because they are gross mutants, not because
they
are
can't be anything other than that.
Not because they're people who have been defined as such.
Right.
That is because they are such.
And again, these kinds of things are immigrant refugee analogs in the sort of space talk and what have you. And the notion of embracing and welcoming in immigrants and recognizing the potential and ability for people to merge together and create prosperous societies is not something that you generally see in these stories.
I mean, it is like it's like the potato famine. It's like the British came in, tried to fuck everybody up, and then they had to go to America, and everybody's like, "Oh, you guys are bad," and then it's fine. And then here we are, and we paint the river green. We're good.
You should be a history teacher.
I'm fairly quick. It doesn't take long.
So about 70,000 years ago, the humans got brought in to be the worker class to replace the Trogs.
Right, naturally.
Then, about 68,000 years ago, a leader rose who was a bit of a demagogue.
Ooh.
In 68,000 BCE or thereabouts, which was known as the beginning of the Chrysalix era. So Chrysalix was that individual that human Anunnaki hybrid who ascended to the position of supreme technocrat on Mars. And Chrysalix, one of the things he had to do in order to cement himself as leader and endear the Trogs to the technocracy was he engaged in a lore struggle with the queen of the Trogs. Now, Trogs are not very wise, but their brains, the brains of the queens are like massive organic computers. They process a lot of information. They're very knowledgeable.
Brain bugs.
And he had to have kind of a brain battle with the brain bug.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we rap battle our way into the future is what we're trying to describe
Well,
here.
I mean, have you heard Deltron 3030?
I have. You have to eventually rap battle your enemies, regardless of what the original conflict may be.
Yeah. So Chrysalix rose and needed to win over the Trogs.
Naturally.
In order to be seen as the ruler.
Right.
And so he did brain battle with the brain bugs.
Gotta.
We'll get back to this. This thread
I was going to say that
continues.
needs to be addressed way more because is this
No,
is
we're
this
not actually going to get back to the brain battle.
but I need to know.
No, we're not going to get back to that. But we are going to get back to the saga of Chrysalix.
Okay. Well, I mean, yeah.
But first, we have to introduce another
Rise and fall of the Chrysalix Empire.
But we have to introduce another character into the mix who exists in the present day, who Berg is friends with.
Okay.
My understanding is, as I recall, and Randy Kramer talked about, I think, battling the Trogs.
Yes. So there are still Trogs on Mars, and there are skirmishes, but there are far fewer Trog hives than there used to be. Just like there are far fewer reptoids on Mars than there used to be. And there are skirmishes with reptoids, too. And we're going to get into that.
Gentrification, man.
I was on very close terms with the leader of a large number of those reptoids, who I've mentioned to you in my communications. His name is Druze, and we're going to talk about Druze because he's important.
Okay, could you say
back to the Trogs.
say his name a little more clearly because it's not clear.
Druze. So there's no I can only spell it phonetically because obviously as people don't use English characters, but I've been spelling it Druuz. So Druze, he's a warlord. I presume he's still on Mars. I haven't spoken with him since I left, but if anyone's in charge there, it would have to be him unless, someone has challenged him. But he
to a brain battle, I assume?
The leader of a ragtag army of motor enthusiast lizards on Mars.
Okay.
Who are sort of the warrior caste of a remnant of the reptoid civilization that has been forced into a nomadic lifestyle by colonialist human encroachment.
He does compare this to Mad Max at some point.
Okay.
And I think it's because it's maybe too close to Mad Max.
It's a little bit Sons of Anacondarchy, in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, we have motorcycle enthusiast biker gang lizards led by a guy named Druze.
Druze and the Biker Gang Lizards is not a terrible country band.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can see it. So yeah, he's friends with Druze.
He's friends with Druze, the warlord, with the bike riding lizards. Right.
But we'll get back to this.
Yeah, that's not important for right now.
No, we have to get back to the thread of Chrysalix. Because we need to nail down Martian history if we're going to be able to understand the culture and the picture that is painted.
Right.
And so
the way it works.
Right. So Chrysalix started getting this power together. And here's how he did that and what he did.
I told you about the ancient history of Mars and how the working class of Homo sapiens from Earth were transported there. But Mars was largely depopulated due to the wars that Chrysalix started. So Chrysalix engineered resentment between the Trogs and the Reptoids in order to create violent conflict and he then capitalized on fear of alien violence to unite humanoids. When you take a primitive people and you teach them how to read and write and use machinery, you organize them as a working class. And that's what happened to these cavemen on Mars.
So the humans on Mars have been organized into a working class, which causes some tension between the Trogs, reptilians, and such.
Yeah.
And Chrysalix, as a demagogue,
fans the flames.
Division and fear of alien violence.
Right.
And all this, which of course leads to devastating wars.
Yeah, I believe it was called the John Chrysalix Society on Mars.
So there is something that is at the root of all this tension.
Yeah.
And mic down for this, because this will blow your mind.
Okay.
There was a labor crisis on Mars because the workers realized that they could bargain collectively for higher wages, for better working conditions, for sick pay, childcare. They realized their collective labor power, and that created a political crisis that Chrysalix promised to deal with. So Chrysalix became supreme technocrat on the basis of his promise to keep labor in check.
Chrysalix is a union buster.
Yeah. I mean, it does sound like Chrysalix and Howard Schultz have a lot in common.
There's a labor issue because the cavemen who got brought to Mars realized that collective bargaining is powerful.
Right. No, that is almost exactly.
Instead of dealing with unions, Chrysalix decided to go to war.
Yep. That's just the way it is, man.
Yep.
That is just. It is so relatable and yet so dark. So dark to think that regardless of what planet you're on, it is impossible to get past capitalism.
Well,
like you just can't fucking do it. It's brutal how depressing that is.
Yeah, I mean, wherever you are, if it's on Earth, you got bucks.
Yep.
Up in space, you got space bucks.
You got space bucks. And at the end of the day, it's all about the Space Bunny.
Space Benjamins.
Yeah, exactly.
Space Jamins. So the Anunnaki are...
Space Jammins is a very different... Never mind.
So the Anunnaki are very tall. So Carrie wants to know if Chrysalix was very tall.
Can I ask a quick question about Chrysalix?
If I know the answer.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. Is Chrysalix is Atlantean mixed with Anunnaki, not one of the human people brought under. He's not been elevated from the working class to. Okay,
no.
I just needed to be sure on that one real quick.
The sense that I get from this is he was external to the group that came from Earth.
Gotcha. Okay.
And he rose to supreme technocrat by doing brain battle with a brain bug.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he was he was pretty tall too.
And how tall was Chrysalix?
Chrysalix was like a tall human. He was about 6.5 feet tall, because he was mostly humanoid. Some, as we've discussed, some Anunnaki are more reptilian than others. And there are many groups today claiming to be Anunnaki, and it's not always clear that all of them actually are. It's very popular to claim you're Anunnaki. It's sort of like how a lot of white people like to claim they're part Native American, talk about their Jewish blood. It's just something a lot of people say in the galaxy to get credit.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
What are you gonna say to that, Carrie? What are you gonna say to that shit?
A lot of aliens lie about being Anunnaki to get street cred. But it makes sense.
Yeah, no, of course. No,
why wouldn't they?
Yeah, no, and of course, and Carrie can't say shit to that because it's like if she acknowledges that at all, it's all up in the air at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like, wait a second, are you saying that it's possible? Now, and hear me out on this one. Some of my guests may have been claiming things that weren't true.
Maybe.
Okay. All right.
So, but also, like, some of these aliens are claiming things that aren't true. So maybe some of her guests are telling the truth, but these aliens were lying to them.
That's true. There's just no way to know.
None.
Yeah.
impossible.
We'll all go to the grave. With this mystery hanging over our heads.
What will our last words be?
So Chrysalix needed to crush labor.
Of course.
And so he started a war.
Naturally.
There was a massive war that was basically precipitated by Chrysalix promising to do everything possible to stop the general strike. And the alternative to a general strike was total war. So there were massive numbers of young humans conscripted into the army of Mars at that time and put in units with Anunnaki and Pleiadian and Atlantean controllers. And they were at first organized into militias that protected human settlements from indiscriminate violence between trogs and reptoids.
Sure.
But then those militias became reorganized as a singular army that went to war on two fronts against both the trogs and the reptoids. So most of the working class humans were conscripted and killed in that war. And Mars was very scarcely populated for a very long time until the 20th century.
So quite a jump.
That is a big time jump. So we're talking about 67,000 years.
Give or take. Yeah.
Somewhere around there.
There's a long stretch where there's sparse population because of Chrysalix's unwillingness to negotiate with labor.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like that is the ultimate endpoint. No matter where you're going, if you can't negotiate with labor, we're eventually going to die.
So we get to the 20th century.
Yeah.
And then more things start to happen.
Right.
On Mars.
McDonald's opens their first restaurant.
It's unclear if those corporations are allowed to operate on the Mars base.
That is an interesting question.
But a certain Reich decided to go to Mars.
Goddamn Reichs!
It's the third one.
We're getting up to the point where I come in, but allow me to lecture for a little bit longer, Carrie, because
Please do.
What happened right before World War II.
Okay.
So
she's
the
in.
Third Reich established a colony on Mars. Pre-World War II era Germany traveled to Mars in several large spaceflights.
Werner von Braun, how are we going to get there?
Transported a large number of military and civilians and paramilitary, like SS, to the surface of Mars and built a colony there. Now, you've heard of Operation Paperclip, right? Werner von Braun and how Nazi science fell into Allied hands after World War II.
Yes.
Now, there's a public face of Operation Paperclip, which people know about.
What's the secret face?
About the public space program. But what they don't realize, what most of them don't realize, is that
say it. Come on.
Part of the transfer of Axis science to Allied hands involved the deed to the Mars colony.
Yes. Yes.
So
the deed. The
Germany had a
deed.
colony there, and it transferred to American ownership. U.S. and U.K. joint ownership, but in practice primarily American. It transferred, but a lot of the German civilians stayed. So when you look at Mars today, you'll notice that there's a lot of German civilians present on Mars and other, European nationals, but mostly German.
You will notice that if you look at Mars today.
Just nonstop beer gardens. Just, oh man, it's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare in October. Everything is just,
just a bunch of drunk aliens.
It's red. It's not supposed to be harvest colored. God damn it.
So yeah, the deed, the space deed, was part of Project Paperclip.
Oh, God.
But honestly, that makes so much sense.
Why?
What? No, I mean,
Why?
space deeds existing doesn't necessarily make sense.
Okay,
But
thank you.
the-
Thank you for that, at least.
Connecting the base from being a Nazi base that
Sure.
was taken over by the
Absolutely.
Allied powers in Project Paperclip,
Yeah.
the secretive part of it is like that anchors it to reality in a way that's like, that's solid.
And in one of the few actual conspiracy kind of at least names.
Yeah.
Along with I mean crazy actions.
If we took in Nazi rocket scientists,
why
who's
wouldn't
to
we?
say why wouldn't?
Why wouldn't we
take a deed?
We'll take it.
on
We'll take a space deed.
Yeah.
What fucking? We'll take anything.
Yeah.
I love the idea. Because this is glossed over. Carrie should have followed up on this, but are you telling me that Hitler was like, hey, listen, we got to send all these people up to Mars. We got to make sure we have some SS agents on there to keep them in line. Is that kind of the thought process behind that? That you're sending a colony of people to Mars and you include fucking secret police?
Also,
that's absurd.
Also, what happened to them? Like, were they tried?
I mean,
The
that's a
SS
great
agents
question.
who were on the Mars base, were they in Nuremberg?
Oh my God!
Is there a
that
space
where
Nuremberg?
Hitler is?
No, he died in the bunker.
Okay, but I'm just saying that the boys from Brazil or the boys from Mars, it's the same movie.
Well, there is actually a city, Brazil, on Mars.
Oh, that's scary.
I don't think there's so when Berg got to Mars, he had this HR stuff, and within his first day, though, he went and visited the bazaar.
You
the
gotta
market,
visit the market,
which is basically
open air.
I got the sense that it was perhaps. But it's not dissimilar to the cantina.
Oh,
let's say.
I went to a bazaar outside the base where I lived, and that bazaar is frequented by a number of extraterrestrial beings from different planets. I actually got into a fight there with a mercantile dog who was rather harsh and pushy, inappropriate with a German sex worker. Now, sex work is legal on Mars. Sex workers have unions. They have legal rights.
Ugh. Gotta move.
I don't think this mercantile dog was aware of that. But I took it.
Okay, I have to stop you right there. A mercantile what?
You refer to them as the Canonians.
Oh, okay. All right. Very good.
Carrie, they're from your fucking show.
Right. Yeah.
Don't act like it's crazy. You're the one who said it. I'm not crazy for saying mercantile dogs. You're the one that said it. Not me. Not me, man. Don't try and be like all skeptical. Oh, mercantile dogs? That sounds a little unrealistic. You shut up.
It is illustrative of how non-invested people are in maintaining their own mythology.
Yeah, exactly.
And I understand. I've forgotten 100 things that we've talked about.
Oh, yeah.
Inside jokes, various things.
I mean, 100% no idea.
I'm sure there are references in this to things that we've said in the past that I don't even get.
We have done several, at least almost 2,000 hours of this.
Yeah.
That's too much to remember for any one person.
Thinking about it too much it impedes my ability to make tomorrow's episode.
Yeah, makes this real. Yeah.
So, Chrysalix.
Yes.
Also, this ends up resolving okay. They get into a little bit of a fight that could have caused an interstellar incident.
That would have been
bad. Daniel Jordan and Berg were able to create a distraction so the German woman could get away.
Oh, that's nice.
And then calmer heads prevail.
That is nice.
But Chrysalix, his war had long-standing implications, and there's some troubles.
What was your absolute, clear cut? I assume you had something of a clear cut mission that had a beginning and an end. So what was it?
I was there as an archaeologist and paleohistorical cultural interpreter. My purpose was to understand the nature of the conflict of the Chrysalix era.
Okay.
The labor crisis that precipitated a political crisis that led to civil war on Mars. an interspecies war that depopulated Mars, led to very sparse, almost uninhabitable conditions there. One of the things
which are unusual for
as
Mars.
a result of this war and the weapons that were used was the Martian supply of water became extremely scarce, and that has a lot to do with the activities of Drews and his water raiders.
Oh, that's
So
the shit.
Before I got to the bazaar on my first day, after having seen the human remains in the cavern underneath the face on Mars, when I came back up from that cavern, we were surrounded. We were surrounded by motorized vehicles that were like ramshackle, like just slapped together.
Give up the gasoline, Road Warrior.
War horses, war wagons, manned by lizards. I don't know what else to call them. I mean, I got to know them very well in my time there. I spent a lot of time with these beings. I'm comfortable.
Are these? Now I'm curious. Are you familiar with the raptors?
These were not raptors. I am familiar with raptors. These were not raptors.
These were no raptors.
These were no raptors.
These were lizards on bikes.
I appreciate her being like, listen, lizards on bike, absolutely. But what kind? Were they raptors?
Right.
What are we talking about here?
Them.
Yeah,
we have to know if they're friends of Mark's.
I'm not worried about them riding motorcycles on Mars
and being water raiders.
Yes, yeah, not at all worried about that. Yeah.
So the water quest that they had is actually why they surrounded Berg, because they wanted that water, and the way they went about this exchange, fascinating.
So why did they surround you?
Because they wanted our water. They knew as an expedition operating outside the confines of a base, we would have had to bring a water supply with us, and we were vulnerable.
Our still suits were broken.
And so typically what Drews, their warlord, does is he surrounds you. He turns on sound equipment and blasts you with noise to get your attention and to kind of terrorize you.
It's Fallout Boy.
And then he gets really theatrical and jumps around and sings. He behaves in a very unnerving way. And if you realize what he's doing, it's possible actually to get out of this situation without any physical injury. What Drews wants is a display of respect. And if you show respect by sharing water, the most that will happen is you'll basically encounter the Martian version of street theater. So, like, you know, when hippies would pretend to hold up buses to protest the Vietnam War, this is sort of what Drews does to protest human territorial encroachment.
Fantastic.
But if you do not share your water, if you try to protect it, well, he will fight you.
So you have a biker gang of lizards that have surrounded them, and the leader is doing a dance and singing and acting weird. But he just wants you to sort of ceremonially and ritually share your water with him. And this is something that only an anthropologist would really understand.
I mean, switch the motorcycles with a bus and you've got Ken Kesey and the Merry Pranksters. Like, there's not much difference here.
Well, he did say, like, hippies trying to levitate a bus.
Exactly.
You know? Like,
I'm with it.
I find this to be quite engaging. This is this.
Yes. I mean, I wonder about his process here, Drews, because if he's not giving you the heads up that there is a quick and dirty way to get out of this situation by just sharing water, then it's either a test or he's fucking with people. You know,
it could be a test.
Because if it's a test, then it's like you have to be pure of generosity in your sharing of the water in order to pass the test.
Well, I'm guessing
I can't tell you that you either give us the water or you die.
Well, I'm guessing that it's a situation where this is something that's done in their culture. So other groups that run into each other will do this, and then they share water, and it's sort of a way of intergroup bonding or something.
All right. Okay.
You know, like the sort of like ritualistic gift giving.
Sure.
I would assume that it's like that.
Yeah.
And that people who are like not of their lizard groups.
Sure.
Would have a responsibility to know that, or and to not know that, and to act in a way of not sharing your water would be a sign of disrespect.
Exactly.
Or something. And I don't understand exactly how Berg would know that without having studied these.
I mean, he is an anthropologist.
True.
He's probably
But how much awareness
on...
does he have of these biker gang lizards?
He's friends with Drews.
Not yet. This is how he becomes friends with Drews.
That's fair.
Yeah. This is his first day on Mars.
That's true.
He came up from the cavern, and then Drews had him surrounded.
What a dramatic first day. After weeks of just sitting in the spaceship doing nothing
Zero
but
to
playing
60.
poker. Yeah. That's a crazy first day.
It is.
Filling out paperwork, and then Drews drops by.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you don't share your water, Drews will fight you. And I think Carrie's this is such a fascinating clip to me.
But if you do not share your water, if you try to protect it, well, he will fight you. So
Well, how will he fight? With a gun? With his physical strength, or what?
Well, they have plasma weapons and lasers, but they really prefer melee weapons. They're very kind of traditionalist in that way.
Absolutely.
Kind of a warrior cult.
Berg is in the middle of describing something that is an incredible insight into a cultural group that Carrie believes is real. There's so much to learn from understanding how these groups interact with each other.
Sure. What are we talking? Guns or knives?
Exactly. There's such a preoccupation with fighting and how they do battle.
Always
and
weapons.
Yeah. I think that preoccupation is
There's way more fun stuff.
Yeah, it's to the detriment of what could be interesting within this storytelling space.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly did not occur to me to ask if there were weapons involved. You've got a cultural situation where he dances and sings to get you to give him some of your water.
Right.
And if you do so generously, we're fine. And if you are a hoarder, then you get attacked.
Then you get space capoeira.
It didn't occur to me that weapons would even be involved. You're on Mars. They'd poke your helmet and you explode or whatever.
He's a giant lizard.
Exactly. Why would you need... He's got claws and shit.
And teeth.
What are you talking about? Do they use plasma guns? Who cares?
Right. It's so far down the list of things that are interesting about this story that's being told.
Because where did that originate from? Does this have its own cultural history? Is this like a schismogenesis kind of situation?
You know what? You know why this is the preoccupation? I think it's because that's hard. That's really hard to be the dungeon master who has created deep lore for stuff. You know,
that's true.
It's when you're talking about actually describing cultures that have a richness to them or tradition and you respect them, respect the culture and the individuals that make up the culture.
Sure.
That is really, really tough to do. Whereas talking about they all have lasers.
Right.
That's pretty easy.
Yeah, and they do have that kind of metonymy about the weapon leading to a categorization of class as well. You know, they're gun users and thus they're part of this stratosphere in the universe.
It's a tool versus a machine tool versus a
100%
equipment that we couldn't even imagine type tool. Yeah, there's a hierarchy to it.
Absolutely.
So Drews becomes friends with him, and we'll find out exactly how. But Carrie wants to know one other thing.
Okay, do they wear clothes?
They do. Actually,
they're on motorcycles.
So one thing you should know about Drews is at one point Drews found a portable television, a German-made portable TV.
Don't say this.
Intercepted a lot
Don't do it.
Television signals from Earth. So he actually dresses in the style that you would stereotypically expect
Don't
of a
do it.
post-apocalyptic biker gang leader.
They watched Mad Max.
He wears chainmail and leather and kind of plays into those tropes intentionally in order to really build a mystique around himself the way a good warlord should. He's a very charismatic lizard.
That's a great button.
He's a very charismatic lizard.
Yeah.
You got to give it up to him. You got to give it up
I got to know this warlord.
You got to give it up to the Martian pirates.
Yeah. But understood kind of appropriately, as we're going to learn a little bit more, he is not so much a warlord as he might appear to be.
Sure, he's just more the chieftain of his people.
Externally, there may be the vision of him as kind of a brute or as a warlord, but there's layers here.
In order to protect his people's way of life, he has to demonstrate a show of force to keep people away. I get it.
So, Carrie has another question, and this leads us to exactly how Berg and Drews became friends.
Okay.
Does he speak English?
He speaks English that he learned from watching Earth television. So, yes, he speaks English, but he has some odd turns of phrase that are a little bit anachronistic.
Like cowabunga, dude?
He's the kind of guy who still says cowabunga.
No, get the fuck
out! Okay, now you said he became a friend. Is this when you started a friendship with him under the circumstances when you were surrounded?
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Were you a negotiator?
When I made the call to share the water rather than hoard it, Drews considered that ceremonially we did have to fight. They actually had to attach a metal articulated artificial tail to me so that I could fight in the traditional way against Drews. But it wasn't a fight to the death. It was more of a ritual, like a wrestling match.
Sure.
For entertainment. Really,
could you control
to kind
the
of
tail?
ease tension after the tense standoff over the water. And Drews was an interesting guy.
Yeah, I bet. So yeah, they had to have a ceremonial fight.
Sure.
And that makes sense, like there's sort of the dance,
You have to enter
ritual
the
kind of.
yeah.
So yeah, there's a sense that they had to do this as like this is the way this ends.
Sure.
We don't just walk away from this successful exchange. You have shown me respect. I'll show you respect back, but we must engage in the form of combat.
Well, that is the respect.
Yeah.
That is respecting you enough to treat you as one of them. You're in the ritual form of combat.
You get a fake tail.
You get a fake tail.
Yeah.
That means you're one of the people.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
So then they become friends, and Berg ends up spending quite a bit of time with Drews and his people.
How long does he keep the tail for? The entire time?
No,
he's
I think
there?
it was just for the fight.
Oh, that sucks.
But I imagine it was a choice.
Yeah, well.
And I am just making this up because he doesn't say.
I need to know.
So when he was there, he was living, with Drews for part of the time, and because of that, you get this inside view of this group.
Yeah.
That from the outside just looks like a post-apocalyptic biker gang of lizards going around shaking people down for water.
From the outside, it's too obvious.
Right.
There's a rich inner history here.
Yeah.
Drews was an interesting guy. I mean, we ended up kind of embedded with Drews' group. We spent a lot of time in the camp that Drews' people lived in. Interacted a lot with the Reptoid children and the mothers. You go into these camps.
Was he doing dances with wolves?
Sad-eyed lizard people, and you realize these aren't scary reptilian barbarians. These are displaced people. These are refugees. They're like the Lakota Sioux, who were invading the 7th Cavalry. I mean, that was the relationship they had with the Kansas National Regiment. So actually, my unit of military scientists ended up in conflict with the Kansas National Regiment because we were embedded with Drews' people. We were riding shotgun with Drews over the Martian landscape. We accompanied Drews on several water raids.
Wow. Okay.
I mean, I guess
That's something.
I guess even on Mars, a cab, is that what we're doing?
But there's such an interesting perspective there of, you look at this from the external, and on this show, so typically all you would know about these people is
Surface.
that they're biker lizards who steal water.
That's
and
all
shit.
you need to know.
Right.
You know everything
and
you need to.
everybody in this group is the exact same.
Yep.
Whereas we now have a picture of them as displaced from the larger society.
Of course.
Going about their lives, trying to find water and perpetuate their culture, as a side effect of this colonial history of Mars.
Right. Water that is being hoarded away from them.
Right.
Yes.
And that is only sparse because of Chrysalix.
Exactly.
And his actions in the deep past when he couldn't collectively bargain with labor.
You got it.
There's this complicated picture that, like, in the present day, the effect of it is you have this Kansas Guard or whatever, who are these, military police types here, who view Chrysalix Drews and his gang as this, awful renegade group, but they are really inside and amongst themselves groups of refugees. They're people.
It occurs to me that maybe so much of our terrible relationship to the history of not just the world that we live in, but also with this history, is that if you recall school history, whenever you were learning it, that's what you learned. You learned the surface shit. You learned the date this happened. You learned that this happened, and it's in a blurb on the side of your textbook, you know? That's what you learn. And for most people, that's not remembered as a positive experience. Like, I didn't start really getting into history until I found out there's really interesting shit.
Yeah.
I just assumed that history was the school history,
Yeah.
It didn't occur to me
I mean, even back in school, there would be jokes about, like, you have to memorize dates and stuff for the test. And yeah, it's history devoid of context is not history, really.
No, it's just saying words.
Yeah, and some of that is important for, like, touchstones and stuff. It's tough. I think I'm not a teacher, so I don't know this fully, but I would imagine that depending on the grade, it's probably impossible to teach history.
Oh, absolutely.
With context until a certain point.
Absolutely.
Until a certain grade.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate.
Yeah. I think there's so much of that is adults just carry that dislike over. And I mean, it's not like they're interested in reading too many books outside of weird John Birch Society books about Hitler being not as bad as you might think.
And then the flip side of it, too, is that people don't want to recognize that they are in the history of the future or whatever,
Sure.
Whatever you look at in the past in history is just people who would be like you or I back then.
Well, you know how you think shit is interesting today? They thought it was interesting back then. Think about that.
And we exist in the present day in a context of these things that have rippled through the history into today, which will be far better understood 20 years from now with the gift of context and hindsight.
Naturally.
But it's tough to be aware of that in the moment, and some people just shy away from it.
I just don't want to.
Yeah, it's understandable.
But this is a rich, full history of, I mean, I'm
sure there's even more that he found in these glyphs.
Yeah.
But so far, I mean, you have a far more compelling version of an oral history of his trip to space than many of these other, like, I did battle with various beings.
Yeah.
Like, all right.
With a certain Terry Pratchett element of, like, I'm juxtaposing very, very normal real world shit from time to time with fantastical elements, like yes, these are lizards on Mars, but they also watch
a subtle zoom toward the launch button when he presses it. That's a good idea, and that will be done in DaVinci in the other program. Doing zooms on krita takes like so much computer power that it just crashes. I'm already running really on the edge. As you've seen, I've had to restart a lot because I'm just pushing it. So all the camera movements and stuff are going to be done in the video editor. But yeah, that's a good call right here. Zoom. It's going to zoom in, maybe even put a sound effect on it of the button. Boom. And then he reaches over and pushes the lunch button. Like a cupcake comes out or something.